Chapter 1, Chapter 1, Xiao Ming Do Disciple, 1 star. Looking at the 5 large characters that glowed so brightly that they were even a little blinding on top of the magical testing monument, the boy on the platform gave a slight sigh of relief, his head lifted high, the corners of his lips curved into a slightly smug smile, and the palms he had previously clenched tightly loosened. Xiao Yan, Do Disciple, 1 star. Level, low. A middle-aged man beside the magic stone tablet took a glance at the information on the tablet and announced it with a surprised tone. The middle-aged man's words had just come out of his mouth and, as expected, caused a commotion in the crowded square. Do Disciple, 1 star, did I hear correctly? Pinch me quickly to wake me up. You're really pinching. Shit, didn't you tell me to pinch, did it hurt? It hurts so much. This is not a dream, boy, if I remember correctly, young Master Xiao Yan is only 4 years old and just started cultivating not long ago, right? That's right, for young Master Xiao Yan to be able to cultivate Do Qi so quickly, he seems to be extremely talented. Our Xiao family is going to have another young genius who will be famous in Mutant City. Ha 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 ha. I said before that young Master Xiao Yan was incredibly handsome and would definitely show his talent in the future. See, I was right. Come on, I remember you said that as the 3rd young master of the Xiao family, this kid's smile was so lascivious that it would affect the family's image. I can tell you that young Master Xiao Yan is very talented, in addition to the marriage contract that the old clan chief set up for him a few years ago. He will definitely inherit the position of clan chief in the future, so you'd better not get involved in the fight between the elders and clan chief Xiao Zhan in the future. He, I know, young Master Xiao Yan has such a strong talent, I can't even wait to please him. Hearing the boasts and pleasant praises coming from the surroundings, the proud boy who looked like a peacock raised his little head even more. In the midst of a lively crowd, there is always someone who seems to be out of place. It is Xiao Yan who shouted in the future, 30 years east, 30 years west, don't you dare bully me because I'm poor now. Right. On the outskirts of the crowd, Xiao Ming looked indifferently at the little boy who was greeted by a group of children as if he was a superstar, and inwardly could not help but feel some emotion, and did not greet him as those children did. The Xiao family, as one of the 3 main clans of Wudin City in the Jiama Empire, the Xiao family had a considerable number of clan members, and the clan was divided into 2 main factions to compete for power, the Elders faction, led by the eldest elder, and the Patriarchs faction, led by Xiao Zhan. Of course, these had nothing to do with Xiao Ming not taking the initiative to please Xiao Yan. The internal power struggle within the Xiao clan would have not too much impact on the young children no matter how it went. The reason Xiao Ming did not want to move forward was that, like Xiao Yan, he was a reincarnator. If Xiao Ming is asked how he came to this world, all he can say is that Truck Kun chose him because of his good performance. When he regained consciousness, he had already come to the Xiao family and had been orphaned with both parents dead. Luckily, the Xiao family is a big family, and there are rules and regulations that provide for servants to take care of orphans whose parents have died, especially for people like Xiao Ming, whose parents died fighting for the clan, and there is a pension for them. Because of this, Xiao Ming was able to grow up unharmed instead of dying uncared for, and it is for this reason that as a traveler he still has a great sense of identity with the Xiao family. As a mature-minded reincarnator, Xiao Ming would not run away to play friends with the children. Although he was the same age as Xiao Yan, seemed to be a child to outsiders, and looked very cute, if he was asked to join a group of chattering children just like Xiao Yan. He's afraid he couldn't really do it. Besides, this group of children was there to please Xiao Yan, who was now the child king of the Xiao family. Why would he lick the boots of other reincarnator when he himself was one? As for the idea of running to Xiao Yan and having a conversation with him where one reincarnator meets another reincarnator and both have tears in their eyes, this idea was even worse for him. He was not crazy to do it, such a thing would not benefit him at all, so why would he expose his secret to Xiao Yan? As for, with his foresight, pretending to get close to Xiao Yan to make good relations, and then quietly stealing the ring around his neck. That has, this old grandfather hiding in the ring, he thought even less. This was because Xiao Ming would not think that Yao Lao in the ring would be in a constant state of sleep. He thinks that Yao Lao is aware of the outside world, rather than actually being unaware. Absorbing Xiao Yan's dou qi in the future was definitely something intentional, otherwise, he could suck Xiao Yan's dou qi right now. He was also able to absorb Xiao Zhan's wife's dou qi in the past, but Xiao Ming hadn't heard any rumors that the clan chief's wife couldn't cultivate. When he went to the trouble of stealing the ring and then Yao Lao had a low opinion of him and told him that he is not worthy of being his disciple, wouldn't he be a clown? It could also be a life or death thing. Licking was impossible, and stealing was impossible. The only option left is to cultivate well, and be nothing more than a bystander to Xiao Yan. When it comes to true talent, Xiao Yan was not as good as him. Sensing that the dou qi in his body was clearly more than one-star dou disciple, Xiao Ming revealed a weak smile. Perhaps for the same reason of being a transmigrator, Xiao Ming's cultivation talent was quite outstanding, and he doesn't know if crossing dimensions is the reason, but his soul perception was even stronger than Xiao Yan's. After disturbing the servant who took care of them, the orphans, a few days ago and teaching him the cultivation method for dou disciple stage, he quickly started and cultivated to the second stage of dou disciple without any bottlenecks. Given the time, even though it would be more difficult to break through later, Xiao Ming is sure that he would break through to dou practitioner in 2 years. A 6-year-old dou practitioner. Xiao Ming was now a bit hesitant to go up to test his dou qi and expose his cultivation talent. After all, the Xiao family was so small that it would be very dangerous to expose his talent. Not to mention that there were 2 other clans in Mutant City that were not inferior to the Xiao clan, and it wasn't like he was the Xiao clan's 3rd young master like Xiao Yan and had an escort when he went out. Now that he is young and he has not been cultivating for a long time, so he may or may not willingly go up to test my dou qi, but when he is 2 years older, he will have to go to the site of the magic stone monument to test it. Do I have to deliberately train slower? But to delay cultivation, for this reason, Xiao Ming was unwilling to do so. Hey, let's not take the test today first, let's talk about it later. If it doesn't work out, I can only expose my talent, so in the future, if I don't go out in the Xiao family, I can wait until Canaan Academy enrolls, and it would be nice to run there directly. Xiao Ming sighed helplessly. He greatly envied reincarnators who had a system. They could have anything they wanted. The storage space, being able to hide his cultivation level, and all the basic shit. Elixir pills could also be taken at will and were able to level up even while lying down. Where is someone like him? He doesn't dare to level up so casually for fear of being suffocated before he can grow up. He is a disgrace to other transmigrators. Ding! Life Simulator is on. Chapter 2, Life Simulator. Ding! Life Simulator has started. The current number of simulations is 1, do you want to start the Life Simulator? Just as Xiao Ming was envying those reincarnators, a voice suddenly sounded in his head. Shit, 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 is that what I think it is? It's been 4 years, golden finger, he finally has a golden finger. After a moment of excitement, Xiao Ming calmed down and thought silently in his mind, don't initiate now. At this moment, he was still in the testing ground of the Xiao family's magic tablet, and it was not suitable for him to study the system at this time. Looking at the crowd still waiting for the test, Xiao Ming turned around and walked towards the Xiao family's back mountain, where he lived. There were quite a few orphans like him, and it was not suitable for research. The back of the mountain, which was normally off the roads, was a good place to go. When he arrived at the back of the mountain and found a secluded place to sit, Xiao Ming couldn't wait to ask questions in his mind. That, Life Simulator, right? Tell me about your usage. Xiao Ming did not receive the direct answer he had imagined. Instead, a wealth of information flooded his mind like a manual. It instantly allowed Xiao Ming to understand what this Life Simulator did. The method of using the life simulator was simple. Every 7 days, he would have the opportunity to simulate his life once. When using the life simulator, he would simulate from the day he started the simulation. When he dies in the simulated life, the simulation ends. Each time the life simulator simulates a life, it will appear in his mind as a text, and at the end of the simulation, the life simulator will randomly choose 3 things that appeared in his mind for him to choose. Things that can be extracted by the life simulator include any celestial treasures, powerful talents, martial arts techniques, weapons and treasures, and even life perceptions. Anyway, as long as it appears, he could choose it. It couldn't be said that this function was weak, although it wasn't as good as those systems that gave daily login rewards. Xiao Ming was already content. Ahem, life simulator, is there a starter gift pack? Taking a cue from the protagonist of the novel he had read earlier, Xiao Ming asked cheekily. No, a life simulation opportunity has been detected for the host. Is it possible to start a life simulation? Forget it then, start the life simulation. Ding, the simulation begins day 1, the Xiao family conducts a Doqi cultivation test, and you witness how the third young master of the Xiao family, Xiao Yan, who is also a reincarnator, is in a good mood and makes a name for himself, and you are not impressed. After much deliberation, you decide to hide your cultivation for the time being. Day 2, you get up early and cultivate for the whole day. Day 3, you get up early to cultivate, and at noon you get hungry and head to the Xiao family's communal dining hall made especially for orphans to eat. As you eat, you notice that everyone is talking about the noble guest who has come to the family today, which does not interest you. After the meal, you head to the back of the mountain to farm for the rest of the day. Day 4, you get up early to practice. Day 5, you get up and try to practice, but some kids invited you to play, you politely decline, and the kids find you boring. You find out that a distant relative named Xiao sooner has arrived in the Xiao family. Day 6, you feel you must combine work and rest in your cultivation and wander around inside the Xiao family, just in time to meet Xiao Yan guiding Xiao sooner to get acquainted with the Xiao family. You don't pay too much attention, and head to the back of the mountain to soak in the hot spring. Day 7, you get up to train and meet Xiao Yan and Xiao sooner again. You notice that Xiao Yan is looking at Xiao sooner in a strange way and you keep thinking about it. On your way back from the back of the mountain at night, you see a short, furtive figure. You follow it and discover that it is Xiao Yan, trying to sneak into a room. You didn't want to pay attention to him, but out of a sense of justice, you intervene to stop him from acting. Day 8. Day 30, you got up early to cultivate and reached the 3rd star of Do Disciple. Day 95, you get up early to practice and move on to the 4th star of Do Disciple. Day 100, you went to the Xiao family's Do technique room and learned the low-grade Huang class Tiger Power Fist. You were very dissatisfied for only being able to learn this lousy low-grade Do technique, but there was nothing you could do about it. Day 101, you get up and go to the back of the mountain to practice your Do techniques. Day 120, you work hard and train your low-level Do technique, the Tiger Power Fist, until you reach the maximum level. Day 300, you're walking around town and here there's a storage ring in auction at Middle Auction House. Fingering a handful of gold coins you're carrying, you run home to practice. Day 365, the Xiao family once again conducts a Doqi cultivation test, and the younger generation is brought up on stage for the test. You reveal your strength of the 7th star Do disciple under the eyes of the crowd, and the people of the Xiao family are shocked. Day 366, because of your cultivation talent, the clan gave you a maid and 2 guards, and slowly the news of your talent spread. 370 days, you refused Xiaoning and the others' invitation to play together and cultivated alone. Day 545, you condensed your whirlwind chi and made your way to 1-star Do practitioner, you reported it to the clan elders. Day 547, you measured your Do chi attribute as a fire attribute. You were disappointed that you couldn't become an alchemist without a trace of wood attribute. Because you are too talented, you are approved to go to the Do Pavilion to choose a Qi method, and you are given the Huang Class High Qi method refining fire at the Do Pavilion. Day 670, Canaan Academy came to Wuyuan City for admission. You were so talented that you surprised the instructors and successfully passed the exam. Day 2490, you were looking for medicinal herbs in the forest outside Canaan Academy's inner courtyard, and encountered a rank 5 magical beast, and died. End of simulation. The talent items were chosen currently available: low-grade storage ring, Fallen Heart Flame, Xian class intermediate skill Tiger Roaring Judgment. Please select one. Oh this! Xiao Ming scratched his cheek, a bit speechless at his hasty death in the life simulator, as he fell into the difficulty of having to choose. He doesn't know if it was because of the first sim, where good stuff had a higher pick rate and quality was guaranteed, but there really was a high-tier item like Fallen Heart Flame. In the 2490 days of the simulation, Fallen Heart Flame must have been the highest level item that had appeared, and it was the message that appeared after seeing the heaven-burning Qi training tower when he joined the internal academy. Fallen Heart Flame was the 14th flame on the list of heavenly flames, and those who swallowed and refined it could have their Do Qi tempered by Fallen Heart Flame at all times, which is known as a training cheat machine. In combat, it can also form Fallen Heart Flame within the opponent's body, so that the opponent may be distracted by the suppression of Fallen Heart Flame during battle, and those with lower strength will simply spontaneously burn, which can be called a mob cleaner. Out of these three options, the Fallen Heart Flame was without a doubt the most valuable and the one that Xiao Ming most wanted to choose. However, he can't choose it. Chapter 3, the valued guest of the Xiao family. It wasn't that the life simulator was being cheeky and not giving him a choice, nor was it because it required energy points or something to choose a high-level item. The reason he couldn't choose the Fallen Heart Flame was simple: it was because Xiao Ming was too weak. The things given by the life simulator, except for talent-type items that would be directly integrated into one's body, such as Do techniques, Qi methods, and so on, will be displayed directly in front of one's face. Heavenly Flame is a treasure of heaven and earth, so naturally, it also appears directly in front of one's face. Life Simulator also did not have something like system space, in which one could temporarily put the Heavenly Flame inside. After choosing the Heavenly Flame, if the Fallen Heart Flame appeared directly in front of him, with his own strength of the second star Do disciple, he would die in a second. That was why Xiao Ming felt that he couldn't choose it. But for something as good as the Fallen Heart Flame, he wasn't willing to not choose it, and the other two options weren't worthy of paying even a bit of attention to. Ah, so painful! Xiao Ming was so angry that he stomped his foot. Ding! Please choose one of the three options. Shit, what's the hurry? Can't you wait for me to think about it for a moment? Xiao Ming finally chose the low-grade storage ring after pondering for a while. There was no way he would choose the Fallen Heart Flame. His little life was more important, and when comparing the low-grade storage ring to the Xian Intermediate Do technique, it was without a doubt the Xian rank Intermediate Do technique that was better. However, there were also considerations as to why Xiao Ming chose the low-grade storage ring. The Xian rank Xian Do technique was certainly good, but at this time, his cultivation level was still at the Do disciple stage and he had no enemies, so he had no need for Do techniques. Xian Do technique, Tiger Roaring Judgment, was also a type of sound wave Do Qi technique, which was not easy to practice, and it was also very noisy, so when the time came, it would be easy for people to discover it, and it was not easy to explain clearly. At this time, Xiao Ming still wanted to keep a low profile. If it was an intermediate Xian rank fire attribute technique, he would not hesitate to choose it, but this Tiger Roaring Judgment, forget it. The low-level ring wasn't bad, as it was only held by the patriarch and the eldest elder of the Xiao family, and he would have a place to hide the items it found after having the ring. Just after he finished choosing, a dark ring appeared in front of Xiao Ming without a sound. With a quick glance, he picked up the ring as it fell down and held it in front of his eyes to examine it carefully. Is this the storage ring? It's quite magical. After his soul sensed it, there was probably about 5 cubic meters of space inside. Xiao Ming nodded in satisfaction and looked for a rope to hang it around his neck. Although this storage ring is the least valuable of the 3 rewards, but it still costs 100,000 gold coins, which would cost even the Xiao family a lot, so I have to hide it well. It's hard to explain it if someone discovers it. Xiao Ming, who had kept the storage ring, did not immediately leave the back of the mountain, but he was thinking about one thing. The life simulator simulated a life without the simulator itself. In other words, if there was no simulator, the life that appeared in one's mind was bound to happen. Although Xiao Ming was a bit speechless at the prospect of dying so precipitously in the future, the information revealed in the simulator was worth pondering carefully. This life simulator was also a kind of future prediction in disguise and could be taken advantage of. That said, the Xiao family's valued guests coming the day after tomorrow should be Gu Yuan and Gu sooner, so it's best to use it to see if the simulation of life simulator is accurate. Time passed quietly in cultivation, and a day later, Xiao Ming returned from his cultivation at the back of the mountain to the dining hall for dinner. After paying attention to the surroundings, indeed the chatter of some children could be heard nearby. Hey, have you heard? There's a valuable guest inside the family today, and the patriarch has personally entertained him. What? The patriarch is a Do Grandmaster powerhouse, so whoever can be received by him personally must also be a Do Grandmaster. How did you know that a distinguished guest had arrived? I saw them when I came just now. The patriarch invited him into the room. The Grand Elder and the others were also in the room. That aura was definitely strong, and he had a girl the same age as us with him. After all, they were too young, and the conversation of the few young children soon drifted to where they should go to play today. Xiao Ming was not surprised, as those who stayed to eat at this cafeteria were 2 young orphans, and the older children who could take care of themselves had basically moved into their own parents' house. It was good to be able to eavesdrop on this news. It seems that the simulation is quite accurate. Xiao Ming rubbed his chin in thought. In that case, wouldn't he really have the talent to become an alchemist? Xiao Ming could still remember from the simulator that his body was a pure fire body and didn't have that hint of the wood attribute. Alchemists could refine all kinds of magic pills, and their status was extremely prominent in the Do-Chi continent, with an incomparably powerful appeal. Naturally, Xiao Ming also wanted to become such an existence. His soul perception was absolutely sufficient, but it was a pity that his attributes did not meet the requirements. He could only wait to see later to see if he could obtain the alchemist talent from the simulator. Xiao Ming grabbed what he wanted at the cafeteria, finished his meal and prepared to leave when he suddenly heard someone shouting at him. Xiao Ming, let's go to the market together this afternoon. Xiao Ming turned around and discovered that the person speaking was none other than a girl from the group who had just talked about Gu Yuan. After being reincarnated, Xiao Ming was blessed with a body with red lips, white teeth, and beautiful eyebrows, a handsome boy's appearance. In the whole Xiao family you could not find a more beautiful boy than him. The children in the Xiao family, both male and female, especially liked to play with him. But he was not Xiao Yan, so he had no interest in playing house with the children. Xiao Ming politely declined the invitation of those few children and left the canteen amidst their sorrowful looks. For the next 2 days, Xiao Ming had been working hard on his cultivation. On this day Xiao Ming, who had been immersed in cultivation, did not get up early to cultivate. After all, I am still very young and don't have that much energy, and even I get tired with intense cultivation. Xiao Ming muttered, understanding why his simulator self, instead of practicing today, was hanging out with the Xiao family. After breakfast, Xiao Ming decided that it was better not to follow the same development as in the simulator and hang out with the Xiao family. Maybe he could go to the Do technique room himself and see if he could find some Do techniques to practice. Thinking about it, he immediately got up and headed for the Do techniques room. Walking through the Xiao family's well-organized house, Xiao Ming bumped into Xiao Yan in a corner. At this moment, Xiao Yan was followed by a girl with a cold face and a lotus temperament, as cute as a doll. There is our Xiao family's Do Technique Hall over there, which stores all the Do techniques that our family has collected over the centuries, and all the children of our Xiao family have the opportunity to enter it to select their Do techniques. You can learn as many as you want in the Lo Xian rank, and if you come across something you don't understand, there are also Do practitioner on duty inside that you can ask advice from, and if you have achieved merit for the family, you can also choose Hai Xian Do techniques. Chapter 4, Blocking. Xiao Yan proudly introduced the Do Technique Hall, which was not far away, to Gu Suner, not forgetting to mention afterward, "Cousin Suner, do you want to go in and take a look since you've just returned to the Xiao family?" Gu Suner's face was calm at that moment and she nodded slightly to Xiao Yan, who had been chatting beside her. "Then, I'll bother cousin Xiao Yan." Hearing Gu Suner's sweet voice, Xiao Yan felt somewhat distressed by her cold attitude. "I wonder what is the origin of this cousin Suner who has suddenly appeared, for that stingy old father to call me to come and familiarize her with the clan and explain to me that I should be careful not to offend her. Isn't she just a brat?" Xiao Yan had developed a certain meanness after all these years of living as a young master. He had intended to quit, but when he thought of Xiao Zhan's serious attitude when he called him earlier, he decided to put up with it for a while, but inwardly he had a plan. "Who is there?" "It's me, Xiao Ming." Xiao Ming didn't even hide his footprints from the side and was easily spotted by the two conversing children. Looking at Xiao Ming, who was coming out from the corner, Xiao Yan frowned and asked loudly, "What are you doing staying in the corner if you have nothing to do here?" Xiao Yan had some impressions of Xiao Ming. There were quite a few children in the whole Xiao family, and out of all of them this Xiao Ming looked the cutest. However, what made him remember Xiao Ming was not his appearance, but his attitude when he saw him. All the children his age in the whole Xiao family were respectful and struggled to please him, but only this Xiao Ming would just nod and walk away whenever he saw him. Not only to him but to everyone in the Xiao family, this person always seemed to have that same attitude. That was why Xiao Yan had a deeper impression of this Xiao Ming. However, if I remember correctly, didn't Xiao Ming's parents die and he lives in Zhongli Hall near the outskirts, so what's the point of running all the way here for nothing? I came here to go to the Do Technique Hall to see if there is a suitable Do technique for me. Xiao Yan understood, the Do Technique Hall was not far away, no wonder he appeared here, and said with some amusement. "You haven't practiced your Do Chi yet, right? What's the point of choosing Do techniques? It's no good for the guards to let you in like this, it's a waste of time to go, why don't you go straight back?" After saying that, he left with Gu Suner. This. Xiao Ming felt embarrassed, he had never been to the Do Technique Hall, and didn't know that there were actually such rules to enter. Thinking about it, you don't even have Do Chi. What the hell are you practicing Do techniques for? If you were older, it would be fine, but you're so young, it would be strange to be let in. Although Xiao Ming had Do Chi, it wasn't like the others knew about it. It seemed that this time it was really a wasted trip. Xiao Ming sighed and looked at the two figures that were heading to the Do Technique Hall, and couldn't help but mutter to himself. This Xiao Zhan was really a bit of a fool. Gu Suner had come to the Xiao family as an undercover agent to steal the ancient jade, and he was still foolish enough to let Xiao Yan guide her to familiarize herself with the Xiao family. Was this because he was afraid that she wouldn't be able to find it? This was really a foolish act. If he didn't have the ancient jade with him, it would have been stolen within a month. Thinking about it, Xiao Ming suddenly lost his smile and shook his head. This Xiao Zhan might not be a naive person either. He feared that he had some plans of his own. As for the original story, having Xiao Yan and Gu Suner come into contact was a good move. Even if he did not have the idea of having Gu Suner become his daughter-in-law, he feared that he had the implication of having Xiao Yan befriend her. As it turned out, Xiao Yan lived up to her expectations and captured Gu Suner's heart by unconventional means. Xiao Ming could now certainly consider replicating Xiao Yan's actions to get his hands on Gu Suner. This person, Gu Suner, being the eldest miss of the Gu clan, was someone capable of supporting him, and would not let go of the person she had decided to die for, and would never leave him. It's a good thing, but Xiao Ming didn't have that idea. What on earth? Does he, Xiao Ming, look like someone who would take advantage of a little girl? No normal person could do that kind of thing. Seeing the look Xiao Yan just now, he's going to enter Gu Suner's room this afternoon, right? Xiao Ming rubbed his chin in thought. The simulator self was the one who realized that Xiao Yan wasn't looking at Gu Suner in the right way tomorrow. But that didn't mean that Xiao Yan would only touch Gu Suner's room tomorrow. It's better to sneak out at night to prevent this fellow Xiao Yan from disgracing all the men in the world. Xiao Ming shook his head and walked forward to the Xiao family's back mountain. It was still early, so now he could go to the back mountain to soak in the hot springs. The moon was like a silver plate and the sky was full of stars. Xiao Ming entered the backyard from the back mountain, which was filled with the chirping of unfamiliar insects, and sought the bright white light of the moon. The backyard was an area where only the worthiest existences of the Xiao family could live, with many separate courtyards, and Xiao Yan had a small courtyard all to himself after his mother's death, with special maids to serve him. Xiao Ming hurried through courtyard after courtyard and soon arrived at Xiao Yan's small courtyard. Finding a hidden corner, he tried his best to hide his body odor, a little embarrassed inside. What a headache! I actually fell asleep while soaking in the hot spring. It seems I was too tired these past few days, and I don't know what time it is. I hope Xiao Yan hasn't come out yet. Luckily, Xiao Yan didn't keep him waiting much longer. Xiao Ming had just arrived a moment ago when he saw the small carved wooden door of the courtyard slowly open and a coal-black figure silently slipped out. Through the bright moonlight, Xiao Ming, who was hiding in the shadows, clearly saw the face. I really didn't make a mistake. Xiao Yan will be heading to Gu Suner's room tonight. Xiao Ming did not immediately come out to stop him. A person must be caught red-handed. At this time Xiao Yan can come out with an excuse to object. The two soon arrived at another small courtyard. Xiao Yan was climbing up the wall when Xiao Ming knew it was time and immediately jumped out of the darkness and shouted, "Who is sneaking out?" "Ah!" Xiao Yan was still concentrating on climbing up the wall there when he suddenly heard a sound and immediately fell off the wall due to his unstable center of gravity, falling to the ground and letting out a cry of pain. The commotion that ensued was not small and evidently disturbed those present in the small courtyard, which was illuminated with lights. Xiao Ming approached Xiao Yan, looking his ashen face up and down, held back laughter, and pretended to be very puzzled as he asked, "Cousin Xiao Yan, how come it's you? What are you doing climbing the wall in the middle of the night? You're not trying to do something wrong, are you?" This. Xiao Yan was originally relieved when he saw the person approaching, but when he heard Xiao Ming ask this, he immediately panicked and did not know how to respond. He had come here to experience Dou Qi with Suner, who had just arrived in the Xiao family not long ago. The other children of the Xiao family basically lived with their parents, and those orphans also shared a room with several people, and they were not yet in the backyard. Only this newcomer, Suner, lived alone in a small courtyard like him, and the two of them were not far apart, which suited him perfectly. But could this be told? No. If it was told and Xiao Ming passed it on to others, even if his father was the head of the clan, there would be no good consequences. Just as Xiao Yan was stammering out the words, a sudden flash of light came. "You're asking me, I still have to ask you, what are you doing running into the backyard in the middle of the night? It's not because you wanted to steal something, is it?" Chapter 5, The Second Life Simulation. You're not trying to steal something, are you? Xiao Ming laughed, worthy of being a reincarnator. If it was any other child in this situation, I'm afraid he would have been scared out of his wits. Only Xiao Yan would have been able to keep his cool and turn the tables on him. Unfortunately, he had prepared himself for this trouble. "I appeared here because I fell asleep in the back mountain hot springs and just woke up. The backyard is near the back mountain. If I want to go back, naturally I have to go through here. it's you who ran here, which is really strange if I remember correctly, isn't your little courtyard over there?" Xiao Ming ruffled his still somewhat damp hair to demonstrate the truthfulness of his words and looked at Xiao Yan playfully. "Hurry up and tell me your purpose, or I'll have to call the execution hall." "This, I..." Crackle. The door to the small courtyard opened, interrupting Xiao Yan's words. Gu Suner appeared in the doorway wearing green pajamas and an expressionless face. At this moment, Gu Suner's face was pale, not as rosy as when Xiao Ming had just met her today, and her body was gently trembling as if she was holding something back. Did something happen for the two cousins to show up here? Looking at Gu Suner with a cold and indifferent temperament, but with a more touching beauty than usual, Xiao Ming knew that she was suffering from the side effects of the Gold Emperor incinerating heavenly flame. The Gold Emperor incinerating heavenly flame, the fourth existence in the heavenly flame ranking, had been picked up by Gu Suner at the age of a few years old, and although the one she had picked up was only a child flame, it was still very powerful. Although she had conquered the Gold Emperor incinerating heavenly flame, her strength was still low at a young age, so it was a bit reticent. As a result, her physique was very weak and would only slowly improve when she was a little older. Facing Gu Suner's cold gaze, Xiao Yan's heart became even more inexplicably nervous. This. I came here, for. Xiao Yan's face turned red and stammered for half a day. He stood motionless without a word, and finally, under Xiao Ming's shocked gaze, he turned his head and ran out. Looking at Xiao Yan's back running faster than a rabbit, Xiao Ming, who originally wanted to see a good show, was silent. He did not expect Xiao Yan to use such a maneuver. "Cousin, do you think you'll solve things by running away?" "Forget it, run away." "Cousin Xiao Ming, is there something you came looking for?" Xiao Ming was lazy to say anything else since the protagonist had already run away, and waved his hand. "No, I was just passing by. I'm just telling you that you are very young, you should be more careful living alone, lock the door of your room tightly in the future, and ask for help directly when you encounter dangerous elements. The law enforcers on duty at night will arrive soon." After saying that, he turned around and left without delay, with no intention of chatting with her to get closer and improve their relationship. This person, Gu Suner, seemed to be able to greet anyone and get along well, but she was indifferent inside, and talking to her further was a waste of time. If it wasn't for Xiao Yan's disgusting behavior of sneaking into the girl's room in the middle of the night, he wouldn't even be here. "Tisk, it's already too late, better hurry back to bed." Yawning, Xiao Ming walked even faster. Gu Suner returned to her room with a cold face and called out in a low voice. "Old Ling." As soon as the words fell, a shadow then silently appeared, half kneeling in front of her. If Xiao Ming was here, he would definitely recognize that this person was one of the bodyguards Gu Suner had brought to the Xiao family, Ling Ying. "Miss Old Ling, give me a detailed explanation of what just happened." "Yes." Ling Ying quickly gave a clear account of what had happened, including the fact that Xiao Ming had fallen asleep on the mountain behind and the fact that he had been crouched in the corner waiting for Xiao Yan from the beginning after coming down the mountain. The Xiao family was not very big, so of course, all this could not be hidden from the eyes of Ling Ying, a 7-star Dou Emperor. After Ling Ying finished reporting, Gu Suner's little face was instantly covered in frost as she thought of that Xiao Yan who possessed an obscene smile and had actually almost sneaked into her room. "Ling Ying, I hope there won't be a next time." It was the old servant who was careless. Ling Ying, who was half crouched down, was sweating coldly. He knew what Miss Suner meant. She didn't want next time there would be someone who could climb up her wall in the middle of the night. Speaking of which, Ling Ying also felt a little strange. According to his character, when he met someone like Xiao Yan who climbed his own Mrs. Wall in the middle of the night, he would have gone to him and left a pig face a long time ago. Even if there was someone beside him, he could make him suffer a small accident, which was extremely easy for his strength Dou Emperor. This time, he doesn't know why, but he was really indifferent. He almost lets that third young master of the Xiao family sneak in, Good thing Xiao Yan was stopped by that Xiao Ming, otherwise, he would have made a big mistake. That consequence. Thinking about this, Ling Ying could not help but shiver and began to feel that Xiao Yan's still cute face had turned into a repulsive face. Next time if this brat dares to come again, you will see how I will break his dog legs. How can Miss be something that can be sullied? Gu sooner did not notice Ling Ying's fierce gaze and waved her hand. That's enough, you can go back. Yes. With a whistle, Ling Ying disappeared from the scene. Xiao Ming? What a strange person. The next day, Xiao Yan woke up uneasily, expecting to be scolded by his father, but he didn't expect Xiao Zhan to act as if he didn't know anything. After probing a bit, he understood that Xiao Ming and Xiao Sooner had not made public what happened yesterday, and he couldn't help but feel relieved. His heart was grateful as he also put aside the idea of experimenting with Do Qi. This made Ling Ying's calculations, who were waiting to give Xiao Yan a good beating, come to naught. Time passed quickly and soon it was time to start the second life simulation. Xiao Ming ran back to the back of the mountain. Xiao Ming found himself enjoying coming here more and more, as the back of the mountain was clear and quiet without so many eyes from the Xiao family. In the hidden corner from last time, Xiao Ming sat cross-legged and shouted in his mind, "Life simulator, initiate life simulation." Ding, the current number of simulations is 1. Start simulation day 1, you woke up early and cultivated for the whole day. Day 2, you got up early to cultivate, and at the back of the Xiao family's mountain, you are bitten by a snake, which you kill and find out that it is a non-venomous species of a snake. Day 3, you went to the Xiao family market to buy snake repellent powder and insect repellent medicine. As you are also a member of the Xiao family, the medicine was 20% off, you went home in a good mood and cultivated for a day. Day 22, you work hard to cultivate and move to the 3rd star of Do Disciple. Day 23, the family performed another Do Qi test, you witnessed fellow Xiao Yan, who is also a reincarnator, was the center of attention, but you were indifferent. Day 24, you wandered around the market and found a Huang intermediate rank Do technique, as you were too poor, you watched as it was bought. Day 87, you wake up early to cultivate and move on to the 4th star of Do Disciple. Day 97, you head to the Xiao family Do Technique Hall. By now most of your classmates have already cultivated Do Qi, you enter it smoothly and learn the low-grade Huang class Tiger Power Fist. You are very unhappy that you can only learn this lousy low-level Do technique, but there's nothing you can do about it. Day 98, you get up and go to the bottom of the hill to practice your Do techniques. Chapter 6, Qi Method. Day 292, you are strolling around the city and hear that there is an auction of storage rings at Middle Auction House. Touching the storage ring on your body, you reveal a smile. Day 357, the Xiao clan once again holds a Do Qi cultivation test. The younger generation is forced to go on stage for the test. You reveal your 7th star Do disciple strength under the gaze of the crowd. The Xiao clan is shocked. Day 358, because of your cultivation talent, the clan gave you a maid and 2 guards, and slowly the news of your talent spread. Day 360, you refused Xiaoning and the other children's invitation to play together and cultivated alone. Day 535, you condensed your energy vortex and made your way to Do practitioner. You informed the clan elders about it, wanting to obtain the Qi method. Day 537, you measured your Do Qi attribute as fire, and were disappointed that you could not become a pill refiner without a trace of wood attribute. Due to your superior talent, you were approved to go to the Do Qi Pavilion to choose a Qi method, and obtained the high-level Qi method fire refining of Huang class at the Do Qi Pavilion. Day 662, the admission team of Canaan Academy came to Wudin City, and you were so talented that you surprised the instructors and passed the test successfully. Day 663, before you left, the Grand Elder handed you a silver card with 30,000 gold coins. Day 672, you arrive at Canaan Academy, you are excited and feel that your future is promising. Day 1700, you join the law enforcement team at Canaan Academy for training and customized a law enforcement robe for yourself. Day 2480, you trained too long in the blazing sky chi refining tower and were poisoned by fire. Day 2498, you collected enough precious medicinal herbs to obtain fire energy, used the fire energy to buy a potion to solve the fire poison, thinking about how exhausted you were, envied the rich alchemists and deplored the fact that you didn't have the talent of an alchemist. Day 2499, you head to the blazing sky chi refining tower to cultivate. Day 3400, you went to. Day 3401, you hear in the city that a secret realm seems to have opened nearby, and you move to it. Day 3402, you don't find many experts, it seems that the news has not spread yet, and the secret realm opens that night. Day 3420, you discover that this apparently secret realm is very old and dangerous, and you learn that this is the first time it has been opened according to what others have told you. In the secret realm you obtain the intermediate level Do technique of D class Wind and Thunder Twin Wings and the high level Chi method of D class Rise of Twin Spirits. Day 3421, you fought in a confrontation and snatched 5 bottles of the 6th grade elixir, Xian Wu Dan. Day 3422, you took advantage of them fighting each other and stole their target, Xian Bing Blue Grass. Day 3423, you were besieged and wounded, you finally managed to escape. Day 3427, you discover that you can't get out and that everyone who entered with you is trapped in the secret realm. Day 3430, the secret space becomes unstable and you panic, cursing your bad luck. Day 3434, the secret realm breaks and you die. End of simulation. Extracting the talent elements currently available, 10 gold coins, intermediate fighting technique of Huang class fighting hand, high level Chi method of D class Rise of Twin Spirits. Please select one. Xiao Ming. Looking at the simulation results, Xiao Ming was truly speechless, not to mention the desperate death in the simulation. Did he even have to choose? Even a fool knows what to choose. However, the life simulator randomly extracts elements, and it is actually very good to have one good thing out of the 3. Xiao Ming only hoped that the life simulator would have a guarantee mechanism in the future so that the choice of 1 gold coin, 2 gold coins, and 3 gold coins would not appear at any time. If not, he will really tear it apart. Ding, please select an item. I choose high level Chi method of D class Rise of Twin Spirits. Easily catching the white jade slip that appeared in front of him, Xiao Ming studied for a moment, wide-eyed, the technique that could blow up the northwestern region. The jade slip was made of an unfamiliar bright white jade, with strange words carved around its circumference, and the whole thing had an indescribably warm feeling in his hand. Hey! Xiao Ming seemed to have discovered something, and to test his suspicions, he injected a trace of Do Qi into the jade slip. Originally, he was just testing it, but he never thought that the Do Qi would actually absorb into it smoothly. There's something really strange. Frowning, Xiao Ming injected another trace of Do Qi, which was still absorbed smoothly. Next, no matter how much Do Qi Xiao Ming injected, the jade slip always absorbed it, and there was no obvious change. At most, the white light around it seemed to be a little brighter. How can a jade slip of high-level Qi method keep absorbing Do Qi? It's too amazing, I don't know what material it's made of. After injecting too much Do Qi, Xiao Ming collapsed on the ground, and after hesitating for a while, he suddenly sat up. No matter what it is, let's first see how to cultivate this Qi method. Holding the jade slip near his eyebrows, he concentrated on his mental perception. Soon after, Xiao Ming suddenly opened his eyes and burst out laughing, before calming down a moment later. Naturally, there was a reason for Xiao Ming to be so happy. Originally, when he chose the Rise of Twin Spirits, he was worried that the attributes of this Qi method would be different from his own. After all, when the life simulator gave the options, it didn't actually show more details, so, if the attributes were different, to him this chi method would be an existence that can be seen but not touched that would make him despair to death. But he was surprised to discover that the technique had no attributes after receiving and scheming the information on the jade slip. Of course, it was not this that made him so happy, but that the chi method was very powerful. According to the information, he learned that there were two types of rise of twin spirits chi method. One was to form a special spirit inside the body by devouring special objects, which could be very weak at first, but could grow later by devouring spiritual objects from heaven and earth, and eventually could even give birth to spiritual intelligence, which would be far superior to ordinary movements when used against enemies. The second type of practice is a very common practice method, just like the ordinary chi method. Compared with the first type, the second type is to raise himself as a spirit. The higher the cultivation level, the more he raises himself. His own do chi, resilience, spiritual perception, and physical strength are all much more than ordinary people of the same level. This kind of training method has limitations, and above a certain level, the increase will not be so high. After all, it was a high-level D class technique, so this level was very common. But what if Xiao Ming said that these two could be practiced together? Not only could they be practiced together, but there was also an increase when practiced together. At the same time, by practicing, the body could have a closer connection with the spirit inside the body, giving the spirit the opportunity to devour the wonders of heaven and earth, and the spirit was fed back. Some things are simply not suitable for the human body to take in, but the spirit has no such worries and can consume as much as it wants, and as the feedback from the spirit is always there, it means it can always be strengthened. Such a powerful chi method is really only at the high level of D class. It seems that it is even almost as powerful as Yao Lao's flame mantra. Chapter 7, 2 years A/N, Canaan Academy will change to Jianan Academy from now on. Xiao Ming could not help but be fascinated by flame mantra, a technique that could evolve. Unfortunately, in the past Yao Lao had not even given it to Han Feng, whom he had raised since he was a child, so how could he give it to a stranger like him? Only Xiao Yan, the protagonist of Destiny, could win his favor. Originally, Xiao Ming still hoped that Life Simulator would select Flame Mantra, but now that he had Rise of Twin Spirits, Xiao Ming's thoughts of Flame Mantra gradually faded. Although Rise of Twin Spirits did not explicitly state whether it could evolve or not, the difference between the different techniques was the increase in the practitioner's own strength. The more Xiao Ming pondered, the more he felt that Rise of Twin Spirits is incredibly strong. Why do I feel that Rise of Twin Spirits is even more powerful than Flame Mantra? How can it be just a high-level chi method of D class? D class can't just be a given rank by cultivating a single method, right? Stroking the jade slip of the chi method, with a delicate touch coming from his fingertips, Xiao Ming felt that he might be right. It was not easy to cultivate the Rise of Twin Spirits with the two methods. The first cultivation method required special items to aid cultivation, and special items were not easy to find. Without special items, only the second cultivation method could be used. The second cultivation method was indeed in line with the performance of a high-level chi method of D class. Fortunately, this special item no longer needs to be found by me, otherwise, I wouldn't know where to find it. The special item needed for the Rise of Twin Spirits was called the Rise of Spirits Jade, and the Rise of Twin Spirits given by this simulator was engraved on the Rise of Spirits Jade, saving Xiao Ming a lot of effort. That said, to be able to have this kind of technique, that secret realm is really something. Xiao Ming could recall that many good things appeared in the simulator life. Unfortunately, that secret realm is a big trap. You can't get out after entering it. It's useless to have more good things, otherwise, if the secret realm opened in the future, it would be good to go take a look at it. Xiao Ming shook his head, considering the city mentioned in the simulator, it was best not to go there in the future, lest one day the real secret realm would open and he would accidentally enter it. Wouldn't he die without a body to be buried? Sighing, without thinking too much about it, and putting the chi method jade slip on his storage ring, Xiao Ming looked for the way out of the back mountain. Water flows eastward, leaves fall one after another, and time fades in cultivation. Phew, Xiao Ming breathed a sigh of relief as he looked inside the cloak of milky white energy inside his body in the dimly lit room. I have made it to the 3rd star Do practitioner, counting down the time, soon Jianan Academy admissions will begin right. It had been over a year and almost 2 since his first life simulation. During this period of time, he had performed dozens of life simulations and had accumulated quite a few good things. Because the northwestern region was located in the middle of nowhere, and Xiao Ming was quite satisfied with his cultivation speed at the Do practitioner stage, he did not choose any elixir from Life Simulator that would increase his cultivation speed. Instead, the cultivation level more or less followed the results of the first Life Simulator, improving step by step with very little influence from it. Knock, knock, knock. The handle outside rang with a click. What is it? Young Master Xiao Ming, the Patriarch and Elders have asked you to come. Got it, wait for me. In these 2 years, after going through the life simulator and knowing that exposing his talent would not be too dangerous as long as he was meticulous, Xiao Ming directly exposed his cultivation when the time was approaching. In fact, it was not possible not to expose it. At that time the Xiao family asked all the children of the right age to all go on stage for the test, and Xiao Ming, of course, had to go on stage as well. Xiao Ming still remembered the scene at that moment. All the other children of the Xiao family were on the 1st star Do disciple, and only Xiao Yan was on the 2nd star Do disciple. When it was his turn, the magic stone tablet showed 7 stars Do disciple, which directly made the deacon next to the stone tablet choked. The crowd of onlookers was also in disbelief. They thought the tablet was damaged. When it was later confirmed that the magic stone tablet was not damaged, everyone's face was flushed and eyes were red, which gave him goosebumps. Xiao Ming really understood their thoughts. Xiao Yan could become a Do practitioner at the age of 12 and be famous in the Jiama Empire. He was 5 years old and at this rate of cultivation, he could definitely become a Do practitioner at the age of 6. This difference was not a small thing, not to mention being famous in the Jiama Empire, even in dozens of surrounding empires would not be a problem. It was no wonder that everyone would climax when they knew that there was such a genius in their family. After that, the title of the Xiao family's first genius, which Xiao Yan had not carried for a long time, fell to Xiao Ming, whose treatment in the Xiao family skyrocketed, moving from his small bunk to a small independent courtyard, and his monthly salary also increased. The treatment of geniuses is really different. Before, the patriarch and elders wouldn't pay attention to someone as transparent as me, and they wouldn't use the word invitation to call me. The benefits of having his talent exposed were obvious, but Xiao Ming would not get lost in complacency and become arrogant as a result. This whole deal had been predicted by him. If he could not afford to endure a bit of flattery and praise, and become blindly arrogant, then why was he cultivating? And this kind of talent, in the Jiama Empire of the northwestern region can be called strong, but in front of some people, like a certain woeful poison body or Do Di bloodline. What's the difference between that and trash? Outside the door was the old butler who came to give the news. Talking about the old butler, Xiao Ming does not know his name. He only knows that he has been following the old patriarch Xiao Lin. Other people in the Xiao family also call him old butler, so Xiao Ming did the same. Following the butler, Xiao Ming opened his mouth and asked, "Old butler, do you know why the patriarch and the elders are calling me?" Cough cough, this old servant is not quite sure, but it must be to ask young Master Xiao Ming about your future cultivation, right? My future cultivation. The old butler's voice caused Xiao Ming to sink into deep thought. The simulator did not mention this matter 3 days ago. Xiao Ming was not surprised. There was something called the butterfly effect. After having the simulator, he knew that the simulated life could only be used as a reference. The Xiao family council hall was not much further. Both of them were cultivators and soon arrived at the entrance of the hall. "Oh, young Master Xiao Ming, the patriarch and elders are inside. The old servant has things to do so he won't go in." Well, I won't bother you anymore, old butler, you go first and get to work. Young Master Xiao Ming is very polite. The old butler smiled and slowly left. Xiao Ming looked at the nameplate at the entrance and opened the door before entering the hall with his head held high. The hall was very spacious and not crowded, only a few seats at the top were occupied, and there were only 4 people, a middle-aged man, and 3 indifferent-looking old men. Xiao Ming recognized them, the clan leader Xiao Zhan and the 3 elders. Xiao Ming, are you here? When they saw that the visitor was Xiao Ming, the indifference on the elders' faces disappeared and turned into extremely anxious smiles. Chapter 8, Jianan Academy and Misty Cloud Sect A/N. First of all, I have already started posting chapters of this novel on the Scribble Hub site. For those of you who prefer that website to read, you can search for it by the same title. It may be a few minutes to a few hours behind WN. Ignoring the old faces of several people smiling like wrinkled raisins, Xiao Ming quickly stepped forward and bowed. Patriarch, 3 elders. Don't be too polite, sit down, and let's chat. Xiao Zhan was about to reply when eldest elder stepped in front of him and said hurriedly, "This old fox." When his own words were snatched away, Xiao Zhan felt somewhat annoyed inside. He knew what these elders had in mind, they just wanted to win over the genius Xiao Ming. For the Xiao family, a family that could only hide in Mutant City, a genius of Xiao Ming's caliber has no small voice within the family. Moreover, Xiao Ming had no rival, so it was normal for all the Xiao family members to fawn over at Xiao Ming. Looking at Xiao Ming, who had already taken a seat and was behaving in a mature and stable manner, Xiao Zhan somehow thought of his own son Xiao Yan. Since Xiao Ming had appeared out of nowhere, he had lost his usual carefree appearance and instead had been working hard to cultivate, probably suffering a lot in the process. After Xiao Ming sat down, he first exchanged pleasantries with the elders, but there was a bit of a generation gap as there was a big age difference between them, and after some awkward conversations, Xiao Ming raised his questions. Patriarch and elders, what is the reason for calling Xiao Ming here? Xiao Zhan was awakened from his contemplation by Xiao Ming's question. Nothing really, we just wanted to ask you about your future plans. Future plans? Yes, before that, can you tell us about your current cultivation level? Xiao Ming was a bit puzzled. What does future planning have to do with the current cultivation level? Actually, it doesn't have much to do with it, I'm just a little curious. Xiao Zhan awkwardly touched his nose. Other elders also cast curious glances. After Xiao Ming demonstrated his Do practitioner strength, he stopped going to the Magic Stone Monument test because every time he took the test, a group of small children would surround him, chattering and bothering him non-stop. Because of the closeness of his clan mates, Xiao Ming could not resent and scold them, so he simply did not go to the Do Chi test later, and the others did not say anything. After all, geniuses always have privileges, don't they? Seeing Xiao Zhan and the others looking at him with bated breath, Xiao Ming didn't hide it and spoke lightly, "It's already 3 stars Do practitioner." His Xiao Zhan and some of the elders sucked in a breath of cold air. A 6-year-old 3-star Do practitioner, that was terrifying as hell. Xiao Ming, seeing that they were so shocked that their eyes were going to fall out, was a little speechless. The Do practitioner stage's cultivation speed was already faster than the Do disciple stage, and given his previous cultivation speed, this cultivation speed was more than normal. If it was not for the foundation, he could have cultivated even faster. Coughing lightly, he reminded them to get back to their senses. "Elders, can we get down to business?" "Yes, that's fine. In fact, we called you just to plan for your future. You are more or less aware of our family's situation. The Xiao family is not exactly a big family." Xiao Ming nodded. The Xiao family's annual income was only more than 100,000 gold coins, and the strongest person, Xiao Zhan, was only a 3-star Do Grandmaster at this time. To ordinary people it was a powerhouse, but when seen in the Jiama Empire it was not even considered the third rate, it was in fact a small family. So, for a genius like you, staying in the clan is too wasteful, it will bury your talent, the clan can't afford to cultivate you and it will affect your growth rate. The thing is that tomorrow Jianan Academy is coming to Wudin City to enroll students, so our intention is to ask you if you want to go there. If you don't have the will to go to Jianan Academy, in a month's time, Misty Cloud Sect will hold a ceremony to recruit disciples. You can go to the selection ceremony. With your talent I think you will definitely be recruited 9 out of 10, and you might even be accepted as a personal disciple of the sect master. The Grand Elder said with a smile. Xiao Ming understood the meaning of Xiao Zhan and the elders calling him to come, so he went for this. Xiao Ming also intended to leave the Xiao family to join a powerhouse. The target he had chosen at first was the Jianan Academy. Now the various elders had offered another option, Misty Cloud Sect. To be honest, if they hadn't mentioned it, Xiao Ming really wouldn't have known when Misty Cloud Sect was recruiting disciples. Should I join Misty Cloud Sect? Misty Cloud Sect has a Do Emperor leader and several Do King elders. With my talent, I will definitely be valued if I join. There is also a high probability of being accepted as Yun Yun's disciple, and my safety is guaranteed, while joining Jianan Academy as a student will definitely not give me as many resources as joining a sect, and I have to fight for more resources on my own. Xiao Ming compared the benefits of joining Misty Cloud Sect and entering Jianan Academy. After contemplating for a while, he finally shook his head and said, I decided to enter Jianan Academy to study a long time ago. Why? If I remember correctly, the Qi method you are practicing should be high-level Qi method refining fire of Huang class. Misty Cloud Sect should have something better. With your talent it would be easy to change your Qi method after joining. Jianan Academy definitely also has a higher level Qi method, but the academy is not like a sect, although the strength of the academy is higher, consequently you will enjoy fewer resources. You also need to compete with others, which will definitely affect your cultivation time. Misty Cloud Sect is still in Jiama Empire. If something happens, the sect can also take care of you for a while. Hearing Xiao Ming's choice, Xiao Zhan frowned widely, seemingly very uncomprehending. In fact, there was one thing that Xiao Zhan had not said yet, and that was, if Xiao Ming managed to become a disciple of the Misty Cloud Sect leader, it would also be beneficial to the Xiao family. Nonsense, of course, I know that the resources enjoyed in a sect would be better than joining Jianan Academy, but Misty Cloud Sect has the protector of Hall of Souls. Xiao Ming rolled his eyes. He was aware that the old patriarch of Misty Cloud Sect, Yun Shan, would have collusion with the Soul Temple. With his status as a member of the Xiao family, wouldn't he be a sheep in the wolf's den? If his surname wasn't Xiao he would have agreed. Of course, the matter that the Misty Cloud Sect would have a Soul Temple protector could not be counted, at least not now, so Xiao Ming could only explain it this way. Jianan Academy has a strong faculty, and I don't think being a student would be worse than being a disciple in Misty Cloud Sect. Besides, with my talent, maybe one of the powerful Do Emperors will take me as a disciple. At the end of his sentence, Xiao Ming made a rare joke. Forget it, it's up to you. Xiao Zhan and some elders looked at each other and sighed. If he wasn't willing to go, he wasn't going to be bound either, and what Xiao Ming said wasn't far-fetched. Someone might take him as a disciple. It's good for you to go to Jianan Academy, you save the effort of the second elder escorting you, but when you go out, it must be very uncomfortable without money on you. Here, this is 30,000 gold coins to support you. Xiao Zhan took out a black card from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Ming. Seeing this, Xiao Ming hesitated for a moment and turned to the other three elders. 30,000 gold coins may not seem like a lot, but it was already enough for the Xiao family. Was it really appropriate for Xiao Zhan to give it to them like this? Seeing Xiao Ming's inquisitive look, the eldest elder stroked a handful of his white beard and said with a smile, "Take it, don't worry, it's something we've discussed with the other clan members." The implication was that the 30,000 gold coins were given by the clan, not Xiao Zhan. Only when he heard this did Xiao Ming step forward to take the card. Many thanks to the patriarch and the 3 elders. There's no need to rush to say thank you, there's still something left to take. Yes, this is. Chapter 9, Chapter 9, Admission. After talking with Xiao Zhan and the others in the hall for a while, and hearing about quite a few experiences from walking around the continent, Xiao Ming returned to his independent courtyard with a good harvest. During his journey, in addition to the 30,000 gold coins, he also harvested a low-level Xian rank fire attribute Do technique, as well as several high-level Huang class Do techniques. In addition, low-grade healing and Qi return pills were also sold in the Xiao family market. Overall, he was very well prepared, and it could be said that nothing was too much. Sitting on the bed, he put all these things in the storage ring on his neck. Xiao Ming stretched out and lay on his back on the bed. The familiar atmosphere remained in his head as Xiao Ming wondered why Xiao Zhan and Grand Elder and the others had suddenly given him so many good things. The original Xiao Yan seemed to have brought nothing with him when he left the Xiao family, right? Oh no, Xiao Ming suddenly remembered that in the original, Xiao Yan excused himself before he left that he had a mysterious strong master and had helped the Xiao family refine pills, and had received hundreds of thousands of gold coins as part of the proceeds, so no wonder he didn't take anything with him when he left. In fact, now Xiao Ming did not need these things. The 30,000 gold coins from the Xiao family were expendable to him. There was an option of 1 million gold coins during a life simulation, and he chose that option for lack of other better things. It can be said that, in terms of liquidity, there is no one in Wutan City who can beat him in the game. 30,000 gold coins were better than nothing, I guess, and as for those pills, Xiao Ming had a complete kit long ago. Only that Xian class Do technique was of value to Xiao Ming, the rest was better than nothing. Although this was the case, Xiao Ming was actually very grateful to his family. After all, they had thought a lot about him and could be considered caring. Xiao Ming was not a cold-blooded animal and would naturally be touched inside. By the way, the family is giving so much, it's not because they're afraid that I'll run away and not come back, right? Xiao Ming's eyes were dazzled, and such a thought suddenly arose for no reason. In fact, Xiao Ming really guessed it. Xiao Zhan and company were really afraid that Xiao Ming would not return. In their opinion, although Xiao Ming's current behavior is like a little adult, he was only 6 years old and his personality was not yet set in stone. He could get lost outside and not be happy to come home. Especially since he is the only son in his family and there is no one close to him, which means he has no ties in the Xiao family. They are afraid that, if he didn't come back after a decade or two away, he might not really come back. He might get carried away by a girl and never come back. Jianan Academy is 100,000 miles away from the Xiao family, so they wouldn't be able to find him. How could this be? Xiao Ming is the genius of his Xiao family. If he ran away, who would they blame? It was not that they wanted to lie on top of Xiao Ming and suck his blood, but when Xiao Ming grew up, being there would deter other powers and bring great benefits to the family. It was fine not to stay in the family, but it was always fine to come back every New Year's Day, or even once a year or two, right? This would require Xiao Ming to remember the goodness of the Xiao family, giving money and pills and fighting skills just for the sake of it. This kind of thinking might be somewhat utilitarian, but the continuation of the family depended on it. Other than that, it was also an old tradition for resources to be tipped to the geniuses, and it was normal to give something to the genius himself when he came out. If the genius in their family had little money on him and had to be careful about buying small items, everyone would be embarrassed to say so. It would make it seem like their Xiao family was poor. These thoughts, Xiao Ming had no way of knowing. However, if Xiao Ming really knew what they were thinking, he would just say, "You are thinking too much." When his cultivation level increased, he would definitely return to the Jiama Empire. After all, there were many useful people and heavenly treasures here. Besides, the Xiao family might be targeted by the Hall of Souls later on and send people from the Misty Cloud sect to exterminate the clan, so how could he sit back and do nothing about it? Tomorrow is Jianan Academy's admission. Xiao Ming had no desire to cultivate, so he lazily lay down on the bed, wrapped in a soft and comfortable blanket, and finally fell into a deep sleep. In the early morning, on the other side of the window, the rustling birds chirped, and the column of light shone through the window on the ground in front of the bed, perhaps from the lush foliage in the courtyard, which was mottled with shadows. In bed, Xiao Ming's eyes were slightly closed, meditating with his eyes closed and his mind sinking into his body. The greater the strength, the more thoroughly he could explore the situation inside his body. Having passed the Do practitioner level, he had acquired this ability without a master. As his mind sank to his lower back, a palm-sized milky white whirlwind slowly rotated, and a layer of milky white energy gas, similar to a nebula, enveloped the periphery of the whirlwind. Xiao Ming nodded with satisfaction as his mind looked at the small whirlwind. Although the current whirlwind was small in size, the energy contained in it was several times more than other people of the same level in the Xiao family. The merit was naturally due to the rise of twin spirits. When he went through Do practitioner, he chose to cultivate the rise of twin spirits instead of the Huang class Hai Chi method refining fire that the family had given him, and finally, with the effect of the rise of spirits jade, he managed to double his Chi method and cultivate them together. An internal inspection would reveal that, compared to the others, there was one more thing in his spiral energy, and in the center of the milky white spiral energy, there was a thumb-sized spot of the same bright milky white mass. That was the spirit Xiao Ming had cultivated using the rise of spirits jade. With a slight movement of his mind, the spirit of the whirlwind, which was interacting with the spiral energy, disappeared. Xiao Ming opened his eyes and raised his hand, only to see the spirit that had just disappeared dancing happily on the tip of his index finger as if it had life. Xiao Ming wagged his index finger and the spirit quickly flew away, leaving a residual image and finally disappearing into the stone tiles on the floor. With a thought, the faded spirit reappeared on the tip of his finger. Looking at the spirit whose color had faded, Xiao Ming felt somewhat helpless. After all, I haven't devoured the wonders of heaven and earth, although I can call it out of my body to fight the enemy, and its power is not bad, but this lasting power is still not good. It won't work after 1 or 2 hits. For the time being, I can only use it as a murder weapon. Besides, it still only has weak spirituality. I'm afraid it will take a long time for a spiritual intelligence to be born. Lightly breathing a sigh of relief, putting the devourer of strange things into his mind and bringing the spirit back into his body, Xiao Ming looked out. It's almost time. Jianan Academy's admission should have started at this time. It's time to move. Xiao Ming got up and got dressed, walking out of the small courtyard and walking down the path. Looking at the clan that had suddenly become much emptier, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Today, Jianan Academy's admissions team arrived in Wutan City, and most of the people in the clan wouldn't have all gone to the front to watch, would they? Xiao Ming thought it must be so. If the Xiao family was like this, he feared that people from other places would be similar, and at this moment, he feared that the Wutan City gate and the admission place would have been completely blocked by the crowd. When he arrived at the admission site, the corner of Xiao Ming's mouth twitched. Things were really as he thought. If it wasn't for the army deployed by the city lord's office to maintain order at the edge of the square, he's afraid those excited people would have already rushed over regardless. After staring at the sea of people for a long time, Xiao Ming sighed lightly and shook his head with a face full of depression. Looking at this situation, he feared that it would be a bit difficult to pass the test today. Chapter 10, Admission in progress. After walking half a dozen laps around the huge square, Xiao Ming finally stopped in the center of the square. He originally wanted to look for some weak spot with fewer people, but apart from the back of the square, which was empty because the heavily armed army surrounded it in 2 or 3 layers, all the other spots were equally crowded. Xiao Ming also did not have the ability to get those soldiers to let him through the back gate, and in the end, he could only return to the same place. Come on, it's better to get in honestly. With his height advantage, Xiao Ming squeezed through the crowd of people at least 10 years older than him for half a day before finally walking out with his head full of sweat. Phew, I finally came out. Good thing most of these fun-watching guys don't have a cultivation as high as mine, otherwise, I would have to stew and die inside. Looking at the open green tent not far away, Xiao Ming let out a sigh of relief. The crowd was a short distance away from the tent, and there were several aisles between them, with apprentice-like youths holding fist-sized red crystals in their hands to test people. Xiao Ming joined the queue in one aisle and a teenager next to him caught his eye. Looking at the tiny Xiao Ming, he couldn't help but inwardly ponder. This kid didn't look any older than 7, he couldn't think this was a fun game to come to, could he? Out of kindness, he spoke, "Little friend, you are at the wrong place, this is not a fun game, this is about an entrance to the Jianan Academy, hurry up and leave, or you will be scolded later." His words also attracted the attention of the others, who turned their heads. What about this child? Wow, how cute! Hat, what are the antics of children? Little boy, go home quickly. Ha 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 ha, look at his indifferent look, he really can't be here for the test, at such a young age being 8-star Do disciple, who does he think he is, Xiao Ming of the Xiao family, the first genius of Wutan City. Wait, that's the Xiao family's suit. He can't really be Xiao Ming, can he? I don't know, it's not like we've seen him before. Xiao Ming didn't mind the conversation around him, he had expected this situation. It wasn't strange that the people around him didn't know him, ever since he had revealed his strength, he didn't go outside the front door of the Xiao family when he could, and he had to cover himself when he went out, thus creating a situation where he was very famous in Wutan City, but not many people knew what he looked like. That was what he wanted. However, everyone was going to go to Jianan Academy, so it didn't matter if he exposed himself now. Therefore, Xiao Ming politely greeted the teenager who had been kind enough to remind him earlier and thanked him, "Thank you for the reminder, I'm Xiao Ming from the Xiao family and I'm not here to have fun, I'm here to take the exam." Wow, it's really him. I didn't make a mistake. I didn't expect Wutan City's first genius to look like this, he's kind of cute. A 5-year-old boy with 7 stars Do disciple, he should be called the first genius of the empire. I wonder what strength he has now. Hearing the chatter coming from the surroundings, the teenager knew he had made a mess and his face turned red. "I'm sorry, I didn't know you were Xiao Ming, I've caused you trouble." Some of the people who had spoken out of turn earlier also fell silent. Xiao Ming waved to show that he didn't mind. After such a small incident, Xiao Ming felt that there were more eyes watching him in the queue. Don't look at the sea of people outside, as it wasn't the first time there were Jianan Academy admissions and the conditions had already circulated, so there weren't really many young people who were of the right age and confident enough to go to the test, so the sea of people outside was really for fun. You don't pass, next. It wasn't long before it was Xiao Ming's turn. Thanks to the previous commotion, the student did not look down on him, but instead smilingly handed him the red crystal in her hand. "Little brother, this test crystal is very simple. Inject it with Do Qi and it will automatically glow as soon as your strength reaches the 8th stage of Do power, that way, you will be considered to have passed the preliminary test." Xiao Ming nodded in understanding and stepped forward to extend his palm and rest it on the crystal ball for a moment, and after the crystal glowed, he withdrew his palm. It actually glowed. Although the cadet had guessed it before, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. After all, Xiao Ming's age was really too young. "I've passed, I guess." Xiao Ming's voice woke her up. "Pass, come in." Xiao Ming walked slowly toward the tent. As he approached the large green tent, he saw that, in the shadows of the tent, more than a dozen men and women were clustered in several small circles gossiping with each other, and seeing their carefree expressions here, he thought they must be the same as those who were testing outside, all being students of Jianan Academy. Beyond the shadows, a dozen young men and women were sitting on the ground in the hot sun, Their faces were sweating from the heat, but their expressions were full of restraint, and they appeared to be new students who had just passed the outside test. Someone among the new students saw Xiao Ming and shouted in surprise, "Cousin Xiao Ming is here." When his eyes peered out, Xiao Ming discovered that it was a member of the Xiao family sweating profusely and waving at him. Undoubtedly, his shout attracted the attention of many other people, especially the rookies who stayed with him. Ignoring the curious glances of the others, Xiao Ming approached that Xiao family member. "In the family, are you the only one who passed the test?" It didn't surprise anyone that someone from the Xiao family had passed the test, since it was at least one of the 3 big families in Wutan City, but that it was only one person was a bit worrying, because if we say it harshly, the Xiao family's adulthood ceremony required 7-star Do disciple at the age of 16, which was no less than the 8-star Do disciple required for admission to Jianan Academy at the age of 18. But very few people passed the requirements of Jianan Academy, so one could only say that those people were negligent. "I am the only one who came and passed." Seeing that Xiao Ming seemed to be somewhat displeased, as a member of the Xiao family he quickly helped the others explain. In fact, there were people who met the requirements, but didn't want to go to Jianan Academy, like young senior master Xiao Ding. Xiao Ming nodded in a daze. Although Xiao Ding's talent was not as good as Xiao Yan's, he was actually considered the best among the Xiao family's youth. Indeed, it was not difficult to pass the tests of Jianan Academy. As for the reason why he did not enter Jianan Academy, only he himself knew. Perhaps for many people, Jianan Academy had a great appeal, but it was not so attractive. It is contradictory, but it is not hard to understand. Against the bright sun, sitting cross-legged, Xiao Ming continued to chat with this clan member with a word or two. He didn't know how much time passed, but the number of people around had increased by a dozen. After the casual conversation just now, Xiao Ming already knew that the name of the clan member next to him was Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan had big eyebrows, dark skin, and a stocky figure, but he was a talker. The two of them already knew each other quite well, and Xiao Shan grumbled a little, "It's really abominable. We've been sunbathing here almost all day while those old students talk and laugh in the shadows, and no one has come to take care of us." Xiao Ming looked at the indignant Xiao Shan. It was almost an unwritten rule of the Jianan Academy to frustrate new students during admissions. After all, those who could reach the admission threshold were generally considered to be quite talented. It must be said that this kind of person, generally, in the small place where they belong, is pampered and rarely the subject of ridicule and teasing, and with such a mentality entering Jianan Academy, where there is an almost infinite number of outstanding people, it is easy to get into a fight at the drop of a hat and end up causing some unnecessary trouble. Therefore, at the time of admissions, it is a realistic and important matter to make new students clearly understand their place and sharpen their newborn spirit. Xiao Ming, Xiao Shan, and the others around them were undoubtedly going through this process. Xiao Ming personally did not feel anything. This kind of behavior was a bit over the top, but he was not someone temperamental, and as long as it was not blatantly directed at him, he would not bother too much to make a fuss over such things. If someone suddenly jumped up and forced him to punch him in the face, he might reluctantly show his hand. But until now he had not come across such a villainous character. He was called by Xiao Shan as soon as he entered the tent and talked for half a day. N/A, the next chapter will be released very soon and will conclude the first volume of many to come. What have you thought so far? Did you like it? Any questions you have about the novel that is not a big spoiler can be left in the comment section. Chapter 11, B rank or S rank so hot. Xiao Ming felt a little helpless as he listened to Xiao Shan's constant muttering beside him. Go into the tent if it's hot. I'd like to, but I can't beat those seniors. Xiao Shan said with a bitter face. It's not that no one resisted just now and tried to enter the green tent, but they were quickly chased out by those seniors, and to this day they were still self-confined. Isn't it surrendering to the tiger's lair? Ans, forget it, come with me, I'll take you inside. What, You're going to fight? Xiao Shan knew that Xiao Ming had broken through the first star Do practitioner and had no doubts about his strength. His tone was excited. In Xiao Shan's eyes at this moment, Xiao Ming's small figure was so magnificent. Right. Xiao Shan was talking non-stop. Moreover, the weather was really hot, so Xiao Ming thought about it and knew that it was going to be his turn to show off. Unfortunately, Xiao Ming will not be allowed to show off. Because. Come in everyone. Xiao Ming had just stood up when a male voice came from the big green tent. He, it's time. Hearing this sentence, the newly entered students were filled with joy. With their hands raised high, they quickly stood up, patted their buttocks, and walked towards the tent. Xiao Ming also immediately abandoned the idea of showing off and pulled Xiao Shan toward the tent. The students outside the store also all entered the store after this sound was heard. Ha 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 ha, looks like I'm lucky enough to have recruited a monster this time. As soon as Xiao Ming entered the tent, he saw a large man with a tiger back and a bushy beard looking at him as if he was gazing at a treasure, and all the students around him called him Instructor Jihu. Instructor. They were looking at him, so Xiao Ming couldn't pretend not to see him, and nodded his head to greet him politely. Well, wait a while first, I'll record your talent levels. Jihu nodded in satisfaction at Xiao Ming's politeness. To reach this age, talent should not be bad, and he did not look like he was a spoiled child. Not bad, not bad. It must be said that although Jianan Academy's method of frustrating newcomers was a little unsympathetic, it had a small effect. At least the new students, who were drenched in sweat under the hot sun, were much more restrained than when they first arrived, and those who entered with Xiao Ming were all cowering in the shady corners, their eyes constantly scanning the inside of the tent. When all the people had arrived, Jihu waved his palm, a storage ring on his finger flickered, and a green scroll and an ink pen appeared in his broad palm. With a smile on his face, Jihu said, "Students, congratulations on passing the test. Now you have entered Jianan Academy, but since the academy needs to differentiate the potential value of the students, I need to know your exact strength now. 8-star Do Disciple, which is a potential value of rank F, is the standard of Jianan Academy. 9-star Do Disciple belongs to the potential value of rank E. 1-star Do Practitioner, rank D. 2-star Do Practitioner, rank C. And so on, the highest level. On the other hand, it is a 5-star Do Practitioner, and of course, the age limit here is 18 years old or younger. New students with S-rank potential, Jianan Academy has not received any for a long time in recent years. I don't expect any of you to be S-rank either, but I'll settle for A rank." Jihu said and looked expectantly at Xiao Ming, who had passed the preliminary test at a young age. He was still hopeful. Sometimes age was a great advantage. "All right, one by one, come forward and report your age rating, starting from the left." Ma Xi, 17 years old, 9-star Do Disciple. Rank E, next. Zhao Shuang, 18 years old, 8-star Do Disciple. Rank F, next. Wang Hai, 18 years old, 2-star Do Practitioner. Good, rank D, next. People were going through the test. Most of them were below Do Practitioner. Of course, there is no shortage of some freshmen who were originally 9th-star Do Disciple, but failed to reach Do Practitioner and ended up dropping to an 8th-star Do Disciple. Xiao Shan, 16 years old, 9-star Do Disciple. Rank E, next. It was Xiao Ming's turn. He had no intention of hiding. The better he performed, the more resources he would get, so why would he hide? Besides, with the strength he had, there was no need to hide. Xiao Ming, 6 years old, 3-star Do Practitioner. Wow! As soon as Xiao Ming's words fell, caused a shout of surprise from his side that nearly made him deaf. When Jihu heard this, his heart burst with ecstasy, almost breaking the pen in his hand. He raised his head and looked at the boy in front of him with burning eyes. He had guessed correctly, he had really picked up a treasure. Ahem, with your current strength it should be counted as B rank, but you're only 6 years old, so it's okay to give you S rank treatment, right? Xiao Ming didn't expect that there was something so good, since there was nothing wrong with it, who would turn down a better deal. When everyone completed the test, Hu told everyone to go home and say goodbye to their families and come back here to meet in 3 days. 3 days later, a flying caravan from Jianan Academy would arrive in Wutan City, and by then, they could fly directly to the academy. Jianan Academy's admission test results had already been broadcast during these 3 days, and Xiao Ming's reputation soared again. Xiao Ming did not pay much attention to all this and continued to cultivate as usual during these 3 days. 3 days later, everyone who had passed the test gathered again and prepared to leave for the Jianan Academy. At this time, Hu saw that the new students had almost gathered. He took 2 steps forward with his hands behind his back, faced all the newcomers and said in a stern tone, "First of all, congratulations again on being selected to be a student of Jianan Academy. However, there are hundreds of students with the same talent as you in the academy, so you have no right to feel proud now, do you understand?" Understood. Last time, the situation with the old students was still fresh in their minds, so the new students naturally wouldn't say otherwise. "Well, that's good, follow me." Hu led the crowd to the square and waited for a while until small black dots appeared in the sky. The small black dots became bigger and bigger, and gradually the bird-shaped outline became visible. The huge air currents raised a huge cloud of dust, causing people to cover their faces with their hands to avoid the dust. A row of flying magical beasts finally landed in front of the crowd, their huge bird faces staring directly at them. This scene directly caused all the newcomers to make terrified faces, and some even began to back away. Xiao Ming was calm, knowing that there would be no danger, and watched these flying magical beasts with a curious look. These flying birds looked huge and their aurum must have been around the 3rd rank, they must have been mounts specially bred by the Jianan Academy. As expected of the Jianan Academy, it really has a deep heritage. The admissions are all directly using 3rd rank magical beasts. I'm afraid it would be much more convenient if I also have a flying mount of this kind, Xiao Ming thought to himself. However, raising flying magical beasts was not something ordinary people could afford. Xiao Ming did not have the strength to do it now, and when he had that time and energy, he will not be able to use it personally. The old students beside them watched the new students' performance, and their faces showed more or less contempt. Inwardly, they thought, what a bunch of idiots who have never seen the world. But they forgot that they were just like these new students then. Don't be afraid. This magical beast is a mount raised by the academy, and we will fly back to the academy on it, explained Hu as he turned his head to look at everyone's performance. Seeing that Xiao Ming was younger and braver than the others, he couldn't help but feel more satisfied. As soon as the words left his mouth, Hu jumped up with his dou qi and arrived at the giant bird at the head of the group and disappeared. Some of these giant birds carried people on their backs, and Hu was not the only one who had come to recruit tutors for the Jiama Empire. This flying caravan was responsible for transporting people from various cities. It wasn't long before Hu reappeared, jumping on another magical flying beast and speaking, "Everybody gets up, we're leaving." First came a group of older students, who jumped onto the giant bird. Only last came the freshmen, each of whom jumped with trepidation. When they all climbed up, the magical flying beast stretched its wings and jumped off. End of Volume 1, Wutan City Mini Arc. Chapter 12, Chapter 12, I'm dying a bit too much, too quickly, right? A/N, I have some news that you will like, but before that, I will briefly announce that The True Beginning is Far From Home has been the name chosen among the readers for the 2nd volume of this novel. I thank all of you who voted in WNNSH. Special credits to Argos Yesu, his suggestions made me a lot of fun, so I decided to use one of his suggestions as the title of this chapter. Now, the first thing is, to celebrate the beginning of the new volume, there will be an extra chapter for today and it will be coming out half an hour after this one. The second thing is that officially 1 chapter per day will be released from Monday to Friday, in total 5 fixed chapters per week. And the last bit of news is that on Sunday you will have the opportunity to assault me and force me to deliver the entire stock of chapters I've been working on in advance. You will do so by voting the novel with power stones from this moment on, and these will be the targets: 150 PS equals for 1 chapter, 350 PS equals for 2 chapters, 600 PS equals for 3 chapters, 850 PS equals for 4 chapters, 1100 PS equals for 5 chapters, up to a maximum of 5 chapters. Then at the end of the week, on Sunday after the PS restart, I will be releasing all the chapters you have managed to reach with a few minutes difference. I wish you all luck. Sitting on the windowsill of his room, Xiao Ming looked at the wispy clouds passing by, and his heart fluttered. Flying was something humans could only dream of. In the previous world, people could only borrow tools like airplanes to fly through the sky, while in the Do-Chi continent, as long as their strength reached the Do-King realm, they could freely fly through the sky. A Do-King? Although for many people, Do-King was a realm they could not reach even after a lifetime, Xiao Ming believed that he could reach it, and that would not be the end of his journey either. Jianan Academy would be the starting point. After coming out of his thoughts, Xiao Ming cleared his mind and sat back down on his single bed, saying internally, "Life Simulator, start the life simulation." Counting down the time, it was time to simulate life again, and Xiao Ming would never miss any chance to simulate life. As expected, the simulator's unique voice rang in his mind. Ding! The current number of simulations is 1. Simulation begins day 1. You woke up early and exercised your combat skills for a while, after which you gathered at the Wutan City Square and boarded the flying caravan of Jianan Academy. Day 2. You woke up early and washed in the flying magical beast before returning to your room to train. Day 3. You wake up from your training and, after breakfast, you meet Xiao Shan. The two of you chat for a while and your tutor, Ji Hu, explains many things to do at Jianan Academy. Day 4, you notice that the flying caravan has stopped and discovered that it is because they are restocking supplies. Day 5, you leave the Jiama Empire on a magical flying beast. Day 16, after many days of accumulation, you manage to advance to a 4-star Do practitioner. Day 17, you crossed the Black Corner region and arrived at the Jianan Academy, and that day, you received clothing and supplies, as well as lodging. Day 18, you attended the opening ceremony. Day 19, you attended half a day of classes and practiced until the evening. Day 60, you went to the alchemy department to buy chi pills again and saw quite a few alchemists. Thinking about the rich financial resources of the alchemists and their connections, you couldn't help but grow a twinge of envy and sighed at your lack of talent as an alchemist. Day 61, you cultivate for a full day and make your way to a 5-star Do practitioner. Day 62, after your class, you head to the square to practice the Do technique Fire Palm Xian class. Day 90, you have confronted someone and defeated him easily. Day 92, the man from yesterday called his friends and brought several of them with him, trying to take the opportunity to strike back at you, and was again defeated. Day 100, you went to the Jianan Academy student trading area and bought a 5th-rank magical beast, the Fire Flower Scorpion Beast, for 500,000 gold coins. Day 220, you obtain a Do technique. Day 338, after a full day of training, you make your way to Do Master. Day 339, you've perfected your Do techniques. Day 380, you wake up and feel that your usual risk-free cultivation does not satisfy you, you enroll in the law enforcement unit of Jianan Academy and pass the test with flying colors. Because there are no robes appropriate for your age, and after the staff measures your body data, you are told to pick it up the next day. Day 381, you receive the law enforcement unit robe suitable for you. Day 460, on the outskirts of Jianan City, you and your teammates killed a few Black Corner region thugs who didn't know how high the sky was. You completed this patrol and made your way to the 3-star Do Master at night. Day 503, due to your outstanding performance, you are highly appreciated by the Law Enforcement Unit Team Leader. You are rewarded with the high-level Xian Class Do Technique, Flame Explosion Shocking Spear. Day 504, you have killed a troublesome Do Master while on patrol. Day 712, it's your turn to take a vacation. You buy 5 vials of Bone Building Restoration Pill and leave Jianan Academy alone to go to Black Corner region for training. Day 714, in Greenyan Town you killed several high-ranking Do Masters who coveted your fortune. Due to their sneak attack you were slightly wounded, you found an inn to recover your wounds. Day 715, recovering from your wounds you overheard the people at the next table talking about Green Rock Mystic Water, and were overjoyed to learn that the exact location of the Green Rock Mystic Water was inside the cavern entrance at the center of the largest water pond at the eastern peak of Greenyan Town. Day 716, you recover from your wounds and head to the cavern. Just as you enter the rock cavern you are attacked. Luckily, relying on the rise of twin spirits you are not seriously wounded. You look up and see that there are already several corpses around you. You realize that the 2 that attacked you were ambushers. Angrily you swallow the 3rd grade blood blast pill. Your strength increases a lot and you finally use the spirit to kill 2 enemies in the 5-star Do Grandmaster realm. After looting the corpses, you became rich overnight, and from them, you actually found the Green Rock Mystic Water. Day 717, you let Spirit absorb the Green Rock Mystic Water, and Spirit's soul power became more abundant and took on the corrosive properties of the Green Rock Mystic Water. The Spirit, after devouring the Green Rock Mystic Water, returns a portion of its energy to you, and you break through to a 3-star Do Grandmaster. Day 831, the Inner Academy Selection Tournament opens, and you enter it. Day 838, you defeat the last opponent and get 1st place. Day 842, you and 4 others are taken to the book collection hall of Jianan Academy by Su Qian. At the hall, you obtain the intermediate flying Do technique of Class Xian Flying Cloud Wing. Day 1078, you enter the Blazing Sky Chi Refining Tower to cultivate and make your way to the 9-star Do Grandmaster. You feel that your cultivation is starting to slow down and you start to consider taking pills to cultivate, but you don't have much savings, so you start to consider going out for medicinal herbs. Day 1090, you were collecting purple gold sand in the deep forest when you encountered a 5th-rank magical beast, the 4-tailed demon fox, and managed to escape thanks to your flying cloud wings. Day 1091, you are unwilling to be without the purple gold sand and secretly sneak out to finally get them. Day 1111, you are again short of money and enter the forest again. Day 1121, while searching for medicinal herbs you run into a herd of 4th-rank flying magical beasts. As you have flying cloud wings you have nothing to worry about. On your chase path you mistakenly enter the territory of the 6th-rank magical beasts and die. End of simulation. Talent element is being selected. Currently available: Mystic Water of the Green Rock, Flying Do Technique Intermediate Flying Class Xian Flying Cloud Wings, Alchemist Talent. Please select one. I didn't live past 4 years, another premature death. I'm obviously someone steady, and I was lamenting before that flying is a human's dream. So it's quite a coincidence that I have a flying Do technique. Xiao Ming looked at the final result of the simulation, and then the extraction options, and couldn't help but sigh. Almost all of his previous life simulations had ended in premature death, only living for a few years left Xiao Ming speechless. But this did not depress him. Now he is used to death inside the life simulator. After all, cultivation is like this: he does not have a protector, and the death of a person struggling alone outside is also a normal thing. Sometimes, when he saw himself in the simulator being able to kill people and turn danger into success, he thought he was pretty good. However, the 3 options this time are quite good. Xiao Ming silently touched his chin in thought. It is not common for the 3 options to be good. The Do technique of flight, to say the least, in the simulator saved him on many occasions. Although the simulator didn't reveal much information, the Green Rock Mystic Water should be a wonder of heaven and earth, similar to the heavenly flame, Although it shouldn't be as precious as the heavenly flame, it can still make the self in the simulator being a Do Grandmaster break through 2 stars. Give it to the current me, I'm afraid it should be able to make me break through several stars. The most crucial thing is that the spirit can also grow, which is a real marvel. As for the last one, a bright light of excitement shone in Xiao Ming's eyes. Alchemist's talent. It was the first time he had won an item of the talent type. Honestly speaking, all 3 items were useful, but Xiao Ming still made his choice without hesitation. Choose the alchemist talent. That's right, it was the alchemist talent, only a fool wouldn't choose it. It wasn't that hard to earn money with this status. Who knew how many times he had died in the simulator to earn money? After the selection, a green light suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Ming, and before he had any reaction, he quickly fled inside his body. How come I don't feel anything? After feeling his whole body, Xiao Ming felt no discomfort, and no sharp pain as he imagined. After waiting for a while and making sure there was nothing wrong, Xiao Ming could only regret that this fusion of talents was not as exciting as he thought. Chapter 13. Arriving at the academy. The trip to Jianan Academy was as boring as the simulator showed. Xiao Ming, who had obtained the talent of an alchemist, did not do anything strange either but cultivated as normal. On the way, the tutor also gave an introduction to the new students. The Jianan Academy was located in the center of the Black Corner region. This place was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There are no restrictions, and many people are wanted, as well as money and treasures of unknown origin circulated all over the place. In Black Corner region there are many desperate people who kill for money and treasures. Tutor Ji who also warned the students that, if they felt like going to Black Corner region in the future, they should remember 2 things. First, conceal and try not to reveal your money and treasures. Secondly, do not underestimate anyone in Black Corner region, especially the elderly, women and children. There was only one reason for this. They managed to survive in this place. Jianan Academy has wiped the slate clean in the middle of this land of murder, maintaining order in the surrounding area. The academy was constantly patrolled by members of the law enforcement unit, consisting of instructors and students alike, to kill the people of the Black Corner region who had malicious intentions toward the academy, and to show the students more about the dangers of the world. Xiao Ming also had a clearer understanding of the Black Corner domain through Ji Hu's explanation. Time passed day by day, and through 2 life simulations, Xiao Ming obtained a bottle of 4th grade Qi gathering elixir and a 5th grade fire magic core inlaid treasure sword, which was considered a great harvest. Is this Jianan city? When dawn broke, a morning ray of light shot out from the end of the earth, expelling all the darkness in the world. The silhouette of the city slowly appeared in the mist, covering an astonishingly large area. Although it was high in the sky, it could not encompass the entire city, so I could see how huge it really was. Get up and pack your bags, we're here. Not all the students were very diligent in their training, and not all of them got up so early. In order to prevent everyone from being in a hurry when the flying monsters stopped at the city's landing center later, Tutor Ji Hu could only take matters into his own hands and tell everyone to get ready first. Hearing the noises coming from the surroundings, Xiao Ming had nothing to prepare. His things were all in his storage ring, so he took it upon himself to leave his room and gaze at Jianan City from the corridor outside. At that moment, the flying magical beast beneath his feet let out a low roar and vibrated with its wings as it swooped down on the huge city. Jianan City, the landing center. Xiao Ming raised his head looking at the flying magical beast that once again took off into the air, lightly exhaled a breath, turned around, and followed most of them out of the open space. Just after leaving the landing center, a spacious street paved with green stones appeared in front of him, and the increasing flow of people on the street made Xiao Ming secretly surprised. This kind of atmosphere was something impossible to see in Wutan City, and he had only seen this kind of scene in his previous life when he was still on Earth. It was worthy of being the birthplace of the oldest academy on the continent, and this name alone would attract countless people to this place. It took the students and teachers nearly half an hour to drive through the city before they arrived at the site of the Jianan Academy. The first thing they saw was a tall, solemn gate. The steps in front of the gate and the huge square extending from it are covered with steel. The material used for the body of the gate is all fine jade, especially the 4 words Jianan Academy on the plaque, which shines with gold and is worth a lot of money. The wealth shown by Jianan Academy right from the entrance to the academy stunned the new students, and even Xiao Ming felt that Jianan Academy was really rich. After entering the academy, the older students who had gone to help with the recruitment, after receiving the contribution points for completing the task, they left. All the new students followed their respective tutors to the plaza, where they were assigned to follow up according to the evaluation levels given by their tutors, and then the tutors assigned the students' residences. Usually, the instructor who recruited the student was responsible for the student. So, it was no surprise that Xiao Ming was assigned to tutor Ji Hu. While waiting for the others to disperse, Ji Hu approached Xiao Ming. Looking at Xiao Ming with a smile on his face, he said, "Xiao Ming, originally with your talent, all the tutors in our outer courtyard could have been at your disposal. You need not be disappointed to be assigned to me. I am already a Xian rank tutor, tutoring Xian rank, I can get more resources for you." Xiao Ming himself had no opinion. Anyway, it was Ji Hu who was in charge of recruiting him, and Ji Hu had taken good care of him in the past few days. Going to his class was no big deal, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage either, would he? When Ji Hu saw Xiao Ming nodding, he said cheerfully, "Well, go pack your luggage first. It seems you don't have any luggage. You can go out and buy some daily necessities, then go to the dormitory to pack and have a good rest today. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony. By the way, you can also come to me if you have any problems in the future, I will try to help you." Xiao Ming actually had a question he wanted to ask him now, so he stopped Ji Hu, who wanted to leave. "Tutor Ji Hu, I would like to ask how I can join the alchemy department." Go Hu paused in surprise. "Can you still refine medicine?" Xiao Ming shook his head, "I don't know, I'm just asking to come in and learn." "Do you want to become an alchemist? Do you understand the conditions of an alchemist? Firstly, you need your own attribute to be fire, secondly, you must have a trace of wood energy, and finally, you need a strong soul perception. You are a fire attribute body, I know, but this wood energy trace." Ji Hu did not finish his words before he stopped. Xiao Ming understood what he meant. If he didn't have that trace of wood qi, he wouldn't be able to become an alchemist. Xiao Ming also didn't get angry at Ji Hu's words. In the past he didn't have it, and now he definitely has it. So, he nodded confidently, "Don't worry, I have already proven my own attributes a long time ago." Seeing Xiao Ming's confidence, Ji Hu did not contradict him. If Xiao Ming wants to try, go ahead, he won't lose by trying, and every year, there were many people who went to the alchemy department to enroll successfully. Based on his observations of the past 10 days, he also discovered that Xiao Ming was also not someone who talked nonsense. The alchemy department of the academy and the law enforcement unit are the same, and there is no conflict with our teaching classes. If you want to join, you can go apply directly after tomorrow's opening ceremony, and you will be recruited as long as you meet the requirements. After joining the alchemy department, there will also be special instructors who will be in charge of teaching pill refining skills, and medicinal materials will also be provided specifically for students to gain experience. However, in the alchemy department, the ranks given to first-time students do not apply, your S rank is not applicable, and you will have to rely on your own efforts if you want to obtain more resources there. After listening and understanding, Xiao Ming smiled and said to Ji Hu, "Understood, thanks to the tutor for clearing up the confusion." Chapter 14, Becoming Elder Huo's disciple. The next day, after the opening ceremony, Xiao Ming could not wait to head to the building where the alchemy department was located. At the alchemy department, Xiao Ming met a middle-aged man who looked like a tutor and expressed his intention to join the alchemy department. The tutor first asked Xiao Ming if he had any talents as a pill refiner and if he had studied alchemy before. Xiao Ming repeated what he had told Ji Hu yesterday. The middle-aged tutor frowned and looked at Xiao Ming. Tutor Ji Hu was right. Every year there were many people who went to the pill refining department to apply, and although there were many who succeeded, there were also many who failed, and some even went without even knowing the requirements to become an alchemist. Therefore, the tutor did not want to listen to Xiao Ming's version. Waving his hand, he asked the student next to him to bring him a test crystal. Hold out your hand. Xiao Ming looked at the crystal ball and, without the slightest hesitation, placed his hands on it. After a slight silence, the crystal ball turned fiercely red, and after a moment, it was actually as hot and dazzling as a ball of fire. In the midst of the fiery red, a hint of bright green could be clearly seen. Not bad, you really have the talent of an alchemist, you will be a student of our alchemy department from now on. After receiving a positive result, this tutor immediately gave Xiao Ming a lecture on the general knowledge of the alchemy department. On the one hand, in our alchemy department, there will be regular lectures from instructors who are 4th grade alchemists or above. The lectures are open to the public, and anyone can come and listen to them, and can ask questions of the tutor after the lecture. Of course, if a student has outstanding talent as an alchemist and is accepted by a tutor as a disciple. If the tutor is willing to devote his time to his student, of course, that is another story. Secondly, in our alchemy department, the rank in the original admissions does not apply. I know you are a new entrance student of rank S this year, but it is useless here, you have to earn the resources with your own strength in alchemy. Thirdly, in the initial stage as an apprentice alchemist, the academy will provide recipes and also medicinal herbs, but it is a fixed amount and the amount won't be too much. If an alchemist really wants to keep growing, frequent practice is necessary. I suggest buying your own medicinal herbs to start as soon as possible. Once you have started with alchemy, every time you advance one tier as an alchemist, you will be rewarded with 3 pill recipes, the types of which you can choose. If you want to get more pill recipes, you have to exchange them for contribution points, which can be redeemed for helping the academy to refine pills. Remember that the unique recipes obtained at the academy should not be passed on freely. Of course, according to the alchemist rules, medicinal materials to help the academy to refine pills will be provided by the academy, but the success rate of pills must be guaranteed. In addition, after entering a tier, as before, alchemists of different tiers can apply to the academy for a certain amount of medicinal materials to practice every month. Regardless of success or failure, if the pills are successful, they go to the academy. If they fail, the medicinal materials are counted as the academy's cost. However, you are still a novice, so you don't need to think much about it. For now, just study hard first. Remember my advice. Growing as an alchemist consumes huge resources, you should buy more herbs to practice first, and after entering the first tier, you can help the academy refine pills to get more resources later. Xiao Ming nodded his head in thanks. His mentor's advice was very helpful. Don't look at the original Xiao Yan's refining pills so easily, excluding the reason for his talent. It was more because he had an alchemy venerable who was known as the #1 alchemist in Do-Chi continent around him to teach him closely. Even so, Xiao Yan also consumed a large amount of medicinal materials. Xiao Ming did not have the same treatment as Xiao Yan, and he would not take advantage of Jianan Academy, so paying them was definitely an obligation. At this time, Xiao Ming already felt that his pockets would shrink a lot for a long time. Phew! Good thing I'm not really poor now, otherwise, it would be a bit difficult. The Xiao family can't afford to pay for me to refine pills. If he has the alchemist talent and informed the Xiao family, they would definitely be happy to provide it, but when one thought about the size of the Xiao family, he feared that they would have to go bankrupt. When the middle-aged tutor saw that Xiao Ming had the talent of an alchemist and was a young genius who had made a name for himself at Jianan Academy in the past 2 days, a thought suddenly appeared in his head and stayed. When Xiao Ming was about to leave after learning about the alchemy department's class schedule, the middle-aged tutor finally couldn't help but speak. Little fellow, I have a suggestion for you that will allow you to save resources and have someone to teach you. Do you want to listen to it? Is there such a good thing? Xiao Ming paused in surprise. Ahem, recently the alchemy department elders are recruiting disciples. With your talent you can give it a try. If you want, I can introduce you. So, this was it, there was nothing to consider. Xiao Ming immediately agreed. Seeing that Xiao Ming agreed, the middle-aged man was very happy. Xiao Ming had a good cultivation talent and had a high chance of being accepted as a disciple. This would also be beneficial to him. In that case, wait for me here for a while. Are you the genius Xiao Ming that they have been wildly rumoring about in the outer courtyard for the past 2 days? Elder Huo looked at Xiao Ming, who was waiting quietly not far away, and asked with interest. The fact that the academy had recruited a 6-year-old Do practitioner in the past 2 days was already known among the academy's top brass. A 6-year-old 3-star Do practitioner was so rare that he had never seen such a person in his life. Even Hu Gan's granddaughter, who was known as a demon, was no match for him. He had even heard that some elders were considering taking this young Do practitioner as a disciple. I did not expect that this Xiao Ming, in addition to his extraordinary cultivation talent, would actually have the talent of an alchemist. Since that is so, then I will take him as my disciple before the others come looking for him. Elder Huo thought inwardly with great joy. At Elder Huo's question, Xiao Ming respectfully saluted and replied, yes. Xiao Ming knew that he would cause a sensation sooner or later, but it hasn't even been 3 days. He didn't expect that even the elders of the alchemy department would know about him, so he could only say that he was too talented. The closer Elder Huo looked at Xiao Ming, the more satisfied he was. He was young, and although he was a genius, there was no pampered look on his face. He was very good. I am the 5th-tier alchemist in charge of the alchemy department. Elder Huo, are you willing to adore me as your master? Yes, Xiao Ming pays his respects to the master. Elder Huo's words were exactly what Xiao Ming wanted. There was no reason to refuse, and he immediately paid his respects. Ha 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 ha, not bad, get up. Elder Huo happily helped Xiao Ming up. The middle-aged tutor beside him, seeing that things were going well, said, congratulations Elder Huo, you must be happy to have a good disciple. Elder Huo stroked his white beard, then took out a ring from his hand and handed it to Xiao Ming, saying, disciple, this ring contains a gift I have prepared. Inside it contains the resources for your future cultivation, as well as some gold coins, chi methods and Do techniques, books, pill recipes and pills. So, if there is anything you don't understand, ask me directly. Thank you, master. Xiao Ming took the storage ring a little embarrassed. Elder Huo had given a lot of gifts, which made him feel embarrassed. Actually, this was because Xiao Ming's fame was great these days, and some basic information had spread among the upper echelons, and Elder Huo knew that he came from a small family in the Jiama Empire, and probably did not have much money, and the cultivation techniques were also not very good. This is not only the case with Xiao Ming. Many people who come to study at Jianan Academy are like this. Huo's elder is a rich and generous 5th-tier alchemist, so he simply groomed it for his own disciple. Chapter 15, First time refining pills. Returning to the individual dormitory prepared for him by the academy, Xiao Ming took out the storage ring given by Elder Huo and placed it in his hand first before his soul power gushed out from his eyebrows and into the ring. This ring was like the one he had received before, a low-grade storage ring with about 5 cubic meters of space. Inside were some neat books, a pile of gold coins, and a tripod-shaped object. Ignoring the others for now, with a thought, he took out all the books inside and examined them one by one. The books were the low-level Qi Method Huang Class Fiery Flame Duel, high-level Do Technique Xian Class Red Flame Sword, high-level Do Technique Xian Class Red Flame Palm, and the high-level Do Technique Xian Class Creeping Shadow Chasing Wind. Xiao Ming sighed inwardly as he looked at these high-level techniques. Master is worthy of being a 5th-tier alchemist, with the Jianan Academy behind him, his wealth is really great, the lower-grade Do technique are all high-level Xian. There are some thicker books, let's see which one is good. The Encyclopedia of the Properties of Medicinal Materials, Introduction to Pill Refinement, the Manual of Pill Appreciation, the Manual of Identification of Medicinal Herbs, 5 years of Pill Refinement and 3 years of Fire Control, and Self-Cultivation for Alchemists. Elder Huo was really a good master. Looking at these books, Xiao Ming vaguely recalled his life of study during the last year of high school in his previous life. It was a rough time where he came out victorious, though hairless. After a brief glance, Xiao Ming took everything back, leaving only one book to study carefully. The next day, after the initial class, as Elder Huo had instructed when he parted yesterday, Xiao Ming came alone to the alchemy department to look for him. In one of the study rooms of the alchemy department, Xiao Ming met Elder Huo. When he saw Elder Huo, Xiao Ming respectfully said, "Xiao Ming greets the master. My good disciple is here, come, sit down first. As I said yesterday, when you'll come, you will begin to familiarize yourself with pill refining, so today we will begin to learn the art of pill refining." When Elder Huo saw Xiao Ming arrive, he stroked his white beard and flashed a smile, very pleased with Xiao Ming's attitude. "You have not been exposed to pill refining before, so let me first tell you some general knowledge about pill refining. If you want to refine pills, you must first have a medicinal cauldron. Medicinal cauldron is like a warrior's weapon, it is indispensable. The more outlets for fire a cauldron's furnace has, the higher tier a medicinal cauldron is, and thus the rarer it is. Of course, if you want to control several outlets for fire, you need a strong soul perception. Other than medicinal cauldron, the flames we use for pill refinement are usually flames catalyzed by our Do Qi, so in order to practice high-quality pills, you need deep Do Qi cultivation. Even the lowest tier pills require Do practitioner cultivation, which you have already attained early." Speaking of this, the smile on Elder Huo's face became even bigger. "Master, in addition to the flames produced by one's own cultivation, can't an alchemist also absorb external flames?" Not bad, it seems like you've been reading the books I gave you. For us alchemists, the best flames are of course the heavenly flames that are naturally bred with energy from heaven and earth. All of them are born in the most treacherous and difficult places in the world, so they can be found, but not sought after. Elder Huo's eyes also showed his desire for the heavenly flames. And our Jianan Academy has a heavenly flame. More than one, there are two. Xiao Ming muttered inwardly. He was someone who knew the background of the Jianan Academy, a mature flame and a newborn, both being the fallen heart flame, but it was a pity that the upper management of the Jianan Academy did not know that there was such a thing. Otherwise, that fallen heart flame that had been causing so much unrest would have been refined long ago. Elder Huo saw Xiao Ming's gaze that had turned fiery with his narration. Thinking that he had paid attention to the Academy's fallen heart flame, he shook his head unconcernedly. "You must not think of playing with that heavenly flame. That heavenly flame is the base of the Academy. Whoever dares to attempt against it would become the enemy of Jianan Academy. You will know the details when you reach the inner courtyard, and do not inform others that the Academy has a heavenly flame, although the Academy is not afraid of others looking for trouble but also does not want others to cause it." Xiao Ming listened to Elder Huo's warning and nodded solemnly. "I know, Master, I won't tell anyone. You also don't have to be depressed about not having a heavenly flame. Besides the heavenly flame, you can look for other flames instead, such as the beast fire, which is equally effective." With that said, Elder Huo stretched out his right palm. A dark black flame emerged from his palm. The space around the flame became vaguely distorted. Xiao Ming, who was not far away from Elder Huo, could feel a terrifying heat. "Practice a lot. When you become a first-tier alchemist, I will find you a high-rank magical beast flame," Elder Huo said as he retrieved the flame in his hand and stroked his beard. This was actually a means of motivation given by Elder Huo. With the temptation of a beast flame, one would think that this disciple of his would be more into pill refinement. It had to be said that Elder Huo was really good to this disciple of Xiao Ming. "Thank you, Master." "Alright, that's it as far as the lecture goes. Go to the alchemy room and I'll show you once, then you practice on your own and ask me if you don't understand something." As Xiao Ming left the study and went to the alchemy room, he saw a medicinal cauldron that was about half a meter away. The medicinal cauldron was dark and black in color, with a slight tinge of light on it. On the bottom of the medicinal cauldron, 2 hideous snake heads were carved, and a snake mouth was wide open, forming 3 outlets for fire that were connected to each other. The outlets were curved and continuous, and the deeper you went inside, the smaller their diameter, faintly looking like there were mysteries hidden inside. On the top of the cauldron, a giant snake is coiled in the dark red lid of the cauldron, and there is a special hole in the lid, which is used to place medicinal herbs inside. Beautiful figures of magical beasts are painted on the surface of the medicinal cauldron, with a realistic appearance, as if they were living creatures. The pill refining hall is a special place for the alchemy department to refine pills, and it is equipped with Tier 3 medicinal cauldrons like the one I gave you earlier. Elder Huo walked over to the pill cauldron, and with a wave of his hand, a bunch of medicinal herbs appeared beside it. "Look at this, I will only demonstrate it once." Next, Xiao Ming saw the pill refining process in a real sense for the first time. A dark black flame entered the medicinal cauldron, and one herb after another was devoured by the cauldron flame, leaving behind medicinal essences in the form of powder and paste. In the end, the various medicinal essences melted into a prototype pill with a pitted surface. As the flames were extinguished, the pill in the cauldron took on a round shape, acquiring a green hue, and a faint medicinal fragrance spread from the cauldron. Originally, an alchemist needed a quiet environment to refine the pills, and there should be no disturbance. But since it was a first-tier pill, it was easy for Elder Huo, so at every step, Elder Huo explained in detail. The pill was quickly created, and Elder Huo circulated his dou qi to grasp the elixir in his hand, then put it in a jade bottle and threw it to Xiao Ming. Looking at Xiao Ming hurriedly taking it, without waiting for him to ask, Elder Huo opened his mouth and said, "This is a first-tier pill, the restoration pill, which can restore a certain amount of dou qi. Did you see the process clearly now?" I saw it clearly." Xiao Ming put away the pills and replied. "Fine, then do it." Chapter 16, 1-star Do Grandmaster. Following the various points Elder Huo said, Xiao Ming refined step by step. It turned out that, in addition to his great talent in dou qi cultivation, his talent in pill refining was also not bad. After having the experience of burning herbs to black charcoal more than 20 times, Xiao Ming finally succeeded in extracting the essence of all medicinal plants. Things were going well, and Xiao Ming felt inwardly encouraged. All right, the next step was to fuse all the medicinal essences into one pill. After receiving the green-colored pill with a light medicinal fragrance from Xiao Ming, Elder Huo first placed it in front of his eyes to observe its color and then placed it in front of his nose and smelled it. Elder Huo revealed a smirk towards the sweaty Xiao Ming. Hehe, although the appearance is irregular and the medicinal fragrance is not very obvious, this is already a finished pill. Yuan return pill is moderately difficult to refine among first-tier pills. It is very good that you have reached this point in your first refining. Xiao Ming received the praise and showed a smile. However, he heard Elder Huo admonish, although you have successfully refined a first-tier pill, this does not mean that you have now become a true first-tier alchemist. The refining process of now has some luck. And to become a true Tier 1 alchemist, you also need to ensure the quality and success rate of your pills. Remember to practice diligently in the future, don't slack off, understand? For Xiao Ming, his sole disciple, Elder Huo still expected him to keep his feet on the ground and not become complacent just because of a small achievement. In all the years he had been at the Jianan Academy, he had seen too many geniuses, and although there were no monsters like Xiao Ming, there were countless geniuses of lesser caliber. He couldn't even count the number of geniuses who became disobedient and suffered great losses due to their arrogance. Understood, I will practice diligently in the future. In response to Elder Huo's long warning, Xiao Ming hastened to agree. Seeing that Xiao Ming actually listened to his teachings, Elder Huo nodded in relief, stroked his beard, and, with a wave of his right hand, a large pile of medicinal herbs appeared beside the pill censer. These are the practice herbs for you. When you don't have enough in the future, go to the storehouse and report my name, and they will give you the herbs. Thank you, Master. Practice well. After this, Xiao Ming's life became repetitive. Either he was refining pills during the day, or he went to Elder Huo for advice on pill refining. Elder Huo was not stingy with this disciple either, telling Xiao Ming everything he knew about alchemy. The advantage of having a master was great. Those questions would have taken Xiao Ming a long time if he had thought about it alone, but when Elder Huo explained it, Xiao Ming quickly understood. Moreover, Elder Huo was worthy of being an elder of Jianan Academy, but his teaching ability was not a cover. Xiao Ming's alchemy skills were polished under his teaching, and the foundation of pill refining skills was laid very firmly, and he also taught Xiao Ming from time to time, helping him to plug the gaps. At night Xiao Ming had been practicing instead of sleeping and had been very diligent in his cultivation. This was the case when he had no talent for being an alchemist in the Xiao family before, and it was even more so after he became an alchemist. This was because he clearly understood that, in the cultivation world, the strong are respected, as whoever had the biggest fist will be justified. If you want to avoid being bullied, there is only one way, to become stronger. Other than being an alchemist, Elder Huo's Douqi cultivation was also not weak, so other than refining pills, Xiao Ming would often ask him about his cultivation. During the day, he refined pills and cultivated Douqi skills, and at night, he cultivated to improve his cultivation, and occasionally, every few days, he would have a life simulation. Time passed slowly. 2 years later, the soft light shone through the window on the young man's white face. Although he was young, his sword eyebrows and starry eyes, his red lips and white teeth, it could see that he would definitely capture the hearts of many women in the future. Xiao Ming opened his eyes and exhaled a puff of murky air, awakening from his cultivation. I have become a 1-star Do Grandmaster. My alchemy technique also reached the 3rd tier. A smile appeared on Xiao Ming's face as he felt the qi coil in his dantian completely turn into solid crystals, and then he reflected. But this is not enough. I have been in Jianan Academy for 2 years, and I have spent too much time in these 2 years in alchemy technique, resulting in a great sluggishness in my cultivation. In another month is the selection round. Although I can enter the inner courtyard with this strength, the inner courtyard is highly competitive, it won't be so easy after entering. Xiao Ming's perception of himself was really very clear. In reality, he was no different from those ordinary geniuses, and even if he worked very hard in his training, his actual combat ability was still not on par with those who had gone through life and death trials. Since his talent was revealed, he had a smooth ride, and everyone who saw him was smiling and friendly. Because of his age, he tried to increase his experience through sparring, but he could easily win over those students of the same level as him by brute force, thanks to the advantage brought by rise of twin spirits. The other elders were superficial in sparring, and the same was true of his tutor and master, Elder Huo, who treated him like a child, although age-wise he was really a child. But this was a serious obstacle to his growth. In addition, to compensate for the time he spent practicing alchemy, he also took pills to help with his cultivation, resulting in an unstable Douqi cultivation. Xiao Ming had thought of solving these problems, namely by entering the law enforcement unit of the Jianan Academy for training. The law enforcement unit of Jianan Academy has been dedicated to fighting against the dark and evil forces in the area, and bloodshed is frequent, and by leaving it, Xiao Ming believes that he will definitely have a qualitative change. The idea is beautiful, but the reality is harsh. Xiao Ming neglected a very important person. He still has a teacher in Jianan Academy. Elder Huo had no offspring and only had one disciple, that is Xiao Ming. After spending time together, he had already treated Xiao Ming as his closest person, was very strict with Xiao Ming in cultivation, but pampered him in everything else, giving him everything he wanted. Naturally, he did not want that Xiao Ming, who was only a few years old, to put himself in danger, so Xiao Ming, who had not long joined the law enforcement unit, was removed from the unit by Elder Huo, who loved his pupil so much, claiming that he was too young and his cultivation was not deep enough. Xiao Ming, who could not resist, had to honestly stay at the academy for another year. His dou qi was not solid enough, his dou techniques were rusty, and he lacked experience in actual combat. Thinking about these things, Xiao Ming had a headache. Wasn't this a typical template of a filler genius, the kind of genius who could easily be killed by someone who could cross levels to fight? The kind of genius that was nothing more than a good talent. People with weaker cultivation defeated someone with stronger cultivation, it was nothing new, and even if he had a strong technique like Rise of Twin Spirits, he might fail. Hey, the simulator mentions that certain secret realms in the Black Corner region are about to open as well? No, I'll talk to my master, I have to go to the Black Corner region to train a bit. Now that I have passed Dou Grandmaster, I am considered a little expert in the Black Corner region, so I think there is no reason for my master to stop me from heading to the Black Corner region. Xiao Ming slapped his thigh, got out of bed, and headed for Elder Huo's residence. A/N, we have reached 10 reviews and we are also in the top 10 in the power ranking. This chapter is a gift from me for the great support you have shown. P.S. The previous chapter took 2 to 3 times longer than usual to edit as it was quite a detailed process. I hope everyone is satisfied with the result. Chapter 17, Chapter 17, Going to Black Corner Region. Are you going to Black Corner Region? Elder Huo frowned, looking with a headache at his beloved disciple in front of him. This disciple was good at everything, but sometimes he was a little restless. He had joined the law enforcement unit without his knowledge the year before, which made him angry. What's so good about the Black Corner region? The rules there are not respected, and everyone is ruthless and unscrupulous, so how can Xiao Ming, at his age, resist all those conspiracies and tricks? No, I disagree. Elder Huo blew his beard and glared at him. Your cultivation level is too low now. In a few years, when you are older, I will let you out again. By then, not to mention Black Corner region, I won't even stop you if you go to Central Plains. But I'm already a Dou Grandmaster. It's not low anymore. Xiao Ming said helplessly as the Dou Qi came out of his body, forming a black armor around his entire body on the outside as a way of proving that what he said was true. The Academy organizes students to go to the Black Corner region every year. My cultivation level is already the best among all of them, it's not like I'm going to do badly at all. You have already reached Dou Grandmaster. Elder Huo felt a little surprised, but after careful thought, this speed was actually quite normal. It was not uncommon for people to go from Dou Master to Dou Grandmaster in 2 years. At Jianan Academy there were many people every year, and given Xiao Ming's talent, this speed was actually still a bit slow. Most of Xiao Ming's time was spent refining pills. He took a lot of energy to go from an apprentice to a third-tier alchemist in 2 years, and if it wasn't for the pills to aid his cultivation, Xiao Ming might not even reach Dou Grandmaster. Dou Grandmaster was not considered a pillar in Black Corner region among the various powers, but it could be said to be an intermediate power, an appropriate minor expert, and Xiao Ming's risk factor was actually relatively small for a journey with this strength. He was not a stubborn old man and knew that there were benefits in going to the Black Corner region to train, otherwise, the Academy would not send people to the Black Corner region to train every year. He had only thought that Xiao Ming's strength was low and his age was too young. Seeing a hint of relief in Elder Huo's expression, Xiao Ming immediately intensified his efforts. Don't worry, Master, I'll just tour some of the surrounding cities to gain some experience against the enemy. You don't want me to be hanged and beaten when I meet people of the same level in the future. Where would be so over the top? How about I agree that you go with the law enforcement unit? What do you think? A walk around Jianan City wouldn't be the same with the law enforcement unit. Brat. Finally, after Xiao Ming had been lingering for a while, Elder Huo finally let go and said with a face full of helplessness. "Ans, it's fine if you want to go to the Black Corner region, but remember it will only be for a month, come back after a month, it will be the Inner Academy selection tournament then, don't miss it." "Got it, thank you master." Seeing Xiao Ming's expression of delight, Elder Huo shook his head uncontrollably, and with a flash of white light from his hand ring, several different colored jade bottles appeared. Xiao Ming reached out to the pill bottles handed to him by Elder Huo and asked, somewhat stunned, "Master, what is this?" In fact, Xiao Ming's life simulator had simulated his life more than 100 times in the past 2 years, and there had been several times when it had simulated a situation like today, but the simulator's characteristics sometimes made Xiao Ming feel helpless. Often it was a single sentence that summed up the day, such as "You were leaving Jianan Academy saying goodbye to your teacher, Elder Huo," others simply that "You were leaving Jianan Academy," and others that "You were leaving the academy without your teacher knowing." In the end, the life simulator would not mark all the details for you like a novel. This led to a lot of things that Xiao Ming only knew in a general way. However, if the life simulator could mark every detail, it should be called a life script. There are 2 purple heart barrier breaker pills in the black jade jar, which can allow a Do Grandmaster to break through a star. As for the yellow one, it is a body chi pill, which can help consolidate the Do Chi deficiency caused by successive breakthroughs. Originally, the 3rd-tier green spirit pill was much better than the purple heart barrier breaker pill. It has a chance to let you get to 3rd star, but I gave you one before and I guess you've already eaten it and only one can be eaten. The other pill bottles are just some healing and chi return pills that I refined personally. Elder Huo clearly still hoped that when Xiao Ming, his precious disciple, go out, his strength would rise even higher. Master. Xiao Ming was deeply moved, talking about his cultivation so far. Most of the pills he had eaten to help his cultivation had been prepared by Elder Huo. The pills this time were also obviously prepared by Elder Huo a long time ago, and even a pill to stabilize his cultivation like the body chi pill was prepared. When you go out, remember to be careful, especially with the... Without waiting for Xiao Ming to be moved for a long time, Elder Huo began to teach his experience of walking in the world. Xiao Ming was not impatient and listened quietly. Just by listening, Xiao Ming felt as if he had experienced this scene somewhere. After saying goodbye to his master, Elder Huo, Xiao Ming went to tutor Ji Hu. Nothing would happen with the alchemy department's classes after talking to Elder Huo, but other than the alchemy department, he was still a student in Ji Hu's class, and Xiao Ming definitely had to ask tutor Ji Hu's permission when he went out. Ji Hu's reaction was similar to Elder Huo's at first, both of them refused. "The time the academy has set aside for training has passed, I can't let you go out." For Xiao Ming, this genius, Ji Hu's impression is very good, modest, proper demeanor, no arrogance geniuses generally have, treat people kindly, do not bully the weak, that is, he has all the advantages. Unfortunately, he was a little young, so for Xiao Ming's sake, he hoped that Xiao Ming would grow up a little before going to the Black Corner region, and naturally refused Xiao Ming's request. As determined as tutor Ji Hu's attitude was, in the end, he still came to an agreement after seeing Xiao Ming's strength. After all, Jianan Academy's tutor was only a Do Grandmaster, and Xiao Ming was on the same level as him. Isn't it a joke to tell him that he is not strong enough to go out? Besides, Elder Huo had agreed, so what reason did Ji Hu have to refuse? After Ji Hu duly instructed him to remember to return before the selection of the Inner Academy, Xiao Ming dressed and set off. Speaking of the pills given by the Huo elder, Xiao Ming had no intention of taking them now, he felt it was better to wait until his cultivation was a little more solid. 3 days later. Greenyan Town. A short figure dressed in black entered a somewhat dilapidated inn. The inn was full of people, unconcerned at the arrival of this black-robed man. What was so unusual about a black-robed man? In their opinion, they encountered dozens of them a day, this black-robed man is just a bit smaller. "Hey, Do you want to eat or stay at the hotel? A fierce big man with scars on his face and covered with muscles came trotting up to Xiao Ming with wide eyes, trying to get a good look at the face hidden in the black robe. Arrange a food table for me in the lobby, and then prepare a room upstairs. As if he could not smell the blood all over the large man's body in front of him, Xiao Ming replied indifferently in a deliberate change of voice. Chapter 18, Simulation. After he narrowed his eyes for a moment and carefully observed the situation, seemingly unable to sense the other party's cultivation, the large man weighed the money bag Xiao Ming threw and replied with a fake smile on his face. Very well, mister, sit here. Xiao Ming looked in the direction he pointed, but found that all the tables there were full and there were no more empty tables. There are no more seats there. Sorry, please sit here. After Xiao Ming reminded him, the scar-faced big guy said as if he had just come to his senses. After looking at the scar-faced man, Xiao Ming walked towards that place without saying a word. Looking at Xiao Ming's back, a fierce smile appeared at the corner of the scar-faced man's mouth as he walked backstage. Backstage. A fat man with a black face, his obese upper body exposed, asked to the scar man. What do you think? Have you figured out who's coming yet? Heh, must be a little kid who came out of nowhere. Really? Make no mistake, don't look at someone short for a boy, there is miscegenation here in the Black Corner region, it's not like there aren't shorter races. Last time you looked at someone's pale face and said he was injured and not strong enough, causing us to suffer a great loss in an oversight. If it wasn't for our boss's strong strength, we would have been buried. The fat man named Wang Sheng said with words full of distrust, evidently having once been compromised by him. The scarred man's face was a little embarrassed by such a remark, and he wanted to retort loudly with a red face, but for fear of attracting the attention of others, he could only lower his voice and shout. Fuck, there must be a reason. Who knew that lung-consuming ghost was actually practicing a cold yin technique like Xian Yin Dao, making him look inhuman and ghostly? Besides, we didn't lose out last time, that Xian Yin Dao was a low-level Xian rank technique. Seeing that the fat man was still a bit suspicious, the big man had to explain again. Don't worry, I won't be wrong this time, even though this guy deliberately set his voice like an old man, hid in his black robe and even disguised his hands. He still showed a flaw. When he threw the money just now, his wrist was exposed. Compared to the wrinkles on his palms, the skin on his wrists is younger by an unknown number of years, and when I deliberately asked him to sit on a seat where there was no empty table, he actually calmly told me that there was no seat left. He, this is definitely a brat out of nowhere, not very old, and definitely not very strong. In that case, when we do our business in the evening, we'll deal with him on the way. A hint of a fierce smile appeared on the fat man's naive face. Well, just to be on the safe side, add some spices to his dish. The scarred man also had a sinister smile on his face, though based on his judgment, he thought the black-robed boy wouldn't be too strong, but just to be on the safe side, he thought he still needed some extraordinary means. Well, I'll throw in some soft bones powder. It was evening. On the bed, Xiao Ming, who was fully dressed and in a sitting position, opened his eyes with a start and muttered. It's past midnight and it's time for another life simulation. The simulator's voice in his mind rang out. Ding, the current number of simulations is detected as 1, indicate whether to start the life simulation. Simulator, start life simulation. Simulation starts day 1, 5 hours before dawn, you are immersed in cultivation, suddenly your ears clear and you hear a subtle sound, you come out of your cultivation state and quietly leave your room only to find the fat man you saw yesterday dragging a man from his room. After observing you discover that they are attacking the inn's patrons. You think you should attack first, but after silently making a move, you are discovered. After a fierce fight, you are slightly wounded. You kill all those who besieged you in the inn, leaving only one man, from whom you learn where your target is. You count the spoils of war and obtain Xian Yin Dao, a low-level Xiando method, the Qi method withered wood technique, and a high-level Huangdo technique, Tuinju. After sunrise, with your wounds healed, you leave the inn and head straight to the location of your targets. After waiting for them to show up and not seeing them for a long time in a secret ambush, you find a place to rest and make other plans. Day 2, the two ambushers finally arrive, you swallow the pill to make sure, and while they are off guard, you first break in for a stealth attack and severely wound one of them, and defeat the other after a fight. You count the loot and obtain the green rock mystic water, and the low-level Xiando technique green poison palm of 1,000 corpses. Day 3, your wounds are fully healed and you have allowed the spirit to absorb the green rock mystic water, causing it to become more spiritual and have the corrosive properties of the green rock mystic water. The spirit feeds you some of the energy it consumed from the green rock mystic water, and you make your way to a 2-star Do Grandmaster, and leave Greenyan City. Day 4, you wake up in the open and continue on your way. Day 9, you find that your Do Qi is more condensed. Day 16, you arrive at the outskirts of a secret realm. Observing a bit you find several people, and there were not a few powerful people. You frown, the secret realm opens and you enter it. Day 17, in the secret realm, you and several others find a medicinal field. Unfortunately, there are too many people traveling with you, you only get ice spirit flame herb, poison essence herb and fire dragon fruit. Day 18, you managed to snatch the Xian rank intermediate Do technique Angry Lion and Wind Slash by chance. You suffered the greed of a powerful Do spirit and were forced to flee. He was attracted by a stream of energy and you managed to escape. Day 19, you and some Do Grandmasters you just met are walking through the secret realm forest when you encounter a severely injured powerful Do spirit. You recognize him as the Do spirit who hit you yesterday. You surround him, the powerful Do spirit dies. You find the intermediate level Xian class Do technique 3 waters ice refining from his storage ring. Day 20, you felt Do King Hai's fighting fluctuations. Sensing that something was wrong, you began to rush back, during which you encountered other groups several times. Nothing happened, and finally left the secret realm. Day 21, you realize you are being followed again, kill the 4th wave of thieves and continue on your way. Day 22, you sell part of your unused techniques and buy more herbs. Day 23, you spend 600,000 gold coins at the auction house and get a 6th rank magical beast flame, the blue crystal ice mangled beast flame, and leave early for safety. Day 24, you devoured the beast flame and swallowed 2 purple heart barrier breaker pills to raise you to 5-star Do Grandmaster, in order to stabilize the Do Qi deficiency caused by successive breakthroughs. You took the Qi body pill. Day 25, you have counted down the time and learn that the inner academy tryouts are about to begin and you rush to the academy. Day 26, in Jianan City, you return to Jianan Academy on a griffin and visit the instructors and classmates. Day 27, the inner academy trials officially begin and you easily defeat your opponents. Day 34, you defeat your last opponent and get the 1st place. Day 48, Hu Gan takes you and 4 others to the book collection hall of Jianan Academy. At the hall, you obtain the secret method spiritual transformation of the 3 fires, which allows you to improve your strength for a short period of time. Day 49, you and the others who managed to advance to the inner academy traveled on a griffin beast. On the griffin beast, you watched as the elders beat and killed the magical beasts that attacked the caravan, and your respect for the strong increased. Day 50, you hide from the older students of the fire energy hunting competition. Day 60, you enter the blazing sky Qi refining tower to cultivate. A flame from fallen heart flame appears inside your body, and your cultivation progresses rapidly. Day 99, you are engaged in pill refining and refine a 3rd-tier pill, the cleansing ice spirit liquid. Day 100, you are addicted to refining pills. Day 101, you are addicted to refining pills and have refined a 3rd-tier pill, the wind pill. Day 102, you leave your residence and go to a shop to sell the pills you have refined for fire energy. Day 120, you make some friends. Day 130, Someone approaches you for a challenge, you see that their strength is similar to yours, you accept and go to the arena to compete, you manage to win and deduct the fire energy they wagered from the loser's crystal card. Day 151, you go to the residence of your master, Elder Huo, to receive instruction. Day 157, you go to the residence of your master, Elder Huo, for instruction. Day 169, you prepare to make a 4th tier pill, go to the herb storehouse, where you obtain the cold spirit herb and a 4th tier ice attribute magic core. Day 399, you enter the blazing sky chi refining tower and cultivate for a full day. Day 400, someone seeks you out to refine a 4th tier pill. Day 670, you defeated a certain 1st star doe spirit who noticed your age and tried to challenge you. Day 710, upon entering the forest outside the inner courtyard, you killed several 4th rank magical beasts and obtained a 4th rank magic core. Day 1295, you received a letter from your family saying that Xiao Yan, a genius within the family who was only below you, had lost his dou qi inexplicably and wanted you to think of a solution. In fact, you knew the reason, but you felt that this matter was beyond your control and wrote a superficial letter. Day 1460, you received another letter from Xiao Zhan, the head of the Xiao family, who wished you could return to the family for a trip, mentioning his son Xiao Yan in his words, as well as the family's help towards you. Out of desperation you had to say goodbye to your master, Elder Huo, and borrowed a magical flying beast. Day 1470, sitting on the flying magic beast, you suddenly feel the fluctuation of a strong person's aura, you open your eyes and a voluptuous woman being a high star doe emperor appears in front of you. After she looks you up and down, she nods her head with great satisfaction and you are captured. Day 1471, you have been stripped of all your belongings, and at this moment you are poorer than a beggar. Day 1480, looking at the doe emperor beside you, you failed to activate the sealed dou qi of your body for the 99th time, and the doe emperor woke up and gave you a good lesson. Day 1998, the doe emperor's enemies arrive at the door and you, with your dou qi sealed, are shaken to death by the after effects of the dou qi. End of simulation. Talent items are being selected. Currently available: 3rd tier pill, cleansing ice spirit liquid, 600,000 gold coins, 2nd rank wind magic core. Please select one. A/N. Guys, some drafts I had already prepared on the site were deleted by web novel, although I keep them on my computer anyway. Some last minute edits may have been lost, so correct me for any mistakes. This chapter is 20-33 words long. I omitted a chapter and a half, of a fight in the bar where the MC doesn't even participate, nor does it affect the plot in any way, pure unnecessary and boring filler. Chapter 19, the richest of Jianan Academy had, the Dou Qi continent is really dangerous, you can be kidnapped even when traveling on the way home, this Dou Emperor woman is really... The corners of his mouth twitched as he thought about what the Dou Emperor woman from the simulator had done after capturing him. In theory, after being captured, the other party was still a female Dou Emperor, so following her would have produced some advanced inputs into the system, such as 6th grade pills, high-grade Dou techniques, advanced medicinal materials, etc. It's not so bad to get caught, it's just what happens in the simulator anyway, it doesn't really affect him. So, at least it increases the contents of the prize pool, right? These things can be common enough for a high-ranking Dou Emperor to not even give them a glance. Besides, the simulated version of himself was at least considered a high-level alchemist in the northwestern region, so how could he not make use of it? But see what happened. In the hundreds of days that he had been trapped, his dou qi had been sealed from start to finish, and what appeared the most was actually a 2nd-grade elixir called Tiger Return Life Essence Pill, and any other mention of a high-grade pill had only appeared once or twice. Exhaling slightly to calm his mind, Xiao Ming made his choice among the options given by the simulator in his mind. 3rd tier pill, cleansing ice spirit liquid, 600,000 gold coins, second rank wind magic core. Second rank wind magic core was not considered, something that at most cost tens of thousands of gold coins. For this thing, the cleansing ice spirit liquid, it was a pill recipe that Elder Huo had found for himself, in order to eliminate the fire poison in his body. This kind of third-tier pill was of no use to him now. 600,000 gold coins, he could buy a lot of herbs, and he himself could refine some bottles at any time. It was obvious which one to choose. I didn't expect pure gold coins to be the best this time. Touching the 4 or 5 storage rings that were strung on a string and hung between his neck, Xiao Ming sighed as he thought about his lottery draws over the years. What he wanted was actually still some of the wonders of heaven and earth, like heavenly flame and green rock mystic water. He had lost count of the exact number of simulations he had done over the years and hadn't specifically bothered to count them, but a rough count now was about 200 times. Each time he pulled out an item, which was the most common among the 3 choices. The 6 most common categories were gold coins, Do techniques, Qi methods, medicinal herbs, pills, and weapons. This is because these are the most common items that most cultivators need and can afford. Of course, after he became an alchemist, there were many alchemists he also dealt with, and recipes for pills and precious herbs, as well as magic cores, appeared more frequently. Xiao Ming referred to them collectively as the 8 heavenly simulator kings. Treating the items extracted by the simulator like a lottery pool, the life simulation process was equivalent to injecting prizes into the pool. Even if the odds ratio did not exist, whichever category had the most items, the probability of drawing them was greater. With the 8 heavenly kings, something as rare as a heavenly flame is naturally the one with the lowest probability in a prize pool of hundreds of items, and he hadn't drawn it since he first drew Fallen Heart Flame. This also goes to show that, while simulations can bring good things, it's actually a bit difficult to get the items you specifically want to show up. The good thing is that the 8 heavenly kings are the ones that everyone needs and knows most often, but there really are a lot of good things. Xiao Ming had drawn and picked tens of thousands of gold coins 30 times as he had just done, and although it wasn't 600,000 each time, it all added up to a whopping 8 million gold coins. That's right, you heard it right. With the simulator alone he got more than 8 million gold coins, the income of the entire Xiao family for 80 years. Many powers with great strength in the Black Corner region were also unable to raise that amount of money. The gold coins were still a small amount, the Qi methods and Do techniques obtained from the simulator were the big ones, 33 low Xian class Qi methods and Do techniques, 19 intermediate Xian class Qi methods and Do techniques, and 10 high Xian class Qi methods and Do techniques. The 3 lower Di class Do techniques and Qi methods were the Ice attribute Do technique Cold Heaven and Icy Earth, the Thunder attribute Do technique 9 Revolutions of Frightful Thunder Duel, and the Fire attribute Do technique Hao Ran Gang Yan Sword. An intermediate Do technique of Di class with Fire attribute Sanyan Void Spirit Seal. An advanced Do technique Di class with no attribute Duel of Nourishing Spirits. Other than that, there were also pills. The pills obtained from the simulator were 2 vials of 2nd tier pill, Piwan pill, 5 vials of Ice Heart pill, 1 Ice Spirit pill, 1 vial of Nourishing Spirit pill, 1 Ice Jade bone, 2 vials of Bone Builder pill, and 1 Nourishing Qi dispersion. 3rd tier pills. 10 bottles in total. 4th tier pills. 11 bottles in total. 5th tier pills, 1 is the Wang Breaker pill, the Blood Lotus pill, and the Qi Cultivation pill. Lower level 6th tier pills, 1 is the Broken Wang pill and the Vitality pill. 6th grade pills, 1 is the Longevity Green Meditation pill and the Qi Burning pill. 7th grade pills or higher, 1 is Life Devouring pill and Life Returning pill. The Life Simulator gives 1 pill or 1 bottle, with a standard pack of 3 pills per bottle. There were also quite a few weapons, but the best was a sword with a 5th grade fire magic core that Xiao Ming had selected on his way to the Jianan Academy, and the other few weapons were all sold by Xiao Ming, earning about 1 million gold coins. 6 or 7 precious medicinal herbs, a 5th rank magical beast fire with wood attribute, peach blossom flame, a 4 outlets for fire medicinal cauldron and a 5th rank magical core with ice attribute. Do Technique Sanyan Void Spirit Seal Experience Card, and 3rd Tier Alchemy Experience Card for Swift Wind Pill. 5 storage rings, including a fire red intermediate storage ring, the others were all low-grade storage rings. Thanks to these storage rings, Xiao Ming was able to put in so many gold coins, knowing that the gold coins given by the life simulator could all be cash. Other than that, the rest of the things are all worthless gadgets. After careful thought, Xiao Ming actually discovered that he had obtained quite a few good things. If he sold all these things, Xiao Ming felt that he could compete for the title of Jianan Academy's richest man. After all, apart from the things he obtained from the life simulator, Xiao Ming had also made quite a few pills himself. There were also qi methods, do techniques, pill recipes, etc. that his master, Elder Huo, had given him. These added up to Xiao Ming's entire fortune. It wasn't too much of a competition to be the richest in Jianan Academy, was it? Of course, Xiao Ming had no intention of selling these things at this time. After all, he already had a strong cash flow. Therefore, Xiao Ming intended to keep these techniques to himself and bring them back to the Xiao family when the time came, to add some reserves to the Xiao family. After all, the Xiao family had treated him well, and he, Xiao Ming, was not a person to forget his roots, so he could help a little. Sometimes, Xiao Ming felt embarrassed when he thought about how the Xiao clan, once one of the 8 ancient families, had fallen to the point where the highest fire attribute Do technique was a high-level Huang class, and the highest level of Do technique was an intermediate-level Xian class, and this could only be practiced by the clan leader and elders. Of course, he knew why the Xiao clan had fallen. Aside from the Xiao family's own lack of talent, the people of the Gu clan should have been responsible for this, and some of the Xiao family's Do techniques had definitely fallen to the Gu clan. Gu Yuan had once promised Xiao Xian to take care of the Xiao family, and the care had become like this now, and then Gu Yuan even sent Gu Suner to steal the Tiou Shi ancient god's jade. Xiao Ming really felt that Gu Yuan should change his name to Shameless Gu. Unfortunately, the cultivation world was a world where the strong eat the weak. There was nothing Xiao Ming could do to Gu Yuan right now. He would only remember to collect this interest in the future. A/N, this chapter would be out tomorrow, however, I thought it would be better accompanied by the previous chapter. For the people who were wondering what our MC got in the 2 years of time skip and how the life simulator system works, I hope everything is clear. Chapter 20, Burning down the inn. Now that he had made his choice among the 3 options, Xiao Ming did not delay, and his soul power burst forth from his eyebrows, putting it in front of his body in preparation. In his mind, he silently said, "Choose 600,000 gold coins." Suddenly, a mountain of gold coins appeared in front of Xiao Ming, and under the faint moonlight, these gold coins emitted a dazzling glow, and the dark room seemed to light up into a white sun for a moment. Luckily, Xiao Ming was prepared for this and used his soul power to take it and began to fill his storage ring with gold coins the moment they appeared. Thanks to his previous experience, he easily grabbed all the gold coins in front of him, moving nimbly. The yellow glow in the room also appeared for a moment before disappearing. The room Xiao Ming was staying in was on the 2nd floor of the inn, and outside the window at the back were some small courtyards belonging to the inn. At this moment, a muscular man in yellow clothes rubbed his eyes and looked toward the window of the room Xiao Ming was staying in, with a confused expression on his face. Could it be that I saw it wrong? It shouldn't be, just now. Ding Lao what are you doing standing here muttering? Didn't boss tell you to go inform Scarface that they are going to start making their move? Let me tell you, if you bother these fat sheep, boss won't let you go easily. He may arrest you in a fit of anger and sell you to the blood sect. A thin figure silently appeared from the north side of the courtyard. Hearing this sentence, Ding Lao who was standing in the same place, dispelled the thoughts in his mind a moment ago and turned around with an unhappy face. Staring at the thin figure, she said with a slight sneer, you keep talking about me, you talk so loudly, as if you are afraid that others won't find out. When the time comes, we will see whether boss will arrest you or me. Arrest me." In response to Ding Lao Er's retort, the thin man smiled disdainfully as if he had heard a joke. Seeing him like this, Ding Lao Er frowned and lost interest, not bothering to say anything else to this man. If it wasn't because this guy still has some use and the boss needs him, he would have killed this guy a long time ago. Ding Lao Er thought to himself and, after a cold snort, he walked out with his hands folded and went to the lobby of the inn. The thin man stayed where he was for a while, deliberately looking for a fight. The two men had been sparring for a long time, but whenever he could find an opportunity, he liked to upset Ding Lao Er a little, even if his opponent was stronger than him. That was the joy of his life, and besides, it wasn't as if he had never killed an existence whose realm was higher than his. In Black Corner region, scenes of people with a higher realm underestimating people with a lower realm occurred every day, and anyway, he wasn't the least bit afraid of Ding Lao Er. If he could really sell this guy to the blood sect people, he would really like to know what this guy who was as strong as an ox turning into skin and bones would look like. But he also knew that was impossible. Most of the people in the inn had been given soft tendon, a tasteless, colorless powder that was hard to detect and could make a dough master weak and unable to raise his combat energy, so even if they found out what he and the others were doing, they wouldn't be able to run away. Trying to rely on this to make Ding Lao Er suffer punishment was undoubtedly foolish. The soft tendon powder was also the reason why he spoke without much restraint and with a certain nonchalance. The thin man shook his head with great regret, then became excited again. "There are quite a few fat sheep this time, plus those people during the day. I should have enough money saved up to leave, he 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 he." The more he said, the lower he whispered the words, and finally, with a slight chuckle of contempt, the thin man also entered the lobby of the inn. The window on the second floor. Xiao Ming stood by the window and listened to the conversation from a moment ago through the gap, without getting a single word out, all in his ears. This must have been the matter the simulator mentioned. "It seems I was right during the day. This is a dark inn. Fortunately, I didn't eat any food from this inn, nor did I touch their cutlery, otherwise I would have to spend a returning chi pill." Xiao Ming thought with a stoic face. The appearance of something like this in the Black Corner region was not something that should surprise people. 2 out of 10 inns doing honest business was considered a good thing. However, in the simulator, I saw them moving 5 hours before dawn. By then they had been at it for a while, and combined with the conversation from earlier, they may be about to attack soon, and they shouldn't delay until then. It is worth mentioning here that using the simulator to simulate life was very fast, and although the process would form a series of texts in his mind, Xiao Ming only needed a split second to know all of its contents. After the choice was made, the process of storing the gold coins in the storage ring probably took no more than 5 seconds. In other words, not much time had passed after midnight at this point, which meant he was almost an hour away from the period he had originally discovered the customers were being taken. If his plan was allowed to progress smoothly, these customers staying at the inn could be dealt with by them in one fell swoop, leaving Xiao Ming alone to deal with them. Xiao Ming did not care whether these people staying at the inn would die or not, or whether they would be sold to the blood sect. Not that he was indifferent to it either, but first, they were strangers, plus there weren't many good people who frequented Black Corner region, so how would he feel sympathy for evil people? However, there were things that could be done about those people, and even if in the simulation itself he managed to eliminate those dealers, it didn't mean that they couldn't turn him around. To be on the safe side, it was best to let those customers take the initiative. It's for your sake too, isn't it? At least you won't die in vain like in the simulation. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming's originally calm face sketched a slight smile. Raising his right hand, from the tip of his pale index finger emerged an enchanting, blooming pink flame. It was the peach blossom flame, a beast flame that Xiao Ming had obtained through the simulator, which was produced from the body of a rather rare 5th-rank wooden magical beast, the Kuei Mu beast. His master, Elder Huo, had also found him a beast flame, the 6th rank blue ghost crystal flame. Compared to the 6th rank blue ghost crystal flame, the two are about the same level. Xiao Ming had let the spirit absorb these two flames at the same time, and at that time he had thought that his strength would be greatly improved. However, after the spirit absorbed the flames into his body, not much energy was returned to the cyclone. Xiao Ming thought that the spirit should have used the energy to feed itself. He tried to attack with the spirit afterward, and it was not as weak as before. It melted a rock in an instant, and its power was incomparable. The spirituality of the spirit is more visible to the naked eye than ever. After the spirit devoured the two beast fires, Xiao Ming could also officially mobilize the spirit energy to fight against the enemy. The second rise of twin spirits practice method was itself a D-class technique, and the amount of Do Qi stored in his body allowed him to be surrounded by several Do Grandmasters of the same rank without fear of running out of Do Qi. At this time, Xiao Ming summoned the Peach Blossom Flame instead of the Blue Ghost Crystal Flame because the former was much more docile compared to the other. Naturally, in terms of flame temperature and destructive power, it was inferior to the Dark Blue Crystal Flame. It was perfect to use to set the inn on fire. It could wake everyone up peacefully and, at the same time, prevent the fire from being so fierce that it would accidentally injure the allied troops. With a wave of Xiao Ming's arm, the pink flames gently furrowed through the air and drifted to the door of the room diagonally opposite to Xiao Ming's. In an instant, the pink fire spread and expanded. Seeing this, Xiao Ming nodded his head in satisfaction. Returning to the bed, he picked up the black robe hanging on the bed and pulled it over his body. With the flow of Do Qi in his body, his figure flickered and disappeared from the room. A/N, congratulations to everyone for completing the final Power Stones goal with flying colors. We also entered the ranking, something I did not expect, so in 10 minutes you will have an extra chapter to show my gratitude. Chapter 21, Chapter 21, Make the first move. There are more fat sheep this time, and the boss is also ready to show up in person. He will arrive later. Let Scarface, Black Fatty, the two of you get ready. A burly Ding Lao dressed in yellow, was at that moment sitting cross-legged in the lobby of the inn, asking a question to the big scar-faced man beside him, whose stature was not inferior to his own. Scarface replied with a smile, "Don't worry, I've seen all those people. There are no strong people above Do Grandmaster." Well, their meals were also all under soft tendons powder, and the cups in their rooms were not spared. The fat black-faced man sitting cross-legged on the table also replied in a proud voice. "Is there really no Do Grandmaster or higher? Soft tendon will not be effective. You forget that last time you also said the same thing, the result." Ding Lao frowned and looked at Scarface. "Can't we mention that matter? That was just a single mistake, and it was all due to the Qi method. Isn't it just a one-time mistake? Why keep mentioning it every day?" Well, Scarface, you cost us several brothers last time. This time, make sure you don't repeat the same mistake again." The thin man next to him laughed cheekily, rubbing salt in Scarface's wounds again. "Shut your mouth, you forget the lesson I taught you last time?" To the thin man, Scarface obviously wouldn't give him face, and it could be seen that the two were not on good terms. "Or do you think your blood shadow claw is tougher than my fist and can challenge me now?" The thin man sneered and was about to speak. "You shut up, stop arguing." An old man, thin as a log, with messy hair and a black metal cane, approached the door and a low, hoarse voice came out of his mouth. The thin man who had wanted to have a war of words with Scarface immediately shut up, no longer with the arrogance with which he had caused so much trouble. The others also made no more noise, and for a while, the scene remained somewhat cold and silent, until the old man walked over to the table and sat down, and Ding Lao spoke before the atmosphere warmed up. "Boss. Well, is everything ready?" The old man first nodded his chin to Ding Lao then turned to Scarface and asked. "It's ready. Bring all the people here, and according to the old rules, let's begin." Without saying any nonsense to his own, the old man merely announced that he was ready to perform. Hearing this, the others nodded their heads and were about to get up when they smelled a burning odor. Along with it came the sound of cursing and shouting that gradually came from the floor and the courtyard. Cries of fire were faintly heard. Hearing the screams, the faces of those present in the hall changed slightly. Their target for the night was awake. "Damn it, who set the fire?" Scarface immediately stood up and shouted. "It's probably because our operation has been discovered." Ding Lao Er spoke with a serious face. But as soon as he finished speaking, the thin man said, "Couldn't it be that you made too much noise in the courtyard just now and attracted the attention of others? I told you to be careful, but now there is a lot of trouble." Ding Lao Er clenched his fists and directly ignored his words, looking at the withered old man with a calm face. In his heart, he decided that he would teach this guy a good lesson when he finished this job. "Well, if they find out, they find out. It's not a big deal." "Scarface, Fatty, and Lao Er, you guys can lead the men to arrest them now." The old man's tone was calm as water, not taking the matter seriously. "Go and hurry back before they take the antidote pill. Well, send some more people to put out the fire." After saying these words, the old man closed his eyes and rested his mind. In his opinion, it was not really a big problem. Although these people woke up, in this short time, they could not regain their strength, and they will not be able to resist their own people. The thin man could only give up resentfully at not being able to implicate Ding Lao Er. Seeing this, the others said nothing more and led a group of people to their original target, leaving only the figure of the thin old man to remain in the hall. Shortly after, Scarface and his men rushed upstairs. The sound of fighting and the collision of weapons came from the floor above. In the dark foyer, Xiao Ming's eyes under his black robe stared deadly at the withered figure in the middle of the lobby. This person's aura is inconspicuous, probably a 5-star Do Grandmaster. No wonder he's so confident right now. Xiao Ming reflected, this inn could be considered a thriving business, and of all the people he had seen in the lobby yesterday, there were 20 to 30 people daring to stay at this inn. These people were probably transients who came from outside like him and had some confidence in their own strength. Strength was a status symbol, so many people on the Dochi continent walked around and never hid their aura, but of course, hiding it was really useless because the moment they made a move their aura would be exposed unless they had a chi method to hide it. Some are even afraid that others will not know their realm, so they will mark their rank on their clothes. This trend was fashionable on the Dochi continent and lasted for a long time. Having observed during the day, Xiao Ming had discovered that among these 20 or 30 people who had registered with him, although there were a good number of Do Masters, there was also no Do Grandmaster besides him. This withered old man had the strength of a 5-star Do Grandmaster, so even if those people didn't have the soft tendon powder, it would be hard to resist. Other than the old man, Ding Lao Er was also a 1-star Do Grandmaster, the vicious scar-faced man was a 9-star Do Master, and the fat black-faced man and the thin man were 7-star Do Master. There were also other Do Master men. This old man's realm is 4 stars higher than mine. I can only strike first, otherwise there will be enough trouble when his men deal with the people upstairs. I hope the people upstairs are not too stupid and have an antidote pill with them. Squinting his eyes and looking at the old man with a deadly gaze, Xiao Ming's mind whirled around in his head. Since he had decided to sneak attack, Xiao Ming decided to deal him a cruel blow. It would be best to make this old human trafficker lose his ability to resist instantly. When his mind touched the spirit stored in his body in the chi spiral, 2 flames leapt into his hands, one dark blue and one pink. Xiao Ming's hands came together and the 2 flames merged into one between his palms, forming a blue-pink flame. Spreading the palms apart, Xiao Ming's 10 fingers came together very nimbly in various postures, having changed 20 times in a short time, to finally fix themselves in a strange posture with the 5 fingers of both hands loose and straight, palms up, right ring finger embracing left ring finger, right little finger embracing left little finger, left thumb pressing the nail of the left ring finger. The blue-pink flame had already formed a final pink-blue seal as their fingers crossed a moment ago, and the dou qi in Xiao Ming's body was like a raging flood flying through his meridians. A wave of fullness and a sense of power permeated his body. The mobilized dou qi was injected into the pink and blue seal on his body, and the seal grew larger at a rapid pace. Sanyan Void Spirit Seal. The moment his voice fell, Xiao Ming's palm violently pushed the huge seal and suppressed the old man in the hall. Who? Sensing the aura, the old man turned fiercely and shouted, but only saw a terrifying seal attack coming. Xiao Ming's move right now seemed incredibly complicated, but he completed it in an extremely short period of time, and Sanyan Void Spirit Seal's speed did not have the slowness one would expect from his enormous size. This caused the withered old man to react and perceive danger when the seal had already reached his body and it was clearly too late to dodge. Feeling the fiery destructive energy of the incoming seal, the old man ceased to be calm and his heart flooded with a touch of shock of not being able to resist. This kind of power was too great, and he even had a vague intuition that if he was hit head-on by that blue and purple seal, he would be reduced to ashes. Where did this guy come from? He cursed in his heart, and in a rush, the withered old man could only place his staff on his body. The dou qi in his body began to frantically inject itself into the staff without caring about anything else. The energy in the staff quickly seeped out, forming a green barrier around him. A/N, everything is ready for the first battle of our MC. In 2 days we will have a lot of action, which I hope you will enjoy. Tell me, how is the story so far? Chapter 22, Chapter 22, Power of Sanyan Void Spirit Seal. The blue-pink seal pierced through space and struck the old man, and when it was less than a meter away, a huge shadow descended from the sky and finally hit the barrier with a loud bang. At that moment, space froze for an instant, followed by a loud boom that sounded like a thunderous explosion, echoing throughout the hall. Some of the people who were fighting upstairs were unprepared, and even their ears were ringing and their heads were dizzy due to the sudden loud noise. In the lobby, after the loud roar, a wave of energy from the collision of dou qi spread out in all directions, and everywhere along the way, all the tables and chairs in the inn, which had not long ago been replaced due to a fight during the day, were smashed to pieces again. In the center of the energy ripples, the withered old man's face was red and his palms clutched his trembling staff. The thick wood attribute dou qi in the staff's body was melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. As his palms touched the staff, the old man could feel an extremely terrifying and fiery aura eroding the staff coming from the blue and pink jade seal. The old man could imagine that as soon as the defensive aura he had created with his own dou qi and his weapon were consumed, it would be the moment when the fiery aura would explode. Although he understood it in his heart, he could do nothing about it. Therefore, he could only watch as the shield in front of him melted and the heat coming from the top of the staff was getting stronger and stronger. The barrier only lasted less than 10 seconds before it melted completely, and as the dou qi barrier of the wood attribute dissipated, the staff, which should be a good weapon, immediately transformed from dark to fiery red at an extremely fast speed. Ah! The old man's palms gripped the staff and there was a strange sound, followed by a muffled grunt of pain. The staff landed on the ground and hit the stone pavement, and in an instant, the fiery red staff rapidly reduced its temperature, turning into an ordinary iron staff in an instant. It was obvious that this expensive-looking weapon had become a piece of scrap metal. At that moment, the withered old man had no time to regret that his weapon had turned into scrap metal, because the moment the weapon left his hand, he clearly saw a blue and pink lightning bolt heading towards him. What level of dou technique is this? How can it be so strong? Moreover, with the existence of such a terrifying person, how come Scarface didn't report it? Didn't he say that there was no such thing as a dou grandmaster or higher? The withered old man, who had no time to dodge, had to grit his teeth and hurriedly mobilize the remaining dou qi in his body, then condense a slightly thin dou qi armor on the surface of his body, ready to resist. The blue and pink jade seal, which had darkened slightly, came as expected and struck his chest lightly. All Xiao Ming heard was a loud high-pitched scream, and the old man who had been hit went flying backwards, slamming hard against the wall and raising a trail of dust that buried him. I can't believe he's not dead yet, what a strong vitality. Xiao Ming swallowed a chi return pill as he looked through the dust in surprise. Naturally, he knew the terror of the D-class intermediate Do technique Sanyan Void Spirit Seal with which he issued the attack, which was an explosive Do technique that required multiple flames to be assembled into a seal. The more flames the more powerful it was, while it was extremely difficult to cultivate. Had it not been for the experience gained in the simulation, Xiao Ming would not have been able to dispatch this attack so quickly. Although he had only used 2 beast flames this time, it did not mean that it was any less powerful. After all, it was a true D-class Do technique that directly drained 30% of the Do Qi from his body. The consumption of Do Qi was enormous. Under such circumstances, the other party had not yet died, and he could still feel a faint trace of the withered old man's breath. Sighing, he felt his body recovering from the intense consumption of Do Qi. Seeing the dust dissipate a bit, Xiao Ming decided to kill him while he was incapacitated. With a wave of his palm under his black robe, a meter-long red sword with a 5th-rank magic core appeared. He executed the high-level Xian class body Do technique given to him by his master earlier, Shadow Chasing Wind. With a fierce stomp on the ground, the fiery red energy exploded under his feet, and the pushing force caused by the furious energy fluctuations sent Xiao Ming straight into the black shadow, shooting out towards the center of the dust. D-class's low-ranked Do technique, Duel of Nourishing Spirits in midair. Xiao Ming's palm trembled slightly as the tip of his sword thrust violently into the black figure visible in the dust. In an instant, 4 fiery red sword blasts containing majestic chi energy shot out. The black figure only shuddered and let out a low, muffled growl, then fell completely silent. Waiting for the smoke to dissipate, a charred and torn corpse appeared in front of Xiao Ming. This marked the official death of the 5-star Do Grand Master, the Withered Elder. Looking at the corpse that still had a look of fear on its face, Xiao Ming lightly exhaled to calm his mind. It was the first time in his life that he killed someone, and it was probably related to his opponent's human trafficker status, so he didn't feel anything special. He didn't even feel guilty about the attack, but rather had a sense of satisfaction. Top floor. Hearing the loud commotion from the floor below, Ding Lao Er and the 2 enemies he was facing looked at each other. They paused for a while. Ding Lao Er knew that his boss was sitting downstairs, but when there was such a big commotion at this time, there must be an unexpected situation and the boss must be fighting fiercely against someone. The first thing to do is to have a good idea of what was going on. If he has to fight, he fights, but the fact that there was no more noise made Ding Lao Er feel a little worried. The battle had ended too quickly, and with all the commotion now, the enemy was probably not easy to deal with. As he thought this, an uneasy feeling suddenly arose in his heart, and the flames burning all around glowed on his face, changing unpredictably. Ding Lao Er's opponents were 2 white-bearded men who had been at the inn during the day. The reason they did not take advantage of Ding Lao Er's distraction to attack him was because of the soft tendon powder. The 2 of them were awakened in time by the fire set by Xiao Ming and took some antidotes for the poison, but not to mention that the effect of the soft tendon powder was not completely gone. Even if it was gone, facing Ding Lao Er, who is a 1st-star Do Grand Master, the 2 of them would be overwhelmed. At this time, the 2 of them had a tough fight, and they were so injured that if it were not for Ding Lao Er's need to capture them alive, they would have died a long time ago. On the other hand, Ding Lao Er was dressed in yellow and not a speck of dust had fallen on him. The 2 look at each other, although they don't understand why Ding Lao Er has stopped, but it's good that he stopped, so they can also have a breath and wait for the medicine to pass so they can regain their strength. Don't delay any longer, kill them all. Under the restlessness of his heart, Ding Lao Er did not hesitate any longer and ordered his men loudly without turning his head. But, the boss said he wanted them alive. This is all to be exchanged with the Blood Clan. If we can't get the goods by then, we will be," said a man in the Do Master realm hesitantly. "Shut up and do as I say." I suspect something has happened to the boss downstairs. The men we already have captured should be enough to deal with the Blood Clan, don't delay things. Agreed. These in-dealers had no more scruples in their attacks, and their opponents fell to the ground dead with ease. Those who finished off their opponents also joined the other unresolved battles to help the others settle the fight quickly. Shadowless Frenzy Blade. Ding Lao Er took a slash at the neck of one of the white-bearded elders, quickly finishing him off, took another slash to finish off his companion, and, turning back, said to those who had already finished their battles. Go to the floor below. Chapter 23, Chapter 23, Killing. A moment ago, Xiao Ming in the lobby heard the sound of another fight coming from upstairs, so he thought about whether he should go upstairs to finish them off. But before Xiao Ming could make any other superfluous moves, he heard the sound of footsteps coming from the backyard. Before the people arrived, Xiao Ming heard the voice of the person coming. Ha 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 ha, boss, is everything okay on your side? There were a few people on my side who weren't hit with the soft sinew powder, but still, they were easily knocked down by us, boss. And you, what's going on here? Xiao Ming followed the voice and saw the door leading to the small courtyard. Scarface was looking inside the hall with a shocked face and a group of followers leading some people behind him. Scarface, what are you doing blocking the door for nothing? Move aside quickly and let us in. The thin man's voice came from behind Scarface. Immediately after, the thin man also appeared in front of Xiao Ming. As soon as the thin man appeared at the entrance, he also noticed the situation inside the lobby. There were tables and chairs littered with broken pieces of wood, a few craters of debris on the floor, and the boss, who normally gave them a great sense of oppression, was currently lying motionless, his charred black body lying in a corner. Seeing this, having been in the Black Corner region for so long, the thin man could say with certainty that his boss, in that state, was absolutely dead to the core. This person was able to kill their boss. His strength was definitely above a Do Grandmaster. Fuck, didn't that damn Scarface say that there were no strong people? Did he just come out of nowhere? This black robe is from that dazed dwarf. Scarface, didn't you say he wasn't very old and not very strong? How is it now? Even the boss was killed by him. Is this weak? The black-faced fatty also appeared at the door at that moment. His originally dark cheeks seemed to have darkened a few more spots as he questioned Scarface. Hearing him say that, Scarface blushed ugly. This, who knew he was so strong? Scarface was also very frustrated. If you are strong, reveal it. Why are you hiding it? Xiao Ming was a little surprised to hear their conversation. He hadn't expected that he had been found out long ago. It was clear that he had made a good disguise. However, Xiao Ming wanted to laugh a little at the thought that the other party despised him for being a child. If he remembered correctly, when he had first entered the confines of the Black Corner region in the caravan of flying magical beasts, his mentor Ji Hu had said to pay special attention to the local elders, women, and children. These people had been in the Black Corner region for so long, why didn't they know to be more careful? In fact, what Xiao Ming didn't know was that this group of traffickers was already considered a strong group in Green Rock City. Although the young children of the Black Corner region were not very simple, to them, it was really like that. After all, who would have thought that such a young Do Grandmaster would appear here? Not to mention that even ordinary Do Grandmasters would have to lower their heads when they encountered them. But now, encountering Xiao Ming could only be considered as their bad luck. Ahem. The boss is dead, why don't we run? Scarface saw from the door that Xiao Ming hadn't moved and couldn't help but propose, without the slightest thought of avenging his dead boss in his heart. Still not hearing his companion's reply, he saw out of the corner of his eye a flash of red sword light coming towards him. The speed of the sword light was extremely fast, but Scarface had not been fighting for years for nothing, so his reaction was not slow. Scarface dodged the sword maneuver, but his men behind him, who only had Do Master strength, did not fare so well. 3 or 4 Do Masters who were standing in a row let out miserable cries and were directly pierced by the sword maneuver. Materializing Do Chi. This guy is really a Do Grandmaster. Scarface got up from the ground. He didn't take long to react now, but there was still a blood mark on his face from Xiao Ming. He raised his hand and wiped off the blood mark. His heart gave up the idea of escaping. He said indifferently, "We can't leave now, this kid wants us dead." The black-faced fatty licked his tongue and licked someone's blood that was on his face, and his eyes were filled with strong killing intent, and he said coldly, "Then let's finish him off. Ding Lao is still upstairs, there are many of us, we must not be afraid of him, he must have consumed a lot of do qi in the fight with boss at this time, let's go together." Hearing these words, he turned his head slightly, a faint do qi began to appear on the surface of his body, a pair of iron fists with gloves clenched tightly, and there was a cracking sound between the joints. Scarface, the fat man and the thin man looked at each other, and their feet hit the ground hard, like a giant magic beast, rushing straight towards Xiao Ming. After a little hesitation, the men behind them also left the man they had caught on the ground and rushed together. There were so many of them that the momentum was surprising. The corners of Xiao Ming's eyes popped, but his hands didn't stop moving as he poured 2 bottles of healing and chi return pills directly into his mouth. Throwing the bottles, he pushed his sword to his feet and stretched his palm forward, performing many changes in an instant, before abruptly extending it and saying in a low voice, "Go!" A Sanyan Void Spirit Seal had completed and flew towards Scarface and the others. Scarface's face changed as he rushed to avoid the attack, his steps staggering as he hastily dodged. Boom! With a muffled sound, the bloodlust that had just surfaced on the thin man's face froze faintly, and when he looked back, most of his men were already dead or severely wounded. His heart murmured in fright, "This force! How is it possible? Don't hesitate, let's go together, he won't be able to dispatch many of these attacks." Scarface's feet once again pounded on the ground, this time his speed, compared to before, became significantly faster. The fierce speed, the pressure of the wind lifted Xiao Ming's black robe, revealing his childish face. "Hee, I've been waiting for you for a long time." The corners of Xiao Ming's mouth lifted as he frantically drew do qi from his body and channeled it through the meridians of his right arm towards his sword, which burst into flames, evaporating the water in the air, making his short figure look distorted. He took a step forward and launched several flaming sword qi diagonally, blasting Scarface and the other 2 in front. When Scarface and the others looked at the flaming sword qi flying towards them, they gritted their teeth, made various colors of do qi flow all over their bodies and clenched their weapons in their hands with a bang. The fist that shakes the mountain. Blood Shadow Rod. Shadowless Blade. Boom! The 3 people who took this move forcefully only felt their arms go numb and their bodies burn from the excessive heat, and their bodies that were originally coming towards Xiao Ming were knocked backwards. Before they could stop, Xiao Ming's silhouette silently arrived and raised his sword with fierce energy, slashing their necks. Xiao Ming's speed had increased after casting Shadow Chasing Wind, plus his strength was already superior to these people. Therefore, only until the moment when the sword shadow was about to reach their heads, the 3 men realized it and their faces changed greatly and quickly placed their weapons in front of their bodies. The fighting chi increased, constantly strengthening the defense. Boom! The red sword shadow landed heavily on the 3 men's weapons, and at the same time, 3 muffled sounds rang out cleanly, and immediately, the 3 men were seen with their faces flushed red. Their feet touched the ground as they quickly stepped back. Xiao Ming's weapon was a 5th-rank magic core sword, which was far superior to Scarface and Company's weapon. Under the collision, cracks had already appeared on their weapons. Scarface even felt that his gloves were about to break, and a hint of despair could not help but appear on his face. At that moment, a figure violently lunged towards Xiao Ming from the entrance of the 2nd staircase. Xiao Ming swung back his sword and repelled the adversary, standing in the center of the hall and parrying his attack. Scarface and the other 2 men sighed in relief when they saw the arriving person and surrounded Xiao Ming in the center with the arriving man. "Ding Lao you've finally come down. If you had been slower, we would be dead." Don't talk nonsense, be careful, this person is good, let's go together. Ding Lao who had just arrived in the hall, did not want to say much, his dou qi penetrated his body and turned into armor, waving at everyone to go together. As soon as the words left his mouth, the dozen figures still in the lobby rushed towards Xiao Ming. Mountain shaking fist. Blood shadow rod. Shadowless frenzy blade. In the hallway, only human figures could be seen fluttering, loud sounds and energy fluctuations erupting between dou qi clashes, as Ding Lao and the others used all means to attack Xiao Ming. This put great pressure on Xiao Ming, but most of these people were dou master and posed little danger to him, only Scarface and the others high dou masters needed attention. As the shadows of the swords danced around, Xiao Ming became more skilled in the use of his own dou techniques, and from time to time, new ideas emerged. The more he fought, the more excited Xiao Ming became, for he had gone out to experience these fights with the determination to die. However, the more Ding Lao and his men fought, the more frightened they became. Shit, what's wrong with this guy? After fighting for so long, he is not getting less and less, but his moves are getting more and more skillful, and he even kills one of our brothers from time to time. The more time passed, the fewer people were left, and in the end, only Xiao Ming, Ding Lao the fat man, the thin man and Scarface were still standing in the hall. At this point of the battle, Xiao Ming was also a bit out of breath, his black robe was stained with ash and even some holes could be seen on his black robe. Apparently, Xiao Ming had also been injured. When Ding Lao and company saw Xiao Ming reveal his tired state, they looked at each other and both could see the excitement in each other's eyes. Good boy, finally you can't do it anymore, right? One last blow to finish him off. The four of them tacitly emptied their bodies of dou qi and sent out their strongest blows. Shadowless frenzy blade. The fist that shakes the mountain. Xiao Ming sneered as he watched the wild surge of qi between the four of them. Sanyan Void Spirit Seal. Xiao Ming threw his sword, flames erupted from his precious sword, the flames formed a flaming sword qi, then a blue and pink jade seal followed, instantly pressing down on Ding Lao and the others. After 4 miserable screams, these human traffickers completely lost their lives and turned into ashes that fell to the ground. Xiao Ming stepped forward, pulled out the sword that was stuck in the floor, and put the sword in its scabbard. Looking at the room full of corpses, he felt the dou qi that was still full in his body and let out a light breath. The fire that Xiao Ming had lit earlier had spread at an incredible speed while in battle, the wood crackled and the room was filled with the smell of blood and burnt flesh, which was a bit disgusting. Looking at this scene, Xiao Ming could not help but frown, realizing that this place was not suitable for long, and refused to loot all the corpses to find the loot, but only focused on looting the corpses of the leaders. Several of the corpses had already turned to charcoal, so there was nothing left. Finally, after taking a storage ring from the withered old man's finger, Xiao Ming left. The only thing left was a half-burned inn that was still smoldering until morning. A/N, this was the first battle of our MC, I personally enjoyed translating this battle, but what do you think of it? See you tomorrow with the remaining chapters. Chapter 24, Chapter 24, Making a Small Profit A/N, guys, a couple of updates before you start reading today's chapters. First of all, I will be changing the update schedule that was 5 chapters per week from Monday to Friday, increasing it to 7 chapters per week, which means 1 chapter per day, starting this week. This way you will have a daily chapter per day assured. Then let's go to the PS objectives for this week. 600 PS, for 1 chapter 1000 PS, for 2 chapters 1400 PS, for 3 chapters 1800 PS, for 4 chapters 2200 PS, for 5 chapters which, if the objectives are completed, will be distributed on Saturday and Sunday of the following week. I have also decided to give additional rewards if we get even higher in the ranking this week. 5th place, 1 extra chapter on Monday 4th place, 1 extra chapter on Tuesday 3rd place, 1 extra chapter on Wednesday 2nd place, 1 extra chapter on Thursday 1st place, 1 extra chapter on Friday and Saturday. This means that this week you can win up to 11 extra chapters. The extra chapters according to the ranking will be delivered the following week along with the regular chapter of the day. It is not valid to arrive temporarily to the rank, we must be in it at the end of the week. Now, enjoy the chapters. As the night wore on, the rest of the people of Greenyan Town discovered something that surprised them. The dark inn at the entrance to town, normally a dreaded business for the people, had been reduced to ashes overnight. Some daring people searched for a long time through the ruins of the inn and ended up finding the remains of several bodies that had not yet been burned. In the end, the inhabitants of Greenyan Town concluded that the inn had messed with the wrong people. So several of their leaders, along with all their elites, were killed in their own inn overnight, and their bodies were burned to the ground along with the inn in a fire. In fact, the previous night's commotion at the inn was not small and had alerted some people for a long time, especially the powerful exchange of Do techniques between the two when Xiao Ming sneaked up on the withered 5-star old man Do Grandmaster. It was like a thunder in the quiet black night, which woke up many people. But what kind of place is the Black Corner region? It is usual to see people fighting in the streets, so people are not surprised. People have already seen it all, so no one cares. Even if they hear that the inn is on fire, they gloat, laugh, and then go about their business. Last night, Xiao Ming, who had found a random place in the wilderness to spend the night, entered Greenyan Town once again. Donning a brand new black robe, he walked down the street, listening to the occasional discussion from the people around him, inwardly pausing in surprise. I didn't expect this to cause such a stir, let's hope it doesn't alert those two ambushers. If not, it will be difficult, I don't know what they look like. In the heat of yesterday's fight, I didn't measure my hand and actually forgot to leave any of them alive, it's really annoying. At the end of the thought, Xiao Ming frowned a little worried. Speaking of which, yesterday's fight was Xiao Ming's first real battle where he saw flesh and blood, so it was normal for him to have some trouble holding back. Compared to the students at the academy, the group of human traffickers at the inn were all ruthless and worked well together. Although they attacked him separately, they also used some joint tactics from time to time, which could be described as extremely vicious, causing him a lot of trouble and even some injuries. Some of these details are still fresh in Xiao Ming's mind even now. Xiao Ming dared to say that, had it not been him, but someone else who was besieged yesterday, even if that person's strength was a few stars above his, he would have been buried on the spot. The danger was there, and the reward was naturally obvious. At least Xiao Ming felt more proficient in the use of his own Do techniques. Whether it was the Xian Red Flame Sword class Advanced Do technique, the Xian Red Flame Palm class Advanced Do technique, or the Xian Shadow Chasing Wind class Advanced Do technique that his master had given him before. Or the one Xiao Ming got from the simulator later, the Sanyan Void Spirit Seal, or the Duel of Nourishing Spirits, Xiao Ming had gained a new sense of comprehension, and the Do Qi around his body was more condensed and ran more smoothly. Last night, I swallowed a lot of pills in order to recover my Do Qi and physical strength. Hopefully, the loot collected will be worth it, otherwise, it's really a big loss. Yesterday, during the fierce fight, Xiao Ming had not stopped taking pills to recover his qi, and to be on the safe side, the pills he ingested were still of the 3rd tier, so as to ensure the recovery speed of his Do Qi. Even ordinary 3rd tier consumable pills were not cheap. After looting the corpses, Xiao Ming did not directly check what he had harvested, but instead looked for a place to rest while wondering if he had lost some money. Forget it, there must be more than one inn in Greenyan Town. First, look for another inn to stay in, take stock of the harvest and clean up body hygiene. The simulator mentioned that the people at yesterday's inn had information about the ambushers, so I think the people at the other inns will also know something. With this thought in mind, Xiao Ming put his mind back to the idea, walking his way through the crowd, looking for an inn. As Xiao Ming thought, Greenyan Town was not small, and in fact, there were other smaller inns. Xiao Ming chose one that looked more formal and stayed there. Inside the room, a huge wooden barrel was placed in the spacious room. Inside the barrel, strands of white steam rose from the still water. Xiao Ming stood next to the barrel, stretched out his palm and touched the surface, nodding his head. Not bad, it's simple warm water, looks like this inn has no bad intentions at the moment. After saying that, Xiao Ming took off his clothes and dipped his whole body into the water, letting out a soothing sound. Ai, comfortable. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I've bathed like this. Xiao Ming rinsed his body as he lamented. Depending on one's physiological state, keeping the water temperature at a temperature less irritating to the skin could have a relaxing effect on the body and mind. When Xiao Ming was in the Xiao family, he liked to go to the back mountain to soak in the hot spring every day after his training as a way to relieve his fatigue. After arriving at Jianan Academy, he lost this habit, as there was no hot spring at Jianan Academy, so he could only get hot water himself if he wanted to bathe. Xiao Ming did not like it because it was too much of a hassle, plus he had always focused on cultivation and did not have so many demands to enjoy life, so most of the time he just bathed. Although the bath was comfortable, Xiao Ming did not enjoy it too much. After cleaning his body, he put on clean clothes and sat on the bed. In his hand, he held the withered old man's ring, and his soul power came out from his forehead. It was a low-level storage ring, so Xiao Ming did not encounter the slightest obstacle and soon discovered what the withered old man had. In the 5 cubic meters of storage ring space were several purple gold cards, each containing tens of thousands of gold coins, totaling more than 100,000 gold coins, which must have been the old man's harvest from previous robberies. Along with them were some low-grade pills. Other than that, there was only some change of clothes and food and so on. Is this all there is? Xiao Ming shook his head with some disappointment and was about to hang the storage ring on his own rope filled with other storage rings. But then he seemed to find something in the withered old man's mess, and with a thought, 2 scrolls appeared in his hand. They were the Xianyan Dao, a low-level Xian class Qi method, and the Deadwood method, a low-level Xian class Qi method. Casually, he placed the scrolls against his forehead and read the information they contained. A moment later, Xiao Ming opened his eyes and nodded his head in satisfaction. Indeed, these were low-level Xian class Qi methods, and the withered wood method should have been practiced by the withered elder. This Qi method Xianyan Dual, Xiao Ming did not know where it came from. These Qi methods plus things in the storage ring, paid for all the pills yesterday, and still added up a small profit. Not feeling the loss of capital made Xiao Ming in a good mood. The goal now is to find out the whereabouts of the people in possession of Green Rock Mystic Water. You say they live in the most eye-catching mansion on the north side of Greenyan Town. A hoarse voice came from the mouth of Xiao Ming, who was wearing a black robe. That's right, my lord, I definitely don't dare to lie. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the man in front of him, the innkeeper, whose cultivation level was only that of a dough master, trembled, fearing that the other party would kill him if he was not satisfied. Seeing that the black-robed man did not say anything, he thought Xiao Ming did not believe him. He hurried to release all the beans. My lord, the 2 people you have asked about are known as the Green Poison Twin Ghosts in Greenyan Town. The eldest is called Green Ghost and the second is called Poison Ghost. Both of them have superior strengths in the Do Grandmaster realm, and they are the strongest in the city apart from He Lai In. Xiao Ming frowned at his words. Green Ghost, Poison Ghost, what kind of name was that? Xiao Ming did know He Lai In, it was the name of the inn he had burned down yesterday. These green poison twin ghosts usually lure travelers inside the various inns in the city. This inn of mine is frequented by them. If you don't believe me, stay a few days and you'll see them. I would never dare to lie. Xiao Ming looked at the innkeeper, whose legs were trembling, and spoke. What else do you know? Tell me everything. Like their dough techniques, they often appear in your place. It's not possible that you don't know anything, right? I know, I know. Chapter 25, Chapter 25, the ambushers were ambushed from the inn, Xiao Ming went directly to the residence of the two green poison double ghosts. As these two were among the top experts in Greenstone City, their residence was quite a bit more luxurious than ordinary people's. Xiao Ming jumped over the white wall in front of him and stood on top of it, watching carefully. The green poison double ghosts had a reputation for being vicious, but their living environment was surprisingly elegant. While Xiao Ming was in the courtyard, he saw that there was an orange-crowned flower that looked like a neat green umbrella in the flower garden. The leaves on the branches were piled and stacked on top of each other, and the leaves were moistened by the spring rains and grew a new layer of green, which was oily in the sunlight. When he took a piece and rubbed it in his hand, the strong fragrance of the leaves smelled refreshing. Smelling this fragrance, Xiao Ming soon sensed that something was wrong. This fragrance is not right, this plant is poisonous. Xiao Ming frowned and held his breath as he stopped breathing in the courtyard air. No wonder they haven't arranged someone to guard their old house and the two brothers are wandering around, it's because of the presence of this plant. If there are no precautions, even I would have to faint if I smelled it for a long time. I heard from the innkeeper that, of the green poison twin ghosts, the poison ghost is a poison dough grandmaster, so I guess this must be his doing. After sighing once again that there were traps everywhere in the Black Corner region and reminding himself to be careful, Xiao Ming then moved forward smoothly, doing his best not to leave any traces behind as he explored each room. After a while, Xiao Ming reappeared in the courtyard. The green poison twin ghosts aren't there, and neither is the green rock mystic water, so they're probably carrying it close to them. Xiao Ming let out a slight sigh. This was something that could have been expected for a long time, but it was still a bit distressing when it happened. Originally, he had come to see if it was possible to obtain the green rock mystic water directly, and if he could directly steal it without fighting the green poison twin ghosts, he didn't want to make a big deal out of it. After all, the green poison twin ghosts were not weak. Both of them had a higher level than him, but now, that hope had undoubtedly vanished. It's like this, since that's the case, then don't blame me. Xiao Ming had a ruthless look on his face, he was determined to get the green rock mystic water and would definitely not give up. With these thoughts, Xiao Ming turned around and went back to a room, climbed onto the bed and meditated with his eyes closed. Today he would wait here for the return of the twin ghosts. Evening. The sun was like blood, the sky was blood red. Xiao Ming's eyes were closed, without a trace of breath escaping from his body. Suddenly, Xiao Ming's ears twitched slightly and his eyes opened to look at the door to the room below. A somber voice came from outside the door. Brother Pulu, when you came back just now, did you hear those passers-by discussing something? Crunch. Hearing the voice, the door to the room opened. A middle-aged man with green hair and a young man in a white robe walked in. Oh, you want to talk about the Heli Inn, don't you? I heard about it too, I heard that they killed them all last night, not a soul was left alive. It's good for us that they're gone, from now on we'll be the only ones in Greenyan town. The green-haired man answered the white-robed youth's question as he walked, his words laced with a bit of gloating. Xiao Ming looked at the two men in the background and inwardly guessed the identity of the two men. According to what the innkeeper said, the green-haired one is the green ghost and the younger one is the poison ghost. Xiao Ming was contemplating how to give these two ambushers a taste of their own medicine, when the two made their way to the round table in the room and sat down, pouring themselves a cup of tea. After taking a sip of tea, the poisonous ghost spoke with a somewhat worried tone, although the destruction of Heli Inn is good for us, I'm afraid this matter is not simple. I think the reason they were destroyed was because they offended the wrong people. Oh, that old Deadwood was really confused. The green ghost scoffed. But I heard that old fellow Deadwood recently got involved with the Blood Clan, could this matter be related to the Blood Clan? After all, with the way the Blood Clan act, it's not impossible. Poison Ghost said with a frown, those guys from the Blood Clan cultivated extremely strange techniques that could quickly increase their own cultivation with the help of strong people's blood. Therefore, the people of the blood sect used to buy slaves for their own cultivation, and it could be said that they were the big customers of these human traffickers. Moreover, the blood clan's bloodlust is even greater than the ordinary people of Black Corner region. If that is the case, then it is troublesome. If the blood clan people have not left, perhaps we have already been targeted by them. After all, we are also Do Grandmaster, and we are a big tonic for them. They can deal with He Lion, it should not take much effort to deal with us either. Besides, we usually announce the news of the Green Rock Mystic Water at various inns. I'm afraid this might attract their attention. When he said the latter, not only was the green ghost's hair green, but his face had also turned a little green. Previously, the mention of Green Rock Mystic Water was a mere occurrence, coupled with the need for good bait to attract big fish. At the same time, because there were no experts in Greenyan Town at all, both being a Do Grandmaster could completely handle everyone. Moreover, they advertised it every day, so the townspeople thought they were showing off and nothing happened. But now, who knew that the people of He Lion had lured the people of the Blood Clan here? If they found out about Green Rock Mystic Water, regardless of whether it was true or not, they would pounce on them like magical beasts that had smelled blood. Damn old bastard Deadwood, he's still trying to trap us even after his death. We can't stay here, we have to leave Greenyan Town immediately," said the green ghost as he stood up and urged the poison ghost. "But what about the corpses we left in the eastern rock cavity? Those are the materials we need to practice the green poisonous 1000 corpse palm. Collecting those corpses cost us a lot of effort, and besides that Green Rock Mystic Water is still there. We'll come back when the wind has passed, no one will touch those corpses, besides there are still insects and poisonous herbs there, nothing will go wrong." "That's fine, but Green Rock Mystic Water must be removed." The poisonous ghost thought of the small creature he had arranged in the rock cavity. A Do Grandmaster would have to die if they received a hit. It also thought that there shouldn't be any problem, so he agreed to leave. Xiao Ming saw that they got up and were about to leave, so he no longer hesitated. 2 beast flames burst out from his body, and his fingers quickly changed, moving in some strange postures, and a blue and pink seal formed between his fingers. Sanyan Void Spirit Seal. Chapter 26, Chapter 26, Death of Green Poison Twin Ghosts. Who is it? Xiao Ming was discovered by the Green Poison Twin Ghosts as soon as he made his move. However, being in their own room, the two of them were not on guard before, plus Xiao Ming's attack was too sudden and close. Therefore, the two of them reacted the same way as the withered old man who was attacked by Xiao Ming yesterday. They could only limit themselves to defend and, at the same time, add a yellowish armor to their bodies. Just as they finished preparing, a huge shadow descended from the sky and struck the barrier formed by the two men. Space froze for a moment, and then a thunderous explosion resounded like a bolt of lightning. A wave of energy from the collision spread out in all directions, creating a strong wind in the road. The table and chairs they were sitting on lifted off the ground and crashed against the wall, shattering into pieces. "No, the opponent's fire attribute Do Chi slows down my poisonous Do Chi, I can't hold on much longer." As he watched the Do Chi barrier formed by his protruding Do Chi quickly dissolve like snow meeting the blazing sun, the poison ghost was anxious in his heart. At this rate, he would be lying on the ground in less than 10 seconds, and he could not guarantee that he would be able to survive such a terrifying attack unscathed. If it hit him, he would die. "No, I can't die. I haven't lived long enough." The poison ghost turned his gaze toward the green ghost, who stood in the center of the energy waves as he did, his face flushed red and his palms trembling as he clung to life, and a fierce look crossed his eyes. Suddenly, he reached out a hand and raised the green ghost towards the Sanyan Void Spirit Seal and threw him towards it. "Sorry, big brother, go in peace. My sister-in-law and your children in our hometown, I will take care of them for you." "Ha ha 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 ha. You damned poison ghost, how dare you!" "Ah!" The green ghost was concentrating on the seal above his head, barely enduring with his Do Chi barrier with all his might, not expecting that the poison ghost he had grown up with would be so sinister as to let him die to save his skin. When he heard that the poison ghost wanted to take care of his wife at home, he didn't have time to curse angrily before the pink and blue seal hit him in the back and he fell backwards with a scream, hitting the ground hard in front of the poison ghost. The green stone tile floor was covered with spider web-like cracks, and in the center of the web the green ghost lay on his back like a dead pig. At that moment, the green ghost's back reeked of burnt and roasted flesh, the corners of its mouth had as much blood as water from a broken faucet, and its breath of life was getting weaker with every second. You. The green ghost, who had not died yet, obviously wanted to say something, but after struggling a bit, he eventually ended up bowing his head, finally finishing his sinful life. Hey, big brother, don't look at me like that, you died for your brother, it's a good death, go in peace, I'll take care of my sister-in-law. Looking at the dead green ghost, the poison ghost said cheekily. Oh yeah? I'm afraid you won't get that chance. A voice rang in his ears, and the poison ghost was not the least bit startled, a sinister smile on his face. Boy, I've been waiting for you to come over, poison mist barrier. Grey dough chi gushed out from the poisonous ghost's body and spread out in all directions, with one of the most intense poisonous chi charging straight towards Xiao Ming's head that had appeared beside him at some point. Xiao Ming frowned, even though he wanted to kill the poisonous ghost directly. The poison ghost was worthy of being a Dou Grandmaster who had been in the Black Corner region for many years, and after the initial panic, he was actually able to organize a counterattack without panicking. Although he had already taken a poison antidote pill, it was better to be cautious in the face of such poisonous moves. With a stomp, he moved 3 meters away with the shadow chasing wind. Xiao Ming's speed was fast, but his wide black robe was still contaminated with some poison gas. Under the corrosion of the poisonous gas, small jagged holes appeared on his black robe. The poisonous ghost did not bother when its movement was unsuccessful. It merely looked cautiously at the somewhat diminutive black-robed man in front of it and made an analysis. The man's aura should only be that of a 1-star Dou Grandmaster, but if he was able to launch such a severe and terrifying attack earlier, it must be because he had a high-class Dou technique, possibly a high-level or even D-class Dou technique. That kind of terrifying attack consumed an extremely large amount of Dou Qi, and with his 1-star Dou Grandmaster's strength, he definitely couldn't use it more than once, so perhaps a single strike was already the limit. However, his Dou Qi attribute is quite restrictive to my poisonous Dou Qi, so it's better not to attack hard, or I'll just hit a wall and not have a good time. I just need to stall him for a while and wait for the poisonous Qi to fill the room, that will be the time of his death. When he thought about the Dou techniques his opponent possessed, a hint of greed appeared in the poison ghost's eyes. I don't think I've ever provoked you before, I think it was my older brother who hurt you, I'm really sorry, but I already taught him a lesson just now, so why don't we sit down and have a good talk? Oh, what a fair man you are. Xiao Ming felt great admiration for this guy who told lies with his eyes open. I have to say, the skin is very thick. However, this poison ghost must know that he is 4 stars higher than me, but he is still so polite. There must be something wrong. Looking at the poisonous gas that had not stopped spreading out of the corner of his eye, and after looking at his black robe, a hint of realization appeared on Xiao Ming's face. Good boy, you are entertaining me. Xiao Ming, who understood the poison ghost's intentions, didn't want to say much. Didn't you want to use the poisonous Dou Qi to suffocate me? I'll burn your poisonous Qi and see what you do. The flames fluttered, rising to such a hot temperature that the space around Xiao Ming became slightly distorted, becoming illusory. Looking at the 2 colored flames in Xiao Ming's hand, the poisonous ghost who was about to say something fell silent, and only after a long time did it let out a voice of disbelief and horror. How can you summon a flame? Isn't that something only a strong person of Dou King realm or above can do? After being shocked, the poison ghost shook his head frantically again, getting rid of that crazy thought. If the other party was a Dou King he would have slapped him to death a long time ago, there was no need to go that far. I'm definitely not wrong about that aura of yours. An alchemist can also summon flames. You're an alchemist. Poison Ghost's face was ugly. Damn, he didn't remember provoking an alchemist. This unknown alchemist was probably attracted by the news of Green Rock Mystic Water. Now he wanted to go back to the day he decided to use Green Rock Mystic Water as bait and give himself a big slap. It's fine if he decided to ambush, but why do it with such a big bait? Now it's too late. Master Alchemist, I have something to discuss. You're here for the Green Rock Mystic Water, right? I can take you to find it. Poisonous Dochi was restrained by the other party's flames, and the poison ghost felt that it should continue to paralyze the other party first. Xiao Ming didn't bother to tell it nonsense. He had already known the location of Green Rock Mystic Water through the conversation between the two of them. Although it was a bit annoying that they didn't have it on them, he could get it himself soon if he killed this guy. No need, die and keep your big brother good company. The bluish-pink flames on Xiao Ming's palm surged out forcefully, his 10 fingers gently intertwined, then separated, and between the 10 fingers, 10 small pink flames were like small whips, and once they wrapped around each other, they nimbly entangled into a bubbling flame. Finally, they became 2 round arcs of fire of different colors, which surrounded Xiao Ming's body, like 2 spiritual fire snakes, swimming up and down, protecting him. The tips of his toes twisted slightly, his heels lifted slightly, and after a moment, he abruptly disappeared, his body becoming almost a shadow as he charged straight at the poison ghost. Snort! Seeing that Xiao Ming, who was charging head-on, cleanly burned the poisonous chi he had emitted as he approached, the poison ghost's eyelids jumped and its arm vibrated hurriedly. Poison whip! A long grey whip immediately shot out like a blurry shadow. The long whip attacked with extremely fast speed, however, just as it was about to reach Xiao Ming's body, the 2 arcs of blue-pink fire surrounding the surface of his body abruptly accelerated and heavily bombarded along with the grey long whip, and in an instant, countless sparks erupted from the 2 colored flames. The high temperatures cut through the air with a strange sound like that of boiling oil melting ice and snow. The poison ghost's attack was easily destroyed. Seeing Xiao Ming's unstoppable figure, poison ghost's face changed greatly. You forced me to do this. Taking out a green elixir and swallowing it, revealing a look of discomfort, the poison ghost gritted its teeth and swallowed it. Its aura instantly shot out as it collided with Xiao Ming. Boom! Flames and poisonous chi surged. In the room, the fire wave burst out, a white shadow suddenly shot backwards, the tips of his feet touched the ground and slid a few meters before stopping and looking towards the place where the fire wave gradually disappeared. A moment later, the fire wave completely dissipated, but not half a human figure was to be found. Seeing this scene, the poison ghost was slightly dazed and was about to look around, but suddenly found a slight burning sensation in his arms and feet. When he looked down, his pupils suddenly shrank and he discovered that 2 fire whips had wrapped around his arms and feet. The 2 fire whips encircled the poison ghost's arms and feet like 2 small snakes, exuding a touch of burning heat, hindering his movement. Sanyan Void Spirit Seal. A voice came from behind him, and the poison ghost's face changed greatly. A moment later, after Xiao Ming took the storage ring from the poison ghost that had turned into charcoal and another storage ring from the green ghost, he turned around and walked out of the room without hesitation. A/N, this is the end of this week's extra chapters. I hope you enjoyed it. See you in the next chapter tomorrow. Or maybe sooner. Chapter 27, Chapter 27, Green Rock Mystic Water A/N. Enjoy these chapters as a reward for entering the ranking for the first time. On the east side of Greenyan Town there is a modest mountain. At the base of the mountain is a wooded area with a large number of ponds of varying sizes. At this hour, the sky is dark and the white moonlight shines on the quiet forest with an indescribable stillness. Sa. Suddenly, light footsteps were heard and a figure appeared. After searching for half an hour, this is the largest pond, so this must be it. Xiao Ming muttered as he looked at the huge circular pool of water that was calm and waveless, reflecting a silver moon in front of him. After killing the 2 green poison double ghosts, it was true that he did not find the green rock mystic water in them. He did not hurry after that and come directly to the east side of Greenyan town, but went back to the inn and waited for half an hour before coming here after the sun went down. He then spent another hour checking which pond was the largest as a way of finding out the cavity in the rock where the 2 green poison double ghosts ambushed people. The result of this search was, of course, the pond in front of him. It was deep in the forest and more than twice as big as the other ponds along the way, so there was nowhere to go wrong. There's plenty of moonlight tonight, but I'm afraid trying to rely on moonlight to explore this pond isn't powerful enough. Standing by the pond and gazing into the water of unknown depth, Xiao Ming reflected. It was good that when he went on a trip, he naturally carried an illumination tool. Xiao Ming stood at the edge of the pond, and with a flash of white light in his hand, a soft glow illuminated the space in a few meters in diameter, allowing Xiao Ming, who originally relied only on moonlight to scout the path, to have a clearer view of the surroundings. The moonlight stone had a remarkable effect, and Xiao Ming could not help but nod with satisfaction, secretly saying that this moonlight stone was really useful. After pushing the dou qi from his body and condensing it into an armor outside his body that did not hinder his movements, Xiao Ming made no further preparations after putting an antidote pill in his mouth. He sat on the edge of the pond and tried to put his hand in it. The temperature of the water was cold and biting, very different from the hot springs he usually soaked in, which made Xiao Ming frown. This temperature was a bit abnormal, but fortunately, it was within the tolerable range. Xiao Ming thought so, and without further hesitation, he tried to put his legs into the water, then his lower body into the pool, then his whole body into the pool, leaving only his head exposed, and finally, his head disappeared from the water, diving into the pool without a sound. The pool was really dark, with mud and sand mixed with water and grass, and relying on the moonlight stone in his hand, Xiao Ming could barely see more than 2 meters around him. If he found nothing, he kept diving and repeated the process. After diving downward for about 5 or 6 feet, Xiao Ming finally made a discovery. A pitch-black hole the size of a person appeared in front of Xiao Ming's eyes. This must be it. I don't know how green poison twin ghosts found this strange place. Xiao Ming muttered inwardly and reached out his hand as if to push away the darkness in front of him. Waving his arms, he controlled his body to swim inside. The corridor was steep and uneven, and after expending much effort, a flash of light finally appeared before Xiao Ming's eyes. Looking at this bright light, Xiao Ming's heart rejoiced as he sped up. Finally, we are here. Paf! The calm water surface shook with a loud sound. Xiao Ming jumped out of the water and stood firmly on the wet mud bank. Because the 2 ambushers had already been killed by Xiao Ming, no one would attack him here, so Xiao Ming could take a good look at the surroundings. Through a brief observation, Xiao Ming discovered that he was inside a huge rock cavity with a large number of stalactites on top, dripping water from time to time. There were moonlight stones embedded in the surrounding walls, illuminating the entire cavern as if it were daytime, and it must have been the work of the 2 green poison twin ghosts. The bottom of the cavern consisted of 2 parts, one being the water surface from which he had just emerged, and the other being the wet ground on which mud and sand had accumulated, with unknown shellfish shells inside the mud and sand, as well as some signs of a struggle. In addition to this, there was a passage leading to nowhere directly in front of itself. Seeing that there was nothing in this rocky cavity, Xiao Ming did not hesitate in the slightest, raised his head, and headed inside the passage. When he headed inside, there were quite a few forks in the cavern. However, luckily, there were moonlight stones along the way, so Xiao Ming hardly took any wrong paths. After winding through the cave continuously, Xiao Ming suddenly felt the stench of corpses reach him. This made Xiao Ming realize that he was almost there, so he quickened his pace and went around a corner, and a clear view opened up before him. In front of him was a huge rock cavity several tens of meters high, covered with a green liquid, filled with swollen and inflamed corpses, with a kind of glowing flower growing on the corpses near the periphery. In the center of the green liquid was a small area of about a meter square. There grew a 1 meter tall, green crystal-like monster cactus, which was flowing independently. Snort! Suddenly, the light surrounding the cactus flickered and a kind of green liquid mist shot out, pouncing on a certain corpse in the inner circle, which instantly received the impact in a large chunk of flesh and blood, and drops of green liquid mixed in the corpse's wound and melted into the green puddle. This is the green rock mystic water, isn't it? It's really extraordinary. Holding his breath so as not to breathe in the abundant corpse-like stench in the air, Xiao Ming inwardly marveled as he gazed at the strange wonder of heaven and earth. However, this green rock mystic water is obviously extremely corrosive, so why would the green poison twin ghosts cast their own corpses from their own poisonous arts practiced on these green rock mystic water that were diluted countless times? Forget it, it has nothing to do with me, I just need to take the green rock mystic water. Thinking like this, Xiao Ming arrived at the edge of the green pond. Hey, just now I was just looking at the green rock mystic water, I almost didn't notice, this is a corpse eggplant flower. The corpse eggplant flower was a medicinal herb that only appeared in dark and damp places with numerous cultivator corpses, with a bright red appearance and a flower fragrance that contained a severe poison. However, its flower juice had a very good restorative effect on the body. There are nearly 20 of them here, a few thousand gold coins each. That's tens of thousands of gold coins in total. What an unexpected joy! Xiao Ming bent down and was about to pick up the nearest dead eggplant flower to see if he had made a good judgment. But then he noticed a colorful shadow approaching his face. Boom! Wham! Xiao Ming dodged the 7-colored shadow's attack without any extra movement, simply cocking his head to the side. The 7-colored shadow did not hit Xiao Ming, but instead of landing in the open space behind him as expected, it fluttered in the air with a buzzing sound emanating from its back. Chapter 28, Chapter 28, Harvesting and Refining. After turning around, Xiao Ming could see what was attacking him. It was a centipede with a frightening face and a brightly colored body, and 2 pairs of blood-red wings were flapping constantly. 7-colored flying centipede. Xiao Ming recognized the species of this centipede and the corner of his mouth twitched unnaturally, feeling frightened because he only tilted his head to dodge it earlier. The 7-colored flying centipede was a highly venomous insect, not a high-ranking magical beast per se, but its venom is so strong that if a Do Grandmaster is bitten on the head, would lose mobility on the spot and if serious, would be sent to heaven instead. Xiao Ming's mere act of bowing his head just now was still very dangerous. After all, the insect might turn around, even though there were life preservation pills in the storage ring, he wouldn't die, but it would hurt like hell. Where did those 2 ambushers get the 7-colored flying centipede from, to place it here? How sinister! Xiao Ming cursed. After ordinary people came here, they would have lost their sanity and rushed over at the sight of the green rock mystic water. And at that time, the 7-colored flying centipede, hidden among the corpses, would deal them an unexpected blow. It is estimated that no one would be able to react. The 7-colored flying centipede, not having Xiao Ming's hobby of observing his opponent for a while, just wanted to get rid of this guy who had intruded on its territory now. Buzz! Increasing the frequency of its hind wings, the 7-colored flying centipede turned into a colorful flying shadow and flew towards Xiao Ming's head again. There's no end to it, is there? As mentioned earlier, the 7-colored flying centipede itself did not have such terrifying strength, it only contained terrifying poison. Losing the opportunity to attack by surprise and opting to attack directly head-on, it could not pose much danger to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming's palm turned and the magic core sword had appeared in his hand at some point. On the flying 7-colored shadow, he casually struck a slash. With a poof, the shadow split in 2 and fell to the ground. A green poison gushed out of the 2 sections of the 7-colored flying centipede's limbs, which were constantly writhing, and the intense pain even caused it to let out a strange scream. With a wave of Xiao Ming's right hand, a blue flame enveloped it, and in an instant, the seven-colored flying centipede was reduced to a cloud of ashes. The sword was roasted again with blue fire to make sure it was clean. Putting the sword in his storage ring, Xiao Ming directed his gaze towards the green rock mystic water in the center of the green pool. It's better to pick up the green rock mystic water first. Not wanting to touch the corpse-soaked green liquid, Xiao Ming selected a few small stones from the side and dropped them into the pool of water a few meters away, paving a passage. Shadow chasing wind. With a single step of his feet, his whole body jumped and stepped on those small rocks. Xiao Ming quickly approached the green rock mystic water. As Xiao Ming gradually approached, the green rock mystic water emitted another snort, and the turquoise cactus emitted a burst of green light on its exterior. An arrow of water shot out from within it and shot towards Xiao Ming. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. In the face of the attack, Xiao Ming seemed unperturbed and a peach blossom flame appeared in his hand, colliding with it. The water arrows vaporized into a pile of white mist under the heat of the flame. The green rock mystic water's self-protection mechanism was obviously not that simple, and apart from this water arrow, the green rock mystic water was still emitting green mist. Unfortunately, all of this was useless in the face of Xiao Ming's peach blossom fire. In the end, Xiao Ming easily approached the green rock mystic water and stood in the space of about 1 meter. Looking at the magnificent cactus-like object in front of him, Xiao Ming did not hesitate too much and slashed with his sword, cutting off its roots. At that moment, an unexpected situation appeared. The cactus-like form of the green rock mystic water suddenly turned into liquid and was suspended in the air. A huge green liquid shot straight towards Xiao Ming, who was nearby. How come there's more? Sensing that this attack was much more powerful than the previous water arrow, Xiao Ming's calm face could no longer be maintained. He could only respond with a defense. Boom! A violent sound crashed into the rock cavity. Fortunately, this attack did not cause Xiao Ming much trouble, only knocking him back a dozen or so meters. Xiao Ming, who had been jerked backwards, left a dozen footprints of varying depth on the path. Finally, watching his leg wrapped in douqi dipping into the green liquid and looking at a decaying corpse near him, Xiao Ming couldn't help but sigh again. Green rock mystic water is worthy of being a wonder of heaven and earth. Its self-protection mechanism is really something. The simulator is also really unreliable. This kind of detail has never been simulated for me before. After a little grumbling, he returned to space with a single step. At this moment, the green rock mystic water seemed to have tired to the point of not fighting back after releasing the last attack. It became a small puddle of a dozen square centimeters of green liquid, floating quietly in the air and emitting strange fluctuations. This is the origin of green rock mystic water, isn't it? The cactus from a moment ago was just an illusory appearance. With a strange look, Xiao Ming took out a jade bottle from his storage ring and activated his douqi to force the green rock mystic water into the bottle. This jade bottle was especially found by Xiao Ming and had a certain sealing function. When he saw that the green rock mystic water that had entered the jade bottle did not make any special movements, a smile appeared on Xiao Ming's face. The green rock mystic water was finally in his hands, so after picking up the eggplant flower from the corpse, he could leave. After putting the jade bottle on his waist, Xiao Ming turned his attention to the medicinal herbs. A few moments later, Xiao Ming, who had finished collecting the herbs, came out of the cave. The white moonlight shone in the quiet forest, and there was indescribable tranquility. The still water rippled suddenly, breaking the atmosphere. A human figure silently appeared in the pool. This person was none other than Xiao Ming. After carefully looking around and checking that no one was there, Xiao Ming jumped out of the water onto the shore. After drying his body and clothes with the fire attribute douqi, Xiao Ming planned his next move. The next step is to find a place to devour the green rock mystic water. At the inn it's not safe, it's better to find a cave in this mountain. Looking around and observing the surrounding terrain, this was the only mountain range east of Greenyan town. The size of this mountain range, as well as its area, although it was not too large, it was not too small at all. Xiao Ming recalled that when he entered this dense forest, he could still hear a wolf howl and a tiger cry from time to time in the middle of the mountains. With his mind resolute and palm tightly gripping the jade bottle, Xiao Ming lifted his toes on the ground, and with a burst of energy ringing out, his body suddenly rose up and landed athletically on top of a huge tree on the side. His body swayed slightly along with the branches of the tree, his gaze swept over the surrounding lush mountain forest, then he hit the tree trunk, and his body was like that of a great eagle in the dark of night, piercing through the dense forest and sweeping swiftly towards the mountain peak. After taking a while to turn into a black shadow, Xiao Ming finally chose a place that he was quite satisfied with, which was a naturally formed cave. The location of the cave was right in the middle of a few tens of meters of the cliff at the top of the mountain, on the cliff wall that was so steep that it was almost vertical downward, so when it was time to block it with a stone, he thought that no one would definitely find it. With a satisfied nod, he carried in his storage ring a stone that was visually the size of the cave entrance, and Xiao Ming used it to block off the cave. The area in the cave was not large, but it was enough for Xiao Ming to place the jade bottle containing the green rock mystic water on top of a rock. Xiao Ming took out a few moonlight stones from his storage ring and placed them on top of the stone wall, and immediately, the slightly dim light became brighter. With the help of the bright light, Xiao Ming began to scan the cave with extreme caution. Any small area would be scanned several times. Xiao Ming did not want to be attacked by any magical beasts or poisonous insects while devouring the green rock mystic water. The cave was not spacious, but it took Xiao Ming a few minutes to sweep through it completely. During the sweep, Xiao Ming found some small magic beast droppings on some rocks. It must have been left by some rocky magic beasts that occasionally came here to rest. Xiao Ming let out a long sigh of relief and arrived at the center of the cave. Sitting cross-legged in front of the boulder, his coal-black eyes, throbbing with a burning flame, stared at the jade bottle in front of him. Next, let's get started. Xiao Ming hadn't made many preparations to devour the green rock mystic water. He had decided to rely on the spirit he had cultivated through the rise of twin spirits to forcibly devour it. Xiao Ming believed that the spirit that had devoured two beast flames was already capable of handling the green rock mystic water, and moreover, its Do-Chi attribute was not suitable for devouring such a strange attribute. Xiao Ming rested his palm on the bottom of the jade bottle, and his soul power quickly invaded it, taking out the green rock mystic water. Without the seal of the jade bottle, the liquid, which had been extremely calm, began to emit strange fluctuations again. It hovered in the air, and a faint green mist even rose in the process. Realizing that there was no time to lose, he sank his mind to his lower back, where a milky white cyclone the size of the palm of his hand was slowly spinning. On the periphery of the cyclone, a nebula-like layer of milky white chi gas enveloped it. Deep within the cyclone, a fiery red diamond-shaped crystal, only the size of a thumb, slowly hovered in the center of the cyclone as Xiao Ming's mind watched it, motionless. With a slight movement of his mind, the spirit of the cyclone, which was interacting with the crystal's energy, disappeared. Xiao Ming opened his eyes and raised his hand, only to see the spirit that had just disappeared dancing merrily on the tip of his index finger as if it had life. Xiao Ming snapped his index finger, and the spirit quickly flew out, leaving a white shadow, and entered the green rock mystic water at lightning speed. As soon as the spirit entered the green rock mystic water, it was like a wolf that saw a lamb, and its size directly increased several times in an instant. A terrifying suction force came out of its body, pulling and quickly absorbing the green rock mystic water. But the green rock mystic water was obviously not so easy to absorb. A faint wave of energy emerged from the green rock mystic water of more than 10 square centimeters, actually compensated for the suction of the spirit. For a while the two of them stagnated. Not only that, Xiao Ming even felt that the green rock mystic water was mobilizing the energy of heaven and earth, obviously wanting to attack the spirit as it had attacked him before. Of course, Xiao Ming would not sit still and let green rock mystic water attack. His fire-red Do-Chi shot out, shattering the energy gathered by green rock mystic water. Then his soul power came into contact with the spirit, and peach blossom fire and blue crystal fire were extracted from the spirit's body. The two beast flames appeared and emerged to envelop the green rock mystic water. All of green rock mystic water's actions were driven by instincts of self-protection. The wave of energy it used to repel the spirit was significantly weakened, unable to counteract the spirit's suction power, and drop by drop, the essence of the green rock mystic water was drawn into the spirit's body. As spirit was born to devour the wonders of heaven and earth, the split essence of green rock mystic water could not much longer. The origin drops of green rock mystic water entered spirit's body and were immediately refined and absorbed. It is much easier and faster for a spirit to absorb green rock mystic water than it is for a human being. It is also safer than direct absorption by the human body. If the human body were to absorb these wonders of heaven and earth, it would always risk great danger. Take the green rock mystic water in front of him. If Xiao Ming wanted to absorb it himself, he would have to directly take the green rock mystic water and let it enter his body. The human body was extremely fragile, and even a powerhouse Do Emperor could not allow an unknown energy to ravage his body. Therefore, before devouring it, Xiao Ming also had to prepare several body protective pills to protect his meridians from being damaged by the uncontrollable energy of the green rock mystic water. Of course, this was not enough. The green rock mystic water would not be refined honestly. He has to endure immense pain as it pushed through the fragile meridians of his body. All in all, it is troublesome and risky for a person to swallow these things. As long as the foreign object is not as powerful as the spirit can absorb it at will, without any danger. For example, right now, the spirit had directly devoured the green rock mystic water and was unaffected. This was the strength of Xiao Ming's cultivation of the rise of twin spirits. Other than that, an ordinary person could not improve his cultivation by devouring the wonders of heaven and earth, whether it was a strange fire or green rock mystic water. However, when a spirit devours these things, it can return energy to the cyclone. The spirit master's cultivation will also naturally improve. Unfortunately, the current spirit probably doesn't have the strength to directly devour heavenly flame. Xiao Ming directed the spirit that had swallowed all of the green rock mystic water back into his hand and muttered as he looked at the spirit that had taken on a more emerald green color. The origin of any heavenly flame that exploded could burn the current spirit to slag unless it was a heavenly flame type too young to do so. Otherwise, it would be impossible to try to refine the other party by throwing the spirit directly into the heavenly flame origin with a big grin like now. In order to devour the heavenly flame in the future to suffer less, it seems that I must devour more beast fires in the future. A beast fire cannot compare to the foreign fire. 1000 will always be something useful. Also need to find other wonders of heaven and earth. When the spirit grows up, then the heavenly flame that seems so terrifying will not be a problem. The heavenly flames, Xiao Ming would definitely devour them in the future, not to mention if he would get any from the simulator. Just now, in the northwestern region, he knew of the existence of 3 heavenly flames without a master, the green lotus core flame, and 2 fallen heart flames. Devouring a heavenly flame could grow his own cultivation and increase his offense. With such benefits, only a fool wouldn't want them. Of course, 1 fallen heart flame had to be left for Jianan Academy. Otherwise, Xiao Ming had already made his plans. He would move immediately when he was strong enough to take the green lotus core flame first, and then the fallen heart flame. What? Xiao Yan's flame mantra evolution needs to devour the heavenly flame. You as his clan mate, shouldn't you be considerate of him? Oh, touch your conscience. Although it was good that Xiao Yan is from the same clan as Xiao Ming, even if Xiao Yan grew up, it would benefit him, but Xiao Ming felt that it was better to grow up himself than have to depend on others. Hee. After laughing twice, Xiao Ming held the spirit, which had a somewhat turquoise color after absorbing the green rock mystic water, back inside the chi spiral. This color meant that the green rock mystic water had not been fully refined, and the spirit should return to milky white when it was fully refined. Obviously, the spirit's act of directly swallowing the rest of the green rock mystic water origin in one gulp just now was too hasty. Xiao Ming now put the spirit back into his body in order to speed up the refining process, and at the same time, to receive the energy fueled by the spirit. A/N, chapter with 3041 words, is the result of the combination of two chapters, because, why not? Chapter 29, Breakthrough in the Cyclone. Next to the finger-sized dough crystal, the spirit flickered with a green glow. Each time it flickered, the green color dimmed a little until, finally, the green glow almost disappeared. Looking at the spirit, which was once again pure white, Xiao Ming knew that the green rock mystic water had been almost refined. Indeed, the spirit soon stopped flickering and trembling. A mist of pure green energy was continuously spewed and poured into the cyclone. This scene was not unfamiliar to Xiao Ming. The 2 times he returned the beast fire, the spirit had also spewed energy mist, only the color of the energy mist was different, and the amount was not as much as this time. Seeing that the spirit returned the energy once again, Xiao Ming, who was experienced in this, did not directly inject this energy into the dough crystal. Instead, he sank his mind back down and used all his strength to control the energy mist overflowing in his body, gathering it and finally turning it into a raging stream of energy. After completing a cycle in his body using the second method of the rise of twin spirits, he poured this energy into the crystal inside the cyclone in a continuous stream. The thumb-sized dough crystal was like a bottomless pit for all the energy coming in, no matter how big it was, it kept absorbing the energy. The spirit kept returning the energy, and only half of the energy that passed through the meridians ended up in the dough crystal, while half of the energy mist in his body constantly fed Xiao Ming's flesh. If someone could look at Xiao Ming's body through his skin at this moment, they would be shocked to see the mist all over his body, even his internal organs, which were completely covered by the dense energy mist. Not only that, under the effect of rise of twin spirits, the bones, muscles, and so on in Xiao Ming's body almost had their own spiritual wisdom, frantically devouring the energy mist in various ways. This kind of absorption also makes Xiao Ming clearly feel that the body becomes stronger and stronger. The bones, muscles, and internal organs easily reached the kind of strength that requires hard cultivation to increase. It's almost time for a breakthrough. Noticing that the dough crystal had already accumulated a certain amount of dough qi, Xiao Ming no longer delayed in the slightest, his mind concentrated, and instantly, the spirit fiercely returned a huge green energy mist at once. And when this huge energy mist entered the meridians, the mist had surprisingly disappeared completely. In its place, there was a jade-like cloud of pure liquid energy, and even, within that liquid energy, there were small solid-looking energy crystals. This time, Xiao Ming did not control his flesh to devour these energies, but let them run through his body and then return to his qi spiral. The emerald liquid, after completing one cycle along the route of rise of twin spirits technique, remained calmly at the entrance of the qi spiral, flowing slowly like a dam that is about to unleash a great flood. Rise up! Contemplating that huge mass of emerald energy, Xiao Ming commanded decisively in his heart. Instantly, the resistance blocking the mouth of the cyclone disappeared, and at the same time, the surging energy, mixed with that loud sound that was like a falling waterfall, rushed towards the cyclone with a bang. This huge energy, which surged into the cyclone, immediately crashed into the diamond-shaped dough crystal that was in the center of the cyclone. Boom! The moment the energy surged into the dough crystal, the rumbling sound almost sounded as if it was echoing in Xiao Ming's head. The raging energy continuously poured into the dough crystal, and the dough crystal, after receiving this enormous amount of energy, surprisingly began to slowly grow in size. As the dough crystal grew in size, Xiao Ming's sensitive soul perception could clearly perceive that his own strength was rapidly increasing towards the next level barrier. Outside, inside the cave, Xiao Ming's aura continued to rise by the minute. Ding! In the quiet cave, at one point, a soft sound suddenly rang out from Xiao Ming's body. And with this soft sound, Xiao Ming's aura suddenly rose greatly. This meant that Xiao Ming had successfully advanced to the second Star Dough Grandmaster realm. Initially, with Xiao Ming's current strength, if he wanted to advance to another level, if he cultivated normally, he feared that it would take at least a month or two before he could increase his strength by another star. After all, it had only been a few days since Xiao Ming had broken through to Do Grandmaster. This was still the case when Xiao Ming had time to focus on cultivation, but now that Xiao Ming was away for training, he definitely didn't have as much time to cultivate. Normally, at the time of the Inner Academy selection tournament, Xiao Ming's cultivation could not really reach the 2-star Do Grandmaster without taking pills. However, now with the Green Rock Mystic Water, Xiao Ming had easily reached the 2-star Do Grandmaster realm. Moreover, Xiao Ming's qi continued to increase without the slightest intention of stopping. Only to see that shortly after the previous sound had fallen, another sound suddenly emanated from Xiao Ming's body, ringing lightly in the cave. And with the sound of this soft sound, Xiao Ming's aura once again rose much higher. 3-star Do Grandmaster. This green rock mystic water is worthy of being a wonder of the heavens and earth, with the spirit withholding most of its energy to feed itself and only returning a small portion of it back. It actually managed to raise me 2 stars. Looking at the spirit inside his body, which was becoming more and more solid, Xiao Ming marveled. But then he felt his Do Qi, which had become a little more solid due to some battles, return to its original unstable state, and his brow furrowed. This won't do, I'm breaking through too often lately, even if I'm talented, I'm afraid it will have an impact on my future strength improvement. Let's see if I can suppress the improvement a little bit. A person with an unstable body whose strength is not properly distributed is always inferior to a person with a solid body and whose strength is well controlled. This kind of great truth had been circulating in his previous life, and Xiao Ming was naturally very clear about it. This is also the reason why Xiao Ming has not relied on his talent for crazy breakthroughs over the years and is now out for training. Only with a rock-solid foundation is it possible to be an impactful powerhouse in the future. Along with this thought, Xiao Ming began to use his soul power to refine his Do Qi. Xiao Ming's aura also began to decline step by step, until he finally fell to the peak of a 2-star Do Grandmaster. Sitting cross-legged on top of a boulder, Xiao Ming's tender face was like a piece of warm jade, emitting a faint light. After a long while, the light slowly receded, and his eyelashes fluttered gently before he fluttered them open. An array of essence passed through, and then quickly faded away. Along with the concealment of the essence, the majestic aura that covered the surface of Xiao Ming's body also gradually converged, until it finally disappeared completely. A puff of murky air was exhaled from his throat. Xiao Ming twisted his neck, heard the cracking sound of bones touching, and felt the increasing flow of Do Qi in his body like a river. He couldn't stop a smile from appearing on his face. His palms pressed lightly against the boulder, his body fell to the ground athletically, and he began to use his fists to fiercely punch the air. With the strength of my body alone, I am strong enough to compete with second-rank magical beasts. An ordinary Do Grandmaster who is unprepared for a punch from me with pure physical strength would probably suffer a lot of injuries, and my Do Qi is not that unstable because I have suppressed my realm. Hey? This harvest is worth the trip I made especially to Greenyan Town. Slowly withdrawing his fist and standing up, Xiao Ming laughed. As if he had thought of something, Xiao Ming stretched out his right hand and the spirit appeared in his hand. Perhaps it was time to try and see what changes the spirit had. Go and attack that stone door. Xiao Ming pointed to the stone he had created to block the entrance to the cave and ordered the spirit. Chapter 30, Chapter 30, Black Seal City. Upon receiving Xiao Ming's command, the spirit that was happily jumping between Xiao Ming's palms stopped itself and then slowly floated until it was at the level of Xiao Ming's face. As if to avoid hurting Xiao Ming, the spirit felt that this distance was too close and advanced a few meters, stopping only when it was a meter closer to the rock. After a few seconds of silence, the spirit expanded several times, and a green pillar of energy mixed with blue and pink flames was expelled, directly impacting the nearby rock. The green energy pillar was about 10 centimeters in diameter and the rock was cut as smoothly as cutting tofu. Under this blow, the rock shot out in the opposite direction without any obstacle. A faint ray of morning light entered the cave through the 10-centimeter wide cylindrical hole in the center of the rock. Looking through the hole, it looked like it was already morning. Is it morning already? Time has passed so quickly. Xiao Ming just looked at the scenery outside and stopped paying attention, instead focusing on the attack the spirit left on the rock. This kind of power is a bit surprising, for this kind of rock to be able to be broken through effortlessly. The Do Master realm certainly can't do it, nor can an ordinary unarmed Do Grand Master. This must not be the limit of the energy pillar, hey, and this attack is also corrosive. It's a bit interesting. I think it must be the characteristics of the green rock mystic water that has been integrated. Xiao Ming looked at the 10-centimeter wide hole in the rock. He could only see that the hole was not as smooth as he had imagined, but rather pitted, and a blue-pink flame burned above these small holes. The attack that the spirit had inflicted on the rock, the hole was really smooth at first, except that the spirit's attack seemed to leave some green liquid around it, and these were ignited by the flames that Xiao Ming had allowed the spirit to absorb once. These things would cause continued damage to the hole. The hole, originally smooth, gradually became jagged under this continuous damage. Speaking of which, this energy pillar would be unlocking long-range attacks, right? In the future, it would be possible to take out the spirit against the enemy. The spirit was so small that it was not easy to detect it at all. Xiao Ming could even think of the scene when he released the spirit and hit someone with a blow from the energy pillar near their face. That scene, tisk tisk. Anyway, it was easier for Xiao Ming to use the Sanyan Void Spirit Seal than to sneak up on someone. However, at the end of the thought, Xiao Ming suddenly lost his voice and laughed. Ha 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 ha, why am I always thinking of sneaking up on people these days? Speaking of the two recent battles, Xiao Ming had attacked first and by surprise to eliminate the other party's major force before slowly fighting the others. Xiao Ming's integrity could not be blamed. After all, the people he sneaks attacked were all stronger than him, and all of them were also guys who were even less upstanding than him, so it was only human nature for him to sneak attack, and it would be easier in the end. Besides, in the cultivation world, there is no such thing as benevolence or morality. Especially here in the Black Corner region, Xiao Ming also understood that it was foolish to talk about it in the Black Corner region. There was no psychological burden in sneaking up on others. After laughing, Xiao Ming did not think about this matter but instead thought that since it was already dawning outside, he should also leave Greenyan City. So he stood up and used his mind to command the spirit. Expel the rock. As soon as the voice fell, a loud sound rang out in space, shaking Xiao Ming so much that he couldn't help but frown at the shrill sound that made people's ears ring. Outside, on the cliff. Boom! A rock fell from the sky and struck the ground, splitting into pieces and unleashing gusts of dust, with hints of blue-pink flames interspersed among the grey mist. A human figure followed, falling from the sky and landing on the ground. The strong wind from the figure's landing blew away the grey mist. Xiao Ming watched it leap down from such a high place. He did not use any do qi to protect himself, but his legs did not feel any discomfort. He couldn't help but nod once again, satisfied by the strength of his own body. He pulled a new set of black robes from his ring and put them on. First, he looked at the sun to confirm the exact time of day. Then, he swept to find the direction he had come from yesterday. Energy surged from the bottom of Xiao Ming's feet and shot off into the distance. That day, Xiao Ming left Greenyan Town and headed for his next destination. 14 days later, at the top of a mountain range, a black-clad figure gazed into the distance from a great height. "This is Black Seal City, isn't it?" The black-robed figure looked down at the foot of the mountain range and said in a low voice. There was a huge city made of coal-black rocks showing in a vague outline, and at the square gate of the city, small black dots, like ants, could be faintly seen converging and pouring into the huge open mouth of Black Seal City. The man on top of the mountain was none other than Xiao Ming, who had been running toward Black Seal City ever since he left Greenyan Town. It was not correct to say that he was in a hurry, because he wanted to train, Xiao Ming's speed was not really fast, it could be described as a walk. Moreover, Black Corner region was so chaotic that Xiao Ming often encountered thieves, so it took him 10 days to reach Black Seal City, otherwise, it wouldn't have taken him so long. During these 10 days, Xiao Ming felt that he had improved a lot, not to mention that his own doqi had become more solid, his various means of fighting the enemy had become more powerful, and his realm had also stabilized. And after seeing all sorts of disgusting things in the Black Corner region, Xiao Ming even felt that his psychological resilience had improved significantly. The reason for walking to Black Seal City near the edge of Black Corner region, Xiao Ming naturally had a purpose, other than the big annual auction to be held in Black Seal City in a few days. The purpose of Xiao Ming was naturally the secret realm mentioned by the simulator. The exact location of the secret realm this time was known to Xiao Ming. The exact location had been mentioned in a simulation, and it was within the Great Plain of Black Corner region, on the outskirts of Black Seal City. That was why Xiao Ming had rushed to Black Seal City. Black Seal City is a city that belongs to the jurisdiction of the Eight Gates. This Eight Gates can be said to be an ancient power in the Black Corner region, extremely strong. Their leader Yuan Yi is a strong person in the top 10 of the Black ranking of the Black Corner region. Every time there is an auction meeting in Black Seal City, it is organized by the Eight Gates. This time the secret realm was opened before the big auction held in Black Seal City. I fear that it will attract many forces, and if they are forces that came to participate in the auction, they will not be weak. Every time Black Seal City held an auction, because every time there were many good things, such as D-classes Do techniques, 7th tier pills or so. All the Black Corner region powers would send representatives to attend, and sometimes they even attracted powers from outside Black Corner region. Black Corner territory is extremely chaotic. There are assassinations everywhere and those who can come are naturally strong. In such a situation, when those powerful ones find out that there is an opening movement from a secret realm, will they let it go? Just thinking about it, you know it is impossible. Apart from these great powers, some lone cultivators were also gathering in Black Seal City. It was important to know that, among these people, the Do spirit were not uncommon, and the Do King were also not absent. The lone cultivators were the craziest about opportunities like the secret realm, and even the various major powers combined could not push them away when they see the secret realm. People die for money, birds die for food, and there are few ways for casual cultivators to raise their level, and they would seize any opportunity. Thinking about it like this trip to the secret realm is quite dangerous. But wasn't this situation predicted a long time ago? How can I doubt when the matter is at a critical point? Xiao Ming shook his head and executed his Do Qi and sped towards the mountain range below. As long as he was careful, the strong people above Do King would not notice someone like him who was only a Do Grandmaster. As for Do Spirit, he was not afraid. If he couldn't win a fight, couldn't he run away? Besides, this was just an adventure, so it was naturally good if he could get something, but there was no need to force it if he couldn't. In these 14 days, he had simulated life 2 more times, and although the results were different and his luck was relatively nil in not getting anything good, the process of these 2 times also proved that nothing would happen if he was careful. Chapter 31, Entering the City A/N, we have reached over 1M views. And what better way to celebrate than to also reach a total word count of 50,000 words with an extra chapter. Thank you all for your support. After 10 minutes of whistling down from the top of the mountain, Xiao Ming was approaching the large city gate. After approaching the city gate, Xiao Ming gradually slowed down and finally turned into a slow walk, lining up behind that crowd of people and quietly waiting in line to enter. It seemed that the crowd here was extraordinarily large because of the upcoming auction in Black Seal City. Apart from some casual people 2 by 2, Xiao Ming also saw many caravans with merchant banners. The caravan lined up in front of Xiao Ming was such a caravan, which was not small in size and probably consisted of hundreds of people. Among these people, the strongest was only in the Do Master realm. The owner of the caravan seemed to be a little crazy, as he had the courage to do business in the chaotic Black Corner region with such a force. In fact, the composition of the Black Corner region is actually similar to Jiama Empire, in the sense that most of them are ordinary people. Although here the people are more bloodthirsty and unprincipled. But in reality, these people are similarly talented, and a Do Master may be the highest point these people can reach in their life. In the Black Corner region, the Do Grandmaster realm is a small expert. In the wild, as long as you don't encounter large groups of horse thieves, the security of such a caravan is actually quite high. And in the big cities, mostly dominated by powerful forces, as long as you give them enough money, you won't end up in a miserable situation where they steal your goods and slaughter your team. The people of Black Corner region are not productive, and these caravans are responsible for keeping them alive. The forces in these cities would not be foolish enough to kill a chicken to get an egg, something that would bring in sustainable income and increase life expectancy. Of course, there are no absolutes. All this assumes you don't have anything too good, otherwise Black Corner region would live up to its reputation as the most chaotic region. Standing behind the caravan carriage, Xiao Ming looked at the huge black city wall and turned his gaze to the three large words Black Seal City in the center of the city gate. His eyes slowly moved downward and finally stopped on the dozen men dressed in strong black clothes at the city gate. They seemed to be like the city guards outside. Anyone entering the city had to pay them a large entrance fee. If this kind of entry fee were paid in an ordinary empire, there would probably be a riot. However, in this Black Corner region it was not a rare occurrence, and was considered a special feature of the Black Corner region. Get out of my way, stop jumping in front of your father. Just as Xiao Ming was inspecting this city, which had a special style that was very typical of the Black Corner region, a cursing voice full of anger suddenly sounded not far away from him. Xiao Ming shifted his gaze and it turned out to be a large, bald man who, perhaps because he was a bit impatient from waiting, picked up a thin man in front of him. Ah! Just as the big bald man's words fell, the skinny man who had been picked up turned sharply and a dagger flew out of his sleeved tunic. The dagger cut with a cold aura and stabbed mercilessly at the bald man's throat, but he reacted fast and quickly retracted his neck. The dagger missed and stuck half a centimeter below the throat. Immediately, blood spilled wildly and a miserable scream sounded from the bald man's mouth. After the blow severely wounded the bald man, the skinny man's body swayed, like a fish, his body came out from under his robe, and then rolled into the bushes, disappearing. "You bastard, I'll tear you apart!" Red-eyed, the bald man drew his dagger and rushed headlong into the bushes, and after a long while, a scream like the one he had shouted before came from the bushes. Standing in the doorway, Xiao Ming's face was indifferent as he looked at the bushes. Hearing the last scream, he knew that that bald man would not be able to survive. He had seen dozens of similar incidents in the past 10 days. At first, he thought it was something new. After all, the bald guy was stronger than the skinny guy, and the gap between the two was so big that it was commendable that the skinny guy could overcome the strong guy with his weaker cultivation. However, after seeing more of them, Xiao Ming was able to take it easy. The rules of the Black Corner region were that there were no rules, so in the Black Corner region, people were never to be judged by their appearance or superficial strength, and every year, the bodies of people like the bald guy who just died were almost capable of filling a city. After all, those who can survive in the Black Corner region are not ordinary people, they are all old and experienced. In other places, if people are not cruel, they cannot stand their ground, but here, if people are not cruel, they will not be able to live long. The previous fight between the two was like a minor incident, which only made the people in the queue a little more interested, but not many people sighed about it. The queue moved slowly, and after waiting for almost half an hour, it was finally the turn of the caravan in front of Xiao Ming. When the caravan arrived at the entrance to the city, the caravan leader hurriedly handed over a large bag of gold coins. Xiao Ming had sharp eyes and saw clearly that when he handed over the large bag of gold coins, he also had a small bag hidden in his hand. The indifferent man in black took the gold coins and casually weighed them, his face softened a little and, without saying anything, he let the caravan enter the city with a wave of his hand. When the caravan left, it was Xiao Ming's turn. Standing in front of the crowd, not wanting to cause trouble, he followed the example of the man in black and handed the gold coin to the man in front of him. Weighing the small package in his hand, he saw that Xiao Ming was alone and no nonsense, casually waved his hand, indicating that he had passed and hurried inside. Walking slowly down the street, Xiao Ming's eyes constantly swept the stores on both sides of the street. To be honest, the Black Corner region was really a bit too chaotic, especially these big cities. After walking a short distance of less than 100 meters into the city, he had seen no less than 10 incidents of fights and even bloodshed with knives drawn. Can you really make money when these stores open in such a chaotic environment? If you don't have strength, you will be afraid of being robbed every day. Shaking his head and dodging a flying severed hand, Xiao Ming no longer thought much about these miscellaneous matters. Instead, he made his next plans. He had already successfully entered Black Seal City, and the secret realm would open tomorrow, so it was best to find an inn to stay at now and move early tomorrow. However, before finding an inn, he still had to make preparations to enter the Great Plain of Black Corner region, such as preparing a map or something. Without a map, Xiao Ming feared that he would not be able to leave the Great Plain of Black Corner region. After avoiding the bloodbath on the street, Xiao Ming turned 2 corners and walked for nearly 20 minutes, his gaze finally landed on the plate of a small store, and on the pale red plate, there were 2 ancient words, Cartography Pavilion. There must be a map of the Great Plain of Black Corner region here, right? Xiao Ming muttered in his heart, and then entered this small store, which didn't seem to be frequented by many people. Only after entering did Xiao Ming realize that the store is not as small as it looked from the outside, and that there are more things inside. In the rather large space, there are wooden shelves arranged on the east and west vertical and horizontal sides, each with a map of a different color, and at this moment, in front of these wooden shelves, there are several people who were stopping to look, and the sound of noisy conversations would constantly come out from them. Evidently, the store is not very popular, but it did have some customers. Chapter 32, Chapter 32, The Map of Heavenly Flame A/N, guys, to celebrate that there are 5,000 people who took the time to place this story in their library, we will have double daily chapters, starting today until Friday. Hey, this big brother, you're here to buy a map, right? Then you've come to the right place. Our cartography pavilion has maps of all the places in the Black Corner region, so you're sure to find the map you want here. As soon as Xiao Ming entered the cartography pavilion, he had only glanced at the interior layout when a voluptuous woman, dressed in revealing clothes that only covered her important parts, approached him, her body writhing in a way that revealed all the light of spring. She seemed extremely unconcerned about the situation and, as if noticing Xiao Ming's glance at her, she lifted her chest even higher. When she reached Xiao Ming, she continued to smile and said, "This big brother, what map do you need? Tell me and I will help you find it, otherwise, there are so many maps here, it is really hard for you to find them alone." After saying this, she did not forget to show her figure. Although this woman's clothing was unusually revealing, there were several other women in the cartography pavilion wearing the same style, and at a glance, it was clear that it was their uniform. Each of these women had a low Do Chi cultivation level, only around the first star Do practitioner. It was thought that they must be the sales clerks that this cartographic pavilion had arranged to entertain the guests, or rather, they were the shopping guides. For these women, not to mention that Xiao Ming was only 8 years old now, even if he was old enough, he would not be interested in them. Just now, this female guide thought she had caught his attention, but that was actually just Xiao Ming exploring whether she was dangerous to him. After all, there was a saying in the Black Corner region that said to be wary of the women who lived here, right? After all these days of experience, Xiao Ming actually still found this saying to be very true. Therefore, whenever he saw a woman, Xiao Ming would be wary. Now, seeing that she only cared about her tempting posture and did nothing different. Xiao Ming also let his guard down a bit and said in a disguised husky voice, "That's right, I come to buy a map. Is there any map of Great Plain of Black Corner region? It is well known that Great Plain of Black Corner region is endless and there are black storms covering the sky from time to time, so ordinary maps are naturally ineffective there and only more elaborate maps are useful. The shopkeepers in the Great Plain of Black Corner region all have a copy of our maps in their hands." The shopkeeper saw that the black-robed man in front of her was asking nothing but dry questions, and realized that he was not interested in her, so she let out a sigh of annoyance in her heart, but still smiled on the surface as she presented the map. Although the person in front of her is not interested in her, which makes her unable to earn some extra money, but he is still a fat sheep. The maps at the cartography pavilion were not cheap. "Oh, get me one of the more detailed maps from your store." As for this woman's boasting about the maps sold in her own store and her disdain for other stores, Xiao Ming had nothing to express. Maps from this store may be good, but maps from other stores are not necessarily bad. She was probably trying to raise the price by saying that. When the sales clerk heard Xiao Ming's request, the smile on her face got a little bigger and she explained to Xiao Ming to wait for her at the counter before leaving. A moment later, she returned to the side of the counter, now holding a white map in her hand. "Here, this is the good map of the Great Plain of Black Corner region you asked for." Taking the map from his hand, Xiao Ming slowly spread it out on the counter in front of him, only to see several lines crisscrossing the map, with small dots of various colors marked on top. Some places were also marked with special small letters. Xiao Ming nodded his head in satisfaction. "This map is really very well done, I will buy it. How much does it cost?" "This map, 4,000 gold coins." The woman beside the counter smiled and spoke. 4,000 gold coins? That's a bit of a stretch, isn't it? The corner of Xiao Ming's mouth tightened under the black robe. 4,000 gold coins for a map. He was even being polite when he said it was a stretch. This is a daylight robbery. However, Xiao Ming thought it was so, but the sales clerk in front of him did not think so. After all, they were selling their merchandise at a specified price. When he heard her say that, Xiao Ming turned his head to look at the nearest shelf and saw that the prices of the maps were all very high, and none of them were less than 1,000 gold coins. This time Xiao Ming was speechless. "I was already saying, how do these stores manage to stay open in this chaotic environment, each one selling such profitable things as stealing money? Of course they can stay open." The cartography pavilion dared to sell things like that, and he believed other stores were similar to it, all selling things at high prices, otherwise the cartography pavilion would have closed long ago. To be honest, it wasn't that Xiao Ming hadn't spent money in the Black Corner region. Just like in Greenyan Town, he had passed by many other places. Others also sold things at high prices, but not that high. It was the first time he had seen a place like this. "So, do you still want this map? If it seems expensive to you, we have a more abbreviated map for you to choose from, but it might have a limited role in the Great Plain of Black Corner region." "I'll take this one." There was no choice, everyone else had clearly marked their prices, and there was no price law on the Dochi continent. If you wanted it, and you couldn't steal it by force, you naturally had to pay for it. Luckily, Xiao Ming was not too poor. 4,000 gold coins was no big deal. The question was raised earlier only because he didn't want to be taken advantage of. With this in mind, a black bag appeared in Xiao Ming's hand. When he shook it, the bag emitted a metallic sound. "Check it." The guide took the bag in Xiao Ming's hand and counted it in front of him. Soon she raised her head and said with a smile on her face, "Exactly 4,000 gold coins." Seeing that he had finished counting, Xiao Ming put the map in his storage ring, stood up and walked toward the exit. But he didn't expect the shopping guide to shout, "Big brother, don't go away, our cartography pavilion has some other precious maps besides the Black Corner region maps, such as the maps of the territory of the powerhouses, the maps of the most treasured medicinal materials, the maps of the secret realms, and even the map of the heavenly flame. I wonder if you are interested." "Did you say the heavenly flame map?" Xiao Ming stopped his pacing, directly ignoring the other maps, and turned around in surprise. "Heavenly flame, yes, heavenly flame map. Do you know what a heavenly flame is?" Heavenly flame, it's heavenly flame." As if she was stunned by Xiao Ming's question, the sales clerk answered somewhat stammeringly, as if she had been caught by the teacher in class to answer a question. "What the hell, you don't even know what a heavenly flame is, and you're talking about a heavenly flame map? Are you kidding me? I thought I was in for a surprise, but I wasn't expecting this." Xiao Ming shook his head and turned to leave. The guide felt a little aggrieved. Her purpose of calling Xiao Ming was actually to sell the various remnant maps of the cartography pavilion. In Doqi continent, there were many such remnant maps, because Doqi continent was rife with examples of people who had picked up a real map by mistake and followed it to obtain treasures left by powerful people, or to obtain some kind of treasure that would make them geniuses and elevate them to great heights. It was because there were so many examples of success. That is why, although there are many forgeries of such maps, there are still many people who are happy to spend large sums of money on remnant maps in the hope of one day also being able to obtain the legacy of a powerful person. Apart from that, there are also many maps of medicinal herbs and precious minerals, as some of the medicinal herbs and caves of expensive minerals are located in complex environments filled with many magical beasts and dangers, so most of the maps to get there are very expensive and sought after. The cartography pavilion, as a map seller, naturally had those maps as well, but of course, what the cartography pavilion sold was not necessarily real, even though they sold them as if they were. The reason she called Xiao Ming was just to sell him these maps, but who knew she would be surprised by his question. She really wasn't too sure what a heavenly flame was, but a heavenly flame map, the cartography pavilion really did have it. Feeling a large pile of gold coins leaves her, she hurried to call Xiao Ming back. Chapter 33, Chapter 33, Nether Poison Flame. Hey, don't go yet, although I don't know what a heavenly flame is, but our cartography pavilion actually has a map about the heavenly flame. I once overheard a conversation from the head of the pavilion and they talked about that map. If you want to take a look at it, I can help you request it and get it out of the remnant gallery. Seeing that she was speaking sincerely, not as if she wasn't lying, Xiao Ming hesitated. To be honest, the probability that this heavenly flame map was real was too low. After all, if it was real, it would have been sent to the 8 Gates annual auction long ago, instead of being left in the cartography pavilion's storage room to eat dust. There were quite a few alchemists in the Black Corner region, and with the degree of obsession the alchemists had with the heavenly flames, it wouldn't be a concern to sell this map. But what was the situation now? A female guide wanted to sell this map, and judging by her ability to sell it, she must have done this sort of thing before. But the fact that the map was still here was very telling. Either they had duplicated many copies of this map, or it was badly mutilated, or it was simply a fake map. So Xiao Ming was a bit disinterested, but it was nothing to take a look since he was idle. Thus Xiao Ming agreed to the sales clerk's request. Seeing that Xiao Ming was willing to stay and have a look around, the sales clerk was enthusiastic. After giving an explanation, she hurried to leave. Xiao Ming returned to the counter and looked for a chair to sit down. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, just as Xiao Ming was getting a little impatient and thinking about leaving, the woman hurriedly ran from backstage towards Xiao Ming. She was also followed by a smiling and kindly old man. "Sorry, this big brother, for keeping you waiting." "It's okay, this is." Seeing that Xiao Ming didn't care but looked at the elder behind her, the woman was about to introduce him when she heard the elder speak. "Oh, I think this is the gentleman who wants to buy the heavenly flame map. I am the administrator of the map-making pavilion. You can call me administrator Bai. The matter of heavenly flame map is in my charge." Seeing this, the interrupted guide had to shut up and retreat to the side, leaving room for the two of them. Xiao Ming glanced at the old man who called himself Administrator Bai. His soul power sensed that his strength was not as high as his own, and he didn't care much. Anyway, he just wanted to see the map, and there was nothing wrong with there being an extra Administrator Bai, so he nodded and said, "Okay, where is the heavenly flame map I want to see?" Hearing Xiao Ming's question, Administrator Bai did not immediately take out the map, but said with a smile without hurrying, "No hurry, the heavenly flame map is our pavilion's treasure, the price is not cheap, I don't know your budget, hee." Administrator Bai's meaning was obvious, this map was very expensive, if he didn't have money, don't look at it. The treasure of the pavilion. Do you think I'm 3 years old? What pavilion treasure is not auctioned? But they are sold by the shopping guide every day. Under the black robe, Xiao Ming's face was expressionless and his tone was impatient as he spoke. If the map is real, I think I should be able to gather some money, besides, your map is not necessarily real, otherwise it wouldn't still be here. At the same time, Xiao Ming, who had said this, slightly showed his aura, a Do Grandmaster could also have a small fortune. The black-robed administrator did not get angry when he heard Xiao Ming's ungraceful words, he still seemed to be smiling. After all, the people of the Black Corner region were always quite irritated. And frankly speaking, this black-robed Do Grandmaster was also right, that map was a bit troublesome. Sorry for the offense, this is the remnant map of Heavenly Flame, please look at it. A white light flashed in Administrator Bai's hand, a green map appeared in his hand, and he turned to hand it to Xiao Ming. This is the remnant map of Heavenly Flame. Xiao Ming gaped slightly as he looked at the drawing in front of him, which was only the size of 2 palms. There were obvious signs of damage to the edges of the map, which was fine, after all, it was a remnant map, but the lines on these maps were a bit confusing. More importantly, the information on the lines drawn on the map the size of 2 palms, there was very little information recorded, and the existing lines are obviously only a small part of the map, although there is a symbol of a flame on the map showing that this is the core of the map, but this is of no use. Because you can't even find the exact location, what's the use of knowing the core, what's the difference between having this map and not having it? Just this, what do you intend to be done with that? Xiao Ming couldn't help but roll his eyes and spoke, Administrator Bai, I want to know where did you get this map from, do you know where it is located, and what kind of heavenly flame is on this map? Administrator Bai also knew that this heavenly flame map was too mutilated, and spoke with a bit of discomfort, this map was obtained by our pavilion master by chance in a cave, and it was damaged beyond recognition at that time, according to the cave records. This must be somewhere in the Nether Poison Swamp. As for where this Nether Poison Swamp is, I don't know. By the way, this heavenly flame is apparently called Nether Poison Flame. Nether Poison Flame. No wonder this map couldn't be sold, Xiao Ming said secretly. Not to mention that the map was flawed, but there is also something wrong with this heavenly flame. The Nether Poison Flame was a heavenly flame that ranked 20th on the heavenly flame list, and was said to be a flame that existed in the ancient Nether Poison Swamp. Having been contaminated by the poisonous miasma of the Nether Poison Swamp for millions of years, the flame has consumed endless poisonous miasma, becoming spirit for 100 years and taking form for 1,000 years, and when fully formed, it is greenish in color, like a ghost flame traveling through the poisonous miasma of the swamp. As this flame itself feeds on the poisonous miasma, it is highly poisonous, and if you touch the flame for a moment, it will poison you, not to mention devour and assimilate it. Therefore, no one would seek this kind of flame unless the person had a long life and did not want to live any longer, and so not many people knew of its existence. Xiao Ming even dared to say that in the entire Doqi continent, there might be people who possessed other types of heavenly flames, but it was absolutely impossible for anyone to possess this poisonous flame because no normal person could resist this special flame, and the poison masters who specialized in cultivating poisonous Doqi couldn't even handle this thing. Xiao Ming even thought that Xiao Yan and Han Feng, who practiced flame mantra in the original story, would not have paid attention to this heavenly flame because it was too poisonous and not suitable for alchemists at all. As if he didn't understand the reason for Xiao Ming's silence, Administrator Bai said excitedly, "This heavenly flame map is absolutely genuine, the old man is not deceiving you, and it has also been verified by the 8 Gates auction." "Then why wasn't it auctioned?" asked Xiao Ming rhetorically. "Wasn't it because of the fact that there was no market for the nether poison flame?" Administrator Bai kept silent and didn't say the words out loud. To be honest, if he could, he didn't even want to say what kind of heavenly flame was registered on this map. After all, no one in their right mind would really look for this heavenly flame. But without saying this piece of information, it is unlikely that anyone would buy it given the degree of mutilation of the map, and as for simply saying a location without saying the name of the heavenly flame and tricking people into buying it, that would be even more impossible. People weren't stupid. If he said nether poison swamp, people who know a little about heavenly flames would know that it was not a serious map at all. Just when Administrator Bai thought that this deal was about to fall through, Xiao Ming spoke up. "I'll buy this map, just name a price." "You want to buy it?" Administrator Bai was overjoyed. He didn't expect that someone would want to buy it after knowing what kind of heavenly flame it was a lot of money given away. "Well, what's the price?" Xiao Ming certainly wasn't looking to waste his money. From the material, the drawing looked of a certain age, in that sense the map must be real. If it was real, then it had some value to Xiao Ming, although the map was badly damaged and it was very difficult to find the actual location. But Xiao Ming has a life simulator, so after buying it, he will definitely keep an eye out for it, and maybe once the simulator will find it by itself. As for the nether poison flame problem, which is very poisonous, it was only a minor problem for him. It's not like he's going to devour this type of heavenly flame himself, his spirit will. Whatever the spirit devoured would not affect him at all, just like the green rock mystic water that was corrosive, but after the spirit devoured it, Xiao Ming's dou qi was still the original dou qi of flame, without the slightest change. Of course, if Xiao Ming wanted to have this corrosive characteristic, he could too, as long as he controlled the spirit to share it with him. To put it bluntly, the characteristic that the spirit obtains after devouring is a buff for Xiao Ming, and for the spirit, this buff can be placed and removed quite freely. A/N, the author took the liberty of creating a heavenly flame that does not exist in the original story. I wonder which relevant character deserves such treatment? Chapter 34, Chapter 34, Secret Realm Opening A/N. Although I mentioned that the poll would be available longer, the disparity in opinions already said it all, so I will start making the changes to the cultivation realm starting with this chapter. The changes will be as follows: Do Ji Chi Do Disciple Do Zhe Do Practitioner Do Shi Do Master Do Shi Do Grand Master Do Ling Do Spirit Do Wang Do King Do Huang Do Emperor Do Zong Do Ancestor Do Zun Do Venerate Ban Sheng Half Saint Do Sheng Do Saint Do Di Do God. I have already updated the auxiliary and previous chapters with the new realm names. Make an offer, or don't you want to sell? Sell, sell, sell. Of course I'm selling. When Administrator Bai heard what Xiao Ming said, he was quick to reply with a smile. The price of this heavenly flame remnant map isn't too high, it only costs a mere 100,000 gold coins. Only 100,000 gold coins. This is a bandit who is used to stealing money, right? Xiao Ming was speechless when he heard that and thought, how come it seems like you don't want to sell it? The previous map of the Great Plain of Black Corner region had an explicit price, but this one you just took out of the storage ring couldn't also have an explicit price, right? Even if this map is real, it's not worth the price. I don't want to be taken advantage of. The same as the map of the Great Plain of Black Corner region, 4,000 gold coins, sir. Your price is a bit low. Seeing that Xiao Ming had bargained with such a low price, Administrator Bai gave a hard look. Humph, you yourself know the degree of fragmentation of this map. This fragmented map is not worth 100,000 gold coins, and I don't have that many gold coins. Xiao Ming said, of course he had the money, but he would not be foolish enough to explain his wealth. Just to see him continue, what's more, everyone knows what nether poison flame does, right? If it weren't for the fact that this drawing is real and the location of a precious poisonous herb is engraved on it, it wouldn't be worth 1,000 gold coins. It's not worth it, and yet you want to buy it. Administrator Bai muttered inwardly but did not say it aloud. After all, it was rare for a big shot to want to buy this map, and it would be bad to make him angry. Therefore, Administrator Bai just smiled bitterly and said, "Your price is too low, I can't do anything to lower it that much. How about 90,000 gold coins? 10,000 at most? 88,000? 11,000? After some intense haggling, Xiao Ming ended up buying the map for 24,000 gold coins. Once the transaction was concluded, both parties were very satisfied with the deal. After taking out his purple gold card and paying the bill, Xiao Ming hurried out of the cartography pavilion. Standing in the lobby, Administrator Bai narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at Xiao Ming, who had disappeared from sight, the friendly smile on his face slowly disappearing, replaced by an incomparably cold stare. Administrator Bai, that remnant map was only sold for 24,000 gold coins, won't the pavilion master blame you when he finds out? The female guide's cautious voice sounded in the lobby. Administrator Bai returned his gaze and spoke indifferently. Never mind, although the map sold to this black-robed Do Grandmaster is the original map, the technique our cartography pavilion prides itself most on is cartography, and we got a backup copy of that remnant map a long time ago. Indeed, we made a profit on selling it off a few thousand gold coins, so the pavilion master won't blame us. At the end of his sentence, Administrator Bai was inwardly flooded with doubt. After all, it was a bit strange that the map could be sold. Could it be that this person had learned secrets about the map that we in the cartographic pavilion could not see? After thinking this, Administrator Bai shook his head decisively, denying his idea. No, it was impossible. The map had been checked over and over again by the cartographic pavilion, and it was actually an ordinary map, at most a little older, but nothing strange. Perhaps he really had bought the map for another purpose. Then we must find someone to follow him. This Do Grandmaster seems to have a lot of money. No need, this man may be richer than an ordinary Do Grandmaster, but he is not richer by much. Didn't you see that man just a moment ago only had a little over 20,000 gold coins left on his purple gold card? It's still considerable, but the pavilion master is out at the moment, and it's quite troublesome if a Do Grandmaster causes us trouble, and people of low strength can't keep up with him. However, if he still comes next time and the pavilion master is also present, it can be considered. Understood. The female guide nodded her head repeatedly. By the way, you did a good job this time. Your monthly salary goes up 10% at the end of the month. After glancing at the scantily clad sales clerk, Administrator Bai suddenly said. The sales clerk was very happy about this. Wasn't this why she called Xiao Ming? Thank you, Administrator Bai, thank you, Administrator. She thanked him, and it was only after Administrator Bai disappeared that she stopped and, after taking a slight breath, continued in the lobby waiting for customers. After leaving the cartography pavilion, Xiao Ming first put away the remnant map of Heavenly Flame, after which he strolled around Black Seal City for an hour. During that time, he spent some gold coins, bought the information he wanted, and learned some information about the powerful people who had come to Black Seal City for the auction this time. Finally, after making sure he was not being watched, he casually found an inn and stayed there. The next day, early in the morning, not far from Black Seal City, a clear dew hung from the tips of emerald green leaves, and white mist lingered among the trees. A dark shadow suddenly stepped into a thicket of trees, peering through gaps in the branches and into the distance, where the dense forest thinned out and eventually bordered a dark plain. The endless plain, as far as the eye could see, was a drab black, against a somewhat darker sky, and over it hung a depressing and irritating atmosphere. A few sparse and distant pedestrians could be seen on the plain. In the jungle, Xiao Ming looked at the endless blackness and realized that he was about to enter the Great Plain of Black Corner region. Taking out the map from the storage ring, he checked it and looked at a small black dot on the map. Standing among the trees, Xiao Ming said softly, "Go 30 miles west to reach that secret realm opening place. Let's hope we don't encounter a black storm during that time." Apart from the thousands of horse thieves in the Great Plain of Black Corner region, the black storm was the most dangerous, and those who were not very experienced got lost in it. There was once an unfortunate fellow who rushed through the black storm and ended up going halfway around the Great Plain and died of exhaustion. Xiao Ming wasn't worried about dying of exhaustion, he was only afraid of missing the opening of the secret realm. After praying for luck, Xiao Ming put away the map, his legs flowed with Do Qi, he executed his Do technique and his whole body appeared like a ghost a few meters away. The scene was as if he was performing small-scale teleportation, quite bizarre, and soon Xiao Ming disappeared from the scene. On the Great Plain, a human figure raised a faint wisp of yellow dust and sped past, noting that his speed was actually faster than a horse, and finally disappeared from the line of sight. This person was none other than Xiao Ming, and 2 hours had passed since he left Black Seal City. During that time, he was also fortunate enough not to encounter a black storm. Therefore, he had actually finished walking the 30 miles a long time ago, and was only searching for the exact location at this time. Unfortunately, in this world, there was no positioning system like GPS, so even though Xiao Ming knew the exact location, it was still a bit difficult to find the opening location of the secret realm in the almost even plain. No, after searching for so long, Xiao Ming still hadn't found it. As time passed, Xiao Ming's footsteps began to slow down, until they stopped. "Forget it, I won't look for it. When the secret realm is revealed, there will be a big commotion. When the time comes, I will rush straight there, and I won't be so flashy when I meet people." After taking a light breath and calming his breath that had fluctuated due to the strenuous movement, Xiao Ming took out a Qi return pill from his storage ring and popped it into his mouth. Thus, he remained in the same place for another quarter of an hour. Rumble. Xiao Ming, who was resting his eyes, suddenly heard a loud sound and opened his eyes. Looking in the direction of the sound, a pillar of light several dozen meters wide was not far away, rising into the sky and straight into the clouds. The white light shone clearly on Xiao Ming's face, which was hidden under his black robe. Xiao Ming's face revealed a look of surprise when he saw this mighty power. This secret realm is truly extraordinary, but the movement is too big. Before the words left his mouth, a precious sword suddenly appeared in Xiao Ming's hand and he half knelt on the ground, thrusting it into the ground and holding the hilt tightly with both hands to fix himself. Soon, a whistling gale mixed with energy fluctuations violently descended from the sky, and immediately, Xiao Ming's body swayed slightly as the gale blew. Xiao Ming's face changed slightly as he lowered his body to ensure his stability and listened to the sound of the gale blowing over his black robe. Fortunately, he had prepared himself, otherwise, he might have been blown miles away if he had been caught off guard. "Ah, help me!" As if to check Xiao Ming's thoughts, a human figure, mixed with a miserable scream, flew from far away to nearby, flying past Xiao Ming diagonally and quickly disappearing, which made Xiao Ming's face turn strange. That guy was really unlucky. The fierce wind didn't last long before it slowly stopped. After putting his sword in its storage ring, fixing his clothes that had been blown away by the gale, and putting his black robe back on to cover his face, Xiao Ming shot out towards the pillar of light. Chapter 35, Chapter 35, A gathering of powerful people. Just as Xiao Ming was heading towards the entrance of the secret realm, the Black Seal City 30 miles away was in constant turmoil. Precisely as Xiao Ming had expected, the sudden pillar of light that soared into the sky, as well as the energy fluctuations from a moment ago, had almost immediately captured the attention of all the powerful people in Black Seal City. Feeling the pure energy contained in the fluctuations, many people were surprised and quickly left the room. In less than a minute, all the tall buildings and other imposing places in Black Seal City were filled with people standing there. Where is that energy fluctuation coming from? It seems to be west of Black Seal City. Look, what's that? Why did a pillar of light suddenly appear west of Black Seal City? The violent energy fluctuations just now, it could be that some treasure was born. It could be that some secret realm has opened up. I once read in a book that when the cave of a high-level powerhouse comes to light, there will be a shocking movement. I guess it's not too far from this movement. As more and more figures appeared, more and more people whispered, and some people who were originally unaware of what was going on gradually looked at the pillar of light with a hint of greed in their eyes. In fact, regardless of what that pillar of light was, something that could cause such a commotion was by no means an ordinary thing, and should not be overlooked. Quick, go and report it to the sovereign. You, go and tell Elder Blood Sky that we will go scout first so that he can quickly gather his men to support us. Ha 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 ha, we three brothers didn't come to this auction for fun, we didn't expect to meet a newborn treasure, although there are many powerful people gathered in Black Seal City this time, we three brothers are all King, we are not afraid of them, Old Man 2, Old Man 3, let's go. Lord Sect Master, shall we gather our men? Looking at the pillar of light piercing through the clouds and rushing towards the sky, these powerful men who had been fighting in the Black Corner region for years and years, finally could not resist and flew out towards the pillar of light with their Chi. Among them, one could even see some people whose Chi had turned into wings, flying through the sky at a speed that was hard for ordinary people to overcome, and they soon disappeared from sight. Obviously, those were all the people who had come to Black Seal City this time to participate in the auction, the powerful King and above. Some of the figures that had shot out toward the pillar of light could not help but stop when they saw those strong people flying past in the sky. But there were still those who were confident in their own strength and did not lose heart, but instead increased their speed. Within a radius of tens of kilometers from the pillar of light, the events of the Black Seal City were repeated again and again. A large number of powerful people were approaching the secret realm at great speed. Of course, all of this was something Xiao Ming could not know. At this moment, he had already arrived at the place where the pillar of light at the entrance of the secret realm was located. The place where the pillar of light was located was different from other places in the Great Plain of Black Corner region, which was covered with black soil. The area surrounding the pillar of light consisted of white jade stones for several hundred meters, with strange patterns carved into them, which glowed white and faintly reflected the pillar of light in the center. The jade-paved area is a few tens of centimeters lower than the surrounding black earth. It seemed that these jade stones had been buried underground before, and only after the energy fluctuations a moment ago had caused the black earth on its surface to disappear, for this jade-covered area to reappear in the daylight. Xiao Ming did not act rashly when he arrived at his destination, because he knew that the secret realm was not yet completely open and people could only enter after the jade stones had disappeared. Otherwise, if they rushed into the jade square, those who were not strong enough would be shaken in a bloody fog by the energy. Moreover, Xiao Ming was not the first to arrive, as others had arrived around the jade square long before him. Those who had arrived before Xiao Ming were currently standing at the edge of the jade square, fiddling with something, looking like they were eager to try something. However, Xiao Ming's arrival made them stop their movements. "Boss, there is someone here." Among those people, a skinny man with a pointed mouth looked at Xiao Ming and said cautiously to the man in their midst. "Idiot, I've already seen it, do you think I don't have eyes?" "No boss, I'm trying to say that this pillar of light is a matter of great importance, we should." Saying this, the skinny guy made a neck-slashing gesture. Obviously, he wanted to kill Xiao Ming and have the jade area all to themselves. Hearing the skinny man's suggestion, the stronger man glanced around. There was a total of 9 people on his side. He was a Do Grand Master, his younger brothers were 3 Do Master and 5 Do Practitioner, and there was only one person on the opposite side, whose strength was unknown, so it might be a bit complicated. But after some thought, he shook his head and said, "This pillar of light is going straight into the clouds, the movement is amazing, it will definitely attract more people later, and there might be strong people above Do Grandmaster among them. We can't occupy it with our strength, it's better not to create additional trouble. When the skinny man heard what the stronger man said, he also knew that his idea now was a bit fanciful, so he rubbed his nose reluctantly and no longer spoke. The sound of their discussion was not loud and Xiao Ming did not hear it very clearly, but the action of cutting the thin man's throat was undisguised and obviously ill-intentioned. Just as Xiao Ming was frowning thinking that he was in trouble again and waiting for them to make a move, he saw that they had stopped moving and couldn't help but mutter a little. In the end, Xiao Ming backed off a little and the two sides remained calmly in the same place. In the next few minutes, just as the strongman had said, people were arriving around the jade area one after another. There were more and more people, and not everyone had the patience to wait after all. Finally, someone couldn't resist and wanted to enter the jade area to approach the pillar of light and take a look at it. Xiao Ming shook his head without moving as he watched the action of that person courting death. Can't you see that everyone is not moving? What's your hurry? Boom! Just as Xiao Ming expected, a white light enveloped the man just as he entered the jade area. After being enveloped, this person of around Do Grandmaster's strength turned red and his body expanded like an inflated balloon, exploding in a few seconds as a blood-red mist filled the air. A breeze blew and the blood mist dispersed, leaving the place he had just stepped on empty, with not a single bone of the man who had invaded the area remaining. Seeing the fate of this Do Grandmaster, the noise around the jade area disappeared, replaced by extreme silence. Some of the people who were originally eager to try began to break out in a cold sweat. They were secretly relieved that they had not acted rashly, otherwise, they were the ones who would not even leave their bones at this point. The silence lasted for a few seconds, when three shadows suddenly emerged from the eastern sky, and not far away from the two shadows, large black dots were also looming. Haha, this must be the place where the treasure was born, right? I didn't expect it to be so close. The silhouette quickly changed from small to large, and a thick, loud laugh, carried by the Do Chi, echoed through the sky and earth. Boom! Above the sky, the rapidly flickering figures stopped fiercely, and the energy of the wind sharply breaking was like thunder in the air. The people around the jade area raised their heads in shock and looked at the three figures that appeared above their heads, their pupils suddenly tightened, and after a long moment, they got a lump in their throats and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This is a powerful Do King. Soon after these people appeared, several loud and clear hissing sounds also resounded, and the black spot in the distance gradually became larger, and a moment later, huge magical beasts with huge wings gradually appeared in the sky above the area. These huge beasts hovered in the air, and some shadows, leaping from their backs, landed lightly not far from the strong men in the air. It was obvious that they were their affiliated forces. The strong man who had arrived before Xiao Ming, when he saw those powerful Do King, the holes in his eyes had already contracted into pinholes, and after seeing those shadows jumping back from the backs of the magical beasts, he only felt his legs trembling a little. This was because, among them, there were quite a few powerhouses in the Do spirit realm. The reason why the strongman's legs were trembling was simple. The powerful Do Kings were so strong that they normally did not care about small shrimp like them, but these Do spirit did.